moment. So we're efforting to get that back put together. It should be up and running again. So apologies there. But appreciate all of you that take the time to chat along the way, that view us. Also, those of you that are on a smart speaker or an app or SactownSports.com, or there's still radios out there. Thank goodness. We appreciate all of you checking us out each and every morning. Still to come at the top of the hour, we will visit with Niners at 9 from The Athletic. Matt Barrows will be joining us. All right. Thanks again to Brendan Nunez, our Sactown Sports Kings insider. Spent a couple of segments with him. Anything you ever miss, certainly go back to Sactown Sports. Some really good conversation, though, about Coach Brown and certainly about De'Aaron Fox and his growth and development. So hopefully you enjoyed that. But let's do it. It's time for 4 Down Territory. All right, so Christopher Laud, what do we have today on 4 Down Territory?
Which team had the best Week 11 in the NFL?
All right, there's a lot of good winners out there, a lot of guys that needed the W. I'm thinking about, I don't want to ignore Thursday, because I think Thursday night the Ravens certainly are a candidate to get the victory, to get to 6-3, a home field win, make it 8-3, excuse me, get a home field win over the Bengals, so a division rivalry there. A couple teams avoided disaster. It would have been an awful loss for the Lions to lose to the Bears, and they needed a big fourth quarter to do that. Niners keep things rolling. A team I think needed the win the most maybe yesterday, and they had a convincing win. They were back at home, Buffalo. Buffalo really needed that, maybe squashed some more of the hopes for the New York Jets and a slim chance of a possible return for Aaron Rodgers. So amongst the many candidates, we'll go with the Buffalo Bills, getting back on track, needing a W, getting a W, a convincing one. Josh Allen, I think he had an interception, 3 touchdowns. Josh Allen and the Bills. I will give them as my team that had the best week in the week. Second down.
Which team had the worst Week 11 in the NFL?
Okay, we got several candidates here as well. It's tough. I'm going back to Thursday. It's tough to ignore the Bengals. You lose the game and you lose Joe Burrow. Man, that was the official word. I think came over the weekend and certainly on Friday that Joe Burrow's season is over. He exited that game in the second quarter. So this is a team, remember, a lot of people, even a week ago, were saying this team could get to the Super Bowl. I don't think so anymore. So the Bengals have to be a strong candidate there. The Commanders aren't going anywhere, but the Giants are bad. The Commanders now have lost to them a couple of times. It's probably the Bengals, maybe even the Seahawks losing on the road to the Rams. It's not an embarrassment, but that hurt in their standings of kind of where they are, and now they got a couple of injuries. And the turnaround Vikings also had a tough loss, I would say, as well on Sunday Night Football, losing to the Broncos. Couple candidates, but if I'm picking one overall, I'm going to go with the Cincinnati Bengals losing Thursday night and losing Joe Burrow as the worst of the weekend. By the way, Chris, how'd you do fantasy-wise? Any good news, bad news this week for you?
Won one, lost one.
Isn't that the way they usually go?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you go 2-0 versus 0-2?
Not this yet.
Neither one's happened. It's always been 1-1?
I've had a couple of
2-0.
I've had a couple of 0-2s.
Yeah. How similar are your two teams?
Not at all.
Okay, well. And then, so if they're not similar, then I'm sure you've had weeks where one team that has a player is going off is good for you, but maybe you're playing against that player.
Exactly.
Oh, man. I can't.
And
you try to make them similar or no?
No. Yeah. Apparently the Bills just stopped passing the ball to Stephon Diggs for some reason.
Yeah. Well, he seems
his choice.
His brother tells him to get out of there. All right. Third down in our 4 down territory.
Which individual had the best Week 11 in the NFL?
Let's see. Brock, near perfect rating. He was incredible. As far as individual standouts, Jordan Love had a nice regroup game and led them to a victory down at the end. The other one that was jumping out at me, and now I'm seeing more and more people talk about it, who's gotten better and better this year as the year's gone on? Russell Wilson. And, he led a comeback at the end through the dramatic touchdown late. So a couple different candidates, but I'm going to stick with the Niners. Brock Purdy was awesome yesterday. Near perfect passer rating, near perfect day, I should say. He was really, really good, in control of his game, highlights everywhere. He was dominant. He felt good about his game as he should. And so I'm going to go with Brock Purdy. In fact, I want to hear another Another Papa special from Brock Purdy. Let me see what I got here. Let's see. How about this one? This was well designed early in the game.
2nd and goal, 4-yard line. Juszczyk was out wide. Now he comes inside a bunch with Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. Purdy looking that way, right. McCaffrey wide open. Touchdown! CMC!
Niners with a win yesterday. I'll give Brock Purdy my game ball, I guess, is the best of the week. All right, it is that time now for 4th down.
Which individual had the worst week 11 in the NFL?
Well, there's many player candidates. I'm going to go back to a coaching candidate here. Chargers lose again. Brandon Staley on the hot seat. The seat is scorching hot. And felt like he was getting a little bit defensive in the postgame.
I'm not here to talk to the fan base. I'm here to talk to my players, the locker room. I know that we give ourselves a chance to win every single week with the game plans that we have, okay? And we have done it here. You guys act like we've never played good defense. That's not the truth. It's not the truth. You act like we haven't made any improvements. Today, in the run game, we played outstanding. We're rushing the quarterback well. What we got to do a better job of is in the passing game. And that's where our full attention is, and it's where it will continue to be. There were a lot of other things that caused us to lose today. It certainly wasn't our defense. It was the way we played as a team. We didn't play well enough on the red zone on offense. We dropped too many passes. Okay, we gave up a few killer sacks. Okay, we did this as a team. Stop making it about one unit, because that's not what happened out there today. Our team lost, and I am fully responsible for it, and I take full responsibility. But we lost as a team today, and that's the storyline.
All right, that sounds like a coach, obviously very defensive, a coach that's on edge. And Chris, I can't think of a more, I'm not saying he's wrong, but a more unappealing way to start I'm not talking to our fan base right now. Oh, how's the fan base going to enjoy that one? Just start that one out to, hey, Charger fans, I don't care what you think.
I wish he would have come back with, our fan base. We have no fan base. I don't have to worry about talking about them.
That might have gone over better. But it's like, I'm not talking to our fan base. It's like, yeah, I'm not worrying about what social media, what everyone else says about us. Well, guess what? They're going to jump on and bash you even more. So he had a tough week. There's no doubt about that. And I don't know how much longer his tenure will continue as head coach of the Chargers. But, yeah, I think there's a couple of buzzwords, catchphrases that you just – if you're in a position of ownership, of head coach, where – players, I think, can get away with it a little bit more, though fans can turn on you. But when you start saying, I'm not talking to our fan base, or basically, I don't care about our fan base, you should have that approach. You maybe shouldn't say it out loud, right? That's a quick turn off to those out there. All right, that's our 4 down territory. Interesting weekend in the National Football League. As far as some of the developments go, I think now is about the time when you can start to do the standings check, see what the makeup's starting to look like with what the back half of the season here, the final 7 games. If we do a playoff picture look right now, as far as wild card and in the postseason, Chiefs are the top seed in the AFC. You got the Ravens leading their division, the Jags leading their division, and the Dolphins currently leading their division. Those are your division leaders. Your wild card teams would be the Browns, the Texans, and the Steelers. But still really in contention, I would say, are the Jets, Chargers, Raiders, Bengals, Broncos, Colts, Bills. That's how competitive the AFC is. And what I had said even before the season, I think the best quarterbacks, as far as the most elite, the largest supply of them is in the AFC. And there are going to be some really good quarterbacks left out of the postseason this year. And right now, one would be a guy like Joe Burrow, but he's hurt. Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, technically Aaron Rodgers. I mean, these are some of the best quarterbacks in football, and they could be on the outside looking in. As far as the NFC goes, Eagles play tonight. That's a really good Monday Night Football matchup as they get the Kansas City Chiefs, but they're 8-1. They would be the 1 seed currently in the NFC. Then it's Detroit, who leads their division. The Niners looking good in 3 at 7-3, and the Saints, someone's got to lead that division. They're the leaders at 5-5. And then your wild card teams currently Dallas with 2 games clear of New Orleans, but they'd be a wild card team, Seattle and Minnesota. There's a little bit more of a separation. You get everybody below 500 after that in the NFC between the Packers, Rams, Falcons, and Buccaneers. They're all 4-6. And I think once you get below that, Commanders, Giants, Bears, Cardinals, Panthers, none of them have the look of a playoff team at all. So the NFC, not as stacked. That playoff picture may almost be solved now. Sadly, we should probably take a picture of that and see if the 7 are already decided. I think the one thing that could change would maybe be the Saints because they're 5-5. That division still feels open. But as far as records go, that other 7 may already be solidified at this point. All right, so there you go. That's 4 down territory. Still to come, more NFL coming up at the top of the hour with Niners at 9. Much more on the Kings as well. But when we come back, we'll look back at our predictions over the weekend, our 3 in the key, and our Pick 6 recap. And who's hot, who's not, that's all coming up on Sactown Sports.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season? Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995? Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Did you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals to help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Safe Mart, and Smart & Final, or a local grocery store near you.
Hey, y'all. This is Bill with the Good Guys. Call Good Guys Heating and Cooling now. Tired of overpriced repairs? Call the Good Guys. Jaw-dropping quote for a new HVAC system? Call the Good Guys. Don't trust the other guys. Call the Good Guys. We offer free second opinions. Family-owned and operated, always ready to serve the community. We offer the best service, best price, guaranteed. And that's no bull.
Call 530-GOOD-AIR. License number 1057618.
Family-owned Mercedes-Benz of Stockton invites you to take advantage of a special certified pre-owned Mercedes finance rate of 3.39% APR for up to 36 months on select 2020, 2021, and 2022 models. This makes buying a pre-owned Mercedes-Benz a great way to turn a humdrum holiday season into a ho-ho-ho, look what Santa got me holiday season. Your best holiday gift ever awaits you at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles, drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I love the fact that I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, I have running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, I have heels. It makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill is turning me into a pro. Napoleon Grills has features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just go to Napoleon.com for your nearby Napoleon Grills dealer. Napoleon Grills. Now is the time for the best selection of grills and fine accessories for the holidays.
Prestigio Jewelers Black November sale is on all month long. Get amazing doorbuster deals while supplies last. 1 carat diamond earrings only $449. Wedding sets starting at only $899. 70% off gold chains and much more. Get quick and easy credit approval and low monthly payments at Prestigio Jewelers. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy, you're approved. Prestigio Jewelers guarantees your credit up to $10,000. Shop designer brands such as Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Visit us today or online at prestigiojewelers.com. See store for details.
What's hot and what's not? Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company and second opinion partner.
All right, before we get to who's hot, who's not, right now is your chance at 916-339-1140 or 1-800-920-1140. Call in. We're going to take the first caller to correctly identify yesterday's Jiffy Lube drive of the game. We didn't have one Friday because there was a game yesterday. So what was it in the Kings-Mavs game? The Jiffy Lube drive of the game, 916-339-1140 or 1-800-920-1140. And you will get a $100 gift card from Jiffy Lube just for knowing the drive of the game. It's that simple. Chris, who is hot?
I think you know this one.
Who?
You came in with their sweatshirt already ready for who's hot. Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, baby.
They've won 6 in a row.
Like the babe.
And, of course, De'Aaron Fox is on fire. Your defense is terrified. De'Aaron Fox, so far this season, 32.2 points, 4.7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1.9 steals to go along with a 41% three-point percentage.
That's hot.
That is hot.
How about, since that's hot, who is not? Who do you got for who's not hot?
Starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
What? All of them?
Almost.
Okay. Not
almost
Brock
all
Purdy.
of them. Let me tell you this.
You tell me this.
Aaron Rodgers,
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins,
Okay.
Deshaun Watson,
One more?
Joe Burrow.
4 more.
That's it.
Okay.
All out with season-ending injuries. Actually, we don't know about Aaron Rodgers. He's looking to lace up soon.
Come on. If they're out of it, what are you doing? That's bad for the game. And we had the stat last week. I think there's been 49 different people that have started at QB. So you're going to get another one there with Jake Browning for Cincinnati. It's going to be 50. The record, well, they had 64, I think, if I remember right, last year. So, here we go. Another injury in the NFL. And I know Dave's saying is banned injuries. And I felt for Dave, too. His team, Florida State. Oh, man. Their quarterback. They were losing that game early to an FCS team. Quarterback. It's one of those don't look at the injury. And, yeah, his season is done. I just feel for that. They have an undefeated season going on. And just hate that. All right, let's see. Lisa's the first one to check in with us here on Sactown Sports. Lisa, good morning. Do you know the Jiffy Lube drive of the game yesterday?
I do. It was Chris Duarte scored from a pass from Harrison Barnes.
That sounds very specific. Harrison Barnes passing to Chris Duarte. Well, let's cue up the G-Man to see if you are right.
Keegan to the right elbow, picks up his dribble and locks it out now to Barnes. We're down to 4 on the possession. Harrison drives inside, backdoor cut, beautiful pass, and a throwdown on the baseline by Chris Duarte. That is going to be your Jiffy Lube drive of the game. What a terrific baseline cut by Duarte, and what a great find by Harrison Barnes for the assist.
All right, Lisa, you did it. That was active listening. Congratulations. Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and you have won yourself gift card of $100 to Jiffy Lube. Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Lisa, the big winner. Thank you, Lisa, for listening. And guess what? We'll have another one tomorrow morning as well, because there's another game tonight for the Sacramento Kings. So make sure you listen actively for that. So congratulations to Lisa, a winner of a $100 gift card to Jiffy Lube. All you have to do is listen. Pays to win. Pays to listen, and you will win. Still to come on the show, we're going to have Niners at 9. Matt Barrows from The Athletic will join us. That's coming your way here shortly. Also in the next hour, we'll see about the Kings. We'll preview the Kings and Pelicans tonight. Kings trying to make it 7 in a row. Also, we'll have a 3 in the key coming up for Kings and Pelicans. And we'll close out the show as we always do with Crosstalk with Stiles and Watkins. Little celebrity birthdays to wrap up the show. But, all right, we got to look back at our results for 3 in the key, how we did on Friday. So we will get that to you. At this time of the show last Friday, it was just Nate and I in the house. And so we had a couple of different categories. Let's get my numbers up here so I can verify how Nate and I did. The first of 3 categories, we were looking at blocks for Victor Wembanyama. First matchup for the Kings taking on Victor Wembanyama. I said he would have 3. Nate said he would have 5. And Victor Wembanyama, none. You can't block the Kings. So none for Victor Wembanyama. I guess I was closer, but don't really feel like that's a victory. The next one, we were asking for the last basket made in the game by the Sacramento Kings. Now, the game ended up being a little nerve-wracking for Sacramento because they had to hang on all the way to the end. I said it would go to Davion Mitchell, and he hadn't been playing, didn't even play in the game. Nate gave me grief for that, and he said Petrusev. I said, wait, you're going to give me grief for Mitchell, who hasn't played, and Petrusev, who hasn't even played a minute on the team, you're going to pick. Well, neither of us were right. Kings, remember, scored at the buzzer because they were trying to get more points in the cup to get a point differential, and it was a +9 because they got the points from Kevin Herter. Would have been the correct answer. And lastly, looking for a random stat in this game, something odd, something weird, something different that we predicted would happen. I don't know how weird my stat was. I said Keegan Murray would have a double-double. Keegan Murray had a single-double. He had 6 points and 6 rebounds in that game. Nate's random stat, he said Kevin Herter would have a career-high free throw attempts. Chris already making the face. Chris, what's your guess at free throw attempts Friday night for Kevin Herter?
I'm going to guess 3. No, not 3, 4. Nope, 2.
All of those were too high. All of them were too high. 0 for 0 for Kevin Herter. So neither of us were very good on that. All right, now we've got to recap our pick 6 from yesterday. Look at that. Chris is like a DJ. So we had predictions on the 49ers.
Oh, you didn't get my...
Oh, yeah. What was yours? Oh, you know what? You were
close.
Probably the closest because you sent in from the road. Your random stat was Monk was going to get Victor basically with a poster dunk.
He was going to dunk on Wembanyama.
He got Collins. Victor was coming into the screen, but I think Malik wants to get him.
Yes.
I think he does. So they still play this year. I think we can count that if that happens later because that was pretty good. All right, so we asked the first 49er to score. Nate said a guy who hadn't scored all year, Juwan Jennings, and he didn't have a catch. I just went for the old standby. I'm not gonna think about this. CMC, and it was CMC. He was the first one to score. We asked for Brock Purdy yards thrown in the game. I said 268. Nate didn't think they would need much from Brock. He said 210. Well, Brock went for 333. So nice day for Brock Purdy. All right, then we asked for the sack total of the Buckeye bookends, right? We're just Bosa and just Chase Young, just their sack total. What would they get in this game? Niners for the game had 4 sacks. Armstead had 1. Bosa had 1. Chase Young had 1. And then a half a sack for Greenlaw and Warner. So the answer is 2. I said 1, and Nate said 3. So we kind of split the difference there. The longest punt in the game. We went that randomly. I got to find the punts here.
I can't punt.
But I can't punt. All right. The long was 60 by Mitch Wisnowski. I said 54. Nate said 56. So Nate gets the win for that one. Then we asked for Christian McCaffrey total yards, and he ended with 103 between rushing and receiving. I said 164. Nate said 144. And then our random stat, I said Sam Darnold would play. That did not happen. And Nate said 0 turnovers in the game. That did not happen either, as there were a couple by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, Chris, later in the next hour, though, you'll be ready to go on our 3 in the key for tonight.
I think I'll be able to handle that.
Yeah, I think so, too. All right, so there's who's hot, who's not. 3 in the key recap, 49ers recap as well. We're going to get more Niners conversation coming up here in just a few moments. We're going to visit with Matt Barrows from The Athletic. Good day, though, for the 49ers as far as all around. Seattle losing on the road, and then the 49ers pretty convincing win. Again, I said, like, the second half in the fourth quarter, still to hang on, still needed the defense to kind of make some plays. They got the pick in the end zone that ultimately decided the game, and that was the play, that was huge. Here it is again from Jair Brown.
Here's the game. Tampa can stay alive, or the 49ers can take the ball back. 4th down and 4, 12-yard line. Baker low, shotgun snap. Back, throws a wobbly ball. It is broken up by Jair Brown, the rookie.
What a play by Jair Brown. What a pass rush. Steve Wilkes set the heat. Baker Mayfield is going to have to unload it. There is an unblocked defender And Jair Brown has enough wherewithal, understanding the situation.
All right, that was the first of Jair Brown's big plays. Buccaneers got it back, still had one more chance.
3rd and 6 from the 9-yard line. Godwin goes in motion through a maze. They got White up to block inside. Young comes around the edge. Baker throws. Intercepted in the end zone by Jair Brown. He makes another play as Baker Mayfield stepped up and threw in the end zone a deflected ball.
And he is shook up.
Well, and the other thing we're going to have to talk to Matt Barros about is the injury to Talanoa Hufanga. That was the worst part of the day for the 49ers, losing him. Kyle Shanahan, I think everybody knew it when it happened. He was carted off. It was not good. Not a good injury, not good going forward, but how do the 49ers regroup? We know in football, it's such a callous saying, but it's what you do. Next man up, and you have to go forward, and that's what this Niner team will do as the season continues. All right, we will go ahead and step aside here. When we come back, final hour of the show. Lots to get to in the final hour, including a look ahead to the Kings, trying to make it 7 in a row tonight when they take on the Pelicans. But when we come back, we will visit on Niners at 9 with Matt Barros from The Athletic. He joins us when we return here on Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your Auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia. Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of financing options and get free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals for huge savings today.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
First and 10 Niners, and they're 24. Purdy going to can the play here as three receivers right. Ayuk and Juszczyk left, going deep down the sideline for Ayuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
Guys having fun yesterday. 49ers end up with a win over Tampa Bay. The schedule gauntlet now begins. Thanksgiving Day against Seattle, followed by the Eagles, and then Seattle again. Now it's time to start Niners at 9 from The Athletic. Joining us here, Matt Barrows, back here on the show. Matt, just Jason today. Dave is off this week. How are you after yet another Niners win?
I'm good, and we're now in sort of the bewitching hour of the season, which is when this team usually turns it on, and you're seeing it in these last two victories. I didn't think the Tampa Bay win was quite as sharp as the Jacksonville win, and I think that was partly due to the fact that Baker Mayfield, I thought, had a good game. I mean, didn't really get rattled the way that Trevor Lawrence did, and that help them, stay in the game. When I say stay in the game, stay within two scores at the end there. And the fourth quarter was a little bit ragged for the 49ers, but the second and third quarters were outstanding, and really the game was won then.
Yeah, I thought the Niners were outplaying them when they were doing something that I felt like they used to do a little bit more a few years ago, where they would score enough times, but sometimes got too many field goals as opposed to touchdowns, because it felt like they were considerably better in the first half, and yet it was 13-7. You're like, you're a mistake or two away from being down, but that third quarter, the two touchdowns got the separation. But they did have to work for it all the way through the end, and I think you're right. I think Baker was more than game to just make the 49ers have to work for this win all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, the game plan always is to rattle the other quarterback, and the 49ers did that. And, I thought that Chase Young showed up well in his second game with the team. Nick Bosa is back to 2022 form, I think it's safe to say. But to his credit, Baker Mayfield kept, stepping up in the pocket and making plays and taking what the 49ers were giving him, and really not making any mistakes. I know that he had the interception in the end zone, but that I think that glanced off of somebody's helmet. But, so, I was sort of impressed by Baker Mayfield, a guy we saw back in 2019 with the Browns, and he's a much better player than he was at that point. One of the things that struck me with the 49ers is that they never really got their running game going, and that's how they really step on the necks of an opponent. And without that, they weren't able to really kind of finish off the Buccaneers in the second half. A couple of drives stalled out. They went for it on fourth down, and they couldn't get it. So I think it was a little bit odd from the 49ers. Usually it's a run-first game plan. From the offset, they were throwing the ball.
You there? Yeah. Did I lose you for a second?
Yeah, no, I got you.
Okay, good. So, Matt, let's go to the news. I guess if there's any news that's the toughest news of the day was the loss of Talanoa Hufanga. As they go forward, how do they replace him?
Well, I mean, I think you saw it in Jair Brown, and it was interesting because I don't think if this injury had happened a couple of weeks earlier, it would have been Jair Brown who comes in. I think it would have been George Odom, the veteran. But Steve Wilkes said on Thursday that Brown had reached a point in the season where his confidence, his comfort in the defense had reached a point where they were more comfortable with him. So he came in, very aggressive guy, and maybe that aggression was a little bit too much on Sunday. He kind of stepped forward on a couple of passes. Even that pass that he broke up, fourth down pass to Mike Evans in the end zone, seemed like he was a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too eager to take a step forward. He was able to recover on that play and eventually knock the ball away. But I think that's the risk you take in putting a rookie out there. He's going to make some rookie mistakes, and with Jair Brown, it's going to be mistakes of over-aggression. I think probably you want that rather than the other, especially with all the times that he's going to be playing up around the line of scrimmage, and you want him active as a tackler. But he came away with a good game, but it'll be a position to really kind of watch and scrutinize over these next few weeks.
Matt Barrows joining us from The Athletic. So, Matt, on that front about Hufanga, obviously in talent they're missing, but just what about the other intangibles? Likability, leadership, kind of heartbeat of that defense in the back end. Obviously, there's so much up front that they do, but what are they going to miss with him there?
Yeah, I mean that's part of who he is. I mean he's a glue guy. He's great in the locker room. He's smart. One of the things that probably goes unnoticed with this 49ers defense is how few big plays they let up. And that's a credit to Sean Gibson and to Talanoa Hufanga. And then you see, as soon as Hufanga leaves the game on the very next drive, they give up a 41-yard pass play, and that was due to Jair Brown. So that's all part of it. I mean, he's really beloved on the team. They give out at draft time. They give out something called a gold helmet, and it's a very rare category that they give a draft pick. And only a handful of guys have gotten it over the last few years. But Hufanga is one of those guys. So he's got sort of the off the field, the leadership qualities you just noted. He's got a little bit of everything. So it's a big loss if this indeed turns out to be an ACL tear.
And when will we find that out? Later today, likely?
Yeah, he'll have MRIs up at Stanford Hospital, and interesting timing because Kyle Shanahan usually talks at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which would give him time to see all the medical reports. He's talking at 10 today because of the abbreviated work week, so I'm not sure whether we're going to have a definitive word from Shanahan at 10 o'clock about Hufanga's knee.
Gotcha. So we're talking with Matt Barrows. How about Brock Purdy yesterday? Just another game where he's on point, hitting receivers, all sorts of underneath routes, deep throws. He just looked like he was totally in control of his game yesterday.
Yeah, it was a Brock Purdy game, and like I said, I mean they came out throwing the ball and deciding early on that we're going to allow Brock Purdy to win this game for us, and we're not going to rely as heavily on our running game as we usually do. And Purdy was up to the challenge. I mean, he was just so efficient. He seemed to be seeing everything clearly. Even plays where he was under pressure and they had good coverage, he was still making the right decisions. Never put the ball in harm's way on Sunday. So, I mean, if you can kind of marry those two things, being very aggressive and not being risky at all with the ball, that's a coach's dream, and then you saw that reflected in his perfect passer rating.
So with that said, they got a little break too yesterday, Matt, with the win, and then Seattle losing. Now that could all flip-flop with a Seattle win on Thanksgiving, but how about the Niners with a little cushion going into the game and this matchup on the short week heading to Seattle this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a repeat of last year where they beat the Buccaneers at home. That was Purdy's very first start, and then had a short week to play in Seattle, and that was for the division title. They could wrap it up with a win that week, and had to go up there, only 4 days to prepare. It was also the game that Purdy was suffering from a broken rib and didn't throw at all during that week, and was really literally I'm not even going to say game day decision. He was a kickoff decision for the 49ers. They were about to go to Josh Johnson in that game, but Purdy rallied with the help of a pain blocker and then had a terrific game up in Seattle, and they took care of business and they won the division. So my point being is that they've actually had a harder challenge, this very similar scenario, and rose to it last year. So you would expect that they could do it again this year.
Yeah, as far as Seattle goes, too, I saw some of that game yesterday. I know Geno got banged up. He came back in. Walker got hurt for them. So, I mean, this is a team that obviously the Seahawks need the game, but they're coming in banged up into this one.
Yeah, and, the injury reports in a short week are always very kind of dicey. They're all estimates because there's really no practice whatsoever. The 49ers will have a very, very light walkthrough on Tuesday. And I expect the Seahawks to have the same. So it'll be a game where, backups are going to have to come to the forefront. The 49ers will have one probably in Jair Brown, and who knows how many Seahawks will kind of have to step up. So it makes the Thursday games interesting, and some say it's what makes the Thursday games bad. But this will be a fun one to watch in Seattle.
Did you tell us last week, Matt, if I remember right, you get the assignment, you're going to spend Thanksgiving in Seattle?
Yeah, I'll fly up Thursday morning and then spend maybe 24 hours, a little bit more than 24 hours in Seattle, and then fly right on back.
Well, I know you've been to basically every place. I haven't been to a football game in that stadium. How would you describe that atmosphere? Obviously on TV it looks amazing. Is it as loud in there as it appears to be?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm not sure the latter day 49ers would say this, the ones that played the Legion of Boom up there, but almost to a person, you ask the 49ers what their favorite place, outside of Levi's Stadium to play in is, and they say Seattle, just because of that atmosphere. I mean, these guys hate turf, so already, Seattle. Exactly, but I think it's the atmosphere, it's the noise, it's the energy level. That's all for the home team, of course, but when you're the visitor, you feel it too. And it gets your heart racing, and I think these guys really love playing up there.
Well, I know there's a lot on the line this week. First place in store there for the 49ers are already there, but Seattle could tie them and have that early tiebreaker. Plus, the Niners, I know they're not going to do this, but fans might, but it's Seahawks, Eagles, Seahawks. This next three is really going to be fun for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna show who they are for sure. I mean, I've been saying since April that they triple underscored that December 3rd game in Philadelphia. I mean they feel like there's unfinished business there, and you've got that game bookended by your biggest division rival. The last quarter century, it's been the Seahawks and the 49ers. So makes it very interesting and just a great stretch.
Well, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your time up there. We look forward to talking to you next Monday. Enjoy your time up there, and we'll talk to you soon, Matt.
All right. Thank you, Jason.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. That is the great Matt Barrows from The Athletic joining us, giving us some insight on the Niners. That injury to Talanoa Hufanga, we should get more confirmation as the week goes on, and certainly maybe later today. But a short week, quick turnaround, Niners and Seahawks coming up on Thursday. When we come back, the Kings, their quest for 7. Can they make it 7 in a row tonight? We'll preview the Kings and the Pelicans. We'll do that next on Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the the defense lead this squad again.
Intercepted. Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner.
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
As we come together to celebrate the end of this long, long year, Stockton Honda has savings to bring us all cheer. Happy Honda Day savings and selection galore. Stockton Honda's online express purchase and great people give you more.
Save on 400 new Hondas at Stockton Honda during Happy Honda Days. Shop in person or online with our express purchase option.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
That's throwing me off. Is it going to happen again? Who is this, Chris?
This is... Come on, you don't know who this is?
You want to give me some hint? Will I know the name if you said it?
Yes.
I will?
Yes.
So should I know this?
It's one of their newer songs.
Okay. So it's a group?
Yes.
Best guess. Come on.
I really have no great guess right now. Okay, I don't want to embarrass myself. I'm writing this down. I know it's a way off. How long have they been around?
80s.
Oh, 80s?
Yeah.
Late 80s, 90s, yes.
Oh, you're really throwing me off.
When this came out, one of their members had just passed away.
But you think I would have? I have not heard the song.
Yes, you have.
We're not hearing the vocals.
Yeah,
I've heard this song.
Mhm.
We the people.
Wait, what? Simone, were you helping me there?
Yeah. We the people. That's yeah.
All right, I don't have it.
Guess.
What is it?
Just
What's
guess.
your guess?
No, my first guess was terrible. If you said 80s, that's wrong. Okay.
It is Tribe Called Quest, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I have heard of them, yeah, for sure. I don't think I know the song. Maybe I have to hear the lyrics. But usually I would say, I think we've talked on the
It
show.
was a regular on the Lowdown.
Oh, well, then I did hear it before.
You heard it a lot of times.
A lot of times. And probably back then go, hey, Chris, what's this song? I think we've talked about like what are like your things that you would say you're better at than most people. Not that hey, I'm so good at this, but like little superpowers that you think you have. I can generally say if I've heard a song before within a couple notes, like I've heard it or I don't know it. And
Can't everybody?
I don't know.
No, because there's a bunch of. Oh, I've never heard of this. Oh,
well, and if I know it, usually I can tell you right away. I go, that's blah 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 blah. In like, I always thought I was really good at that until the time when Don Geronimo used to be here. And what was that called? Stump the
Stoop.
Stump the Stoop. Or
No,
whatever.
that's not it.
No,
That's an ESPN thing.
Stump the Stud. Stump the something, whatever it was. But he'd play and I would play literally like this. I'd play it at home. I'd play it from the other room. Like I'm gonna beat him. Like dang it, I could not. He was incredible at that. All right, tonight, something else that's been incredible is the Sacramento Kings. They are rolling. They got another win yesterday. That is 6 in a row for the Kings. And tonight, they get the New Orleans Pelicans, the Pelicans. They have been an odd team. I know that Brendan said that earlier when we were with him for our couple of segments. Pelicans are really talented when they're right. And it's a team and an organization it's got to be a little bit frustrating for the last couple of years. A player like Zion Williamson, who's just so gifted. He is a matchup problem. He's physical with athletic ability, size, speed, power. Last game he didn't play. They rested him. That was by choice, and they lost by 1. I mean, you think about Zion and what he's doing right now. I mean, his stats are pretty darn good. Brandon Ingram is the team's leading scorer at 23 points per game. Then you got Zion at 21.8. CJ was at 21.7, but he's out. Valanciunas, they're starting Jordan Hawkins, the rookie from Connecticut. Herb Jones has been in and out of the lineup. So, again, it's a team that when they're right, I think can get you with that top 5, 6, 7 talent. Gets a little bit thinner after that, but they rely on some other people that maybe we're not always as familiar with. Dyson Daniels, who they had before as a draft pick. Larry Nance Jr., I know, has been out of the lineup maybe at least last game or is questionable for tonight. So to me, if they've got CJ, Zion, and Brandon Ingram, that's the best version of the Pelicans. They were a team that was leading the Western Conference when the calendar flipped from 2022 to 2023. So going into the new year, they were the 1 seed, and they fell off. And a large part of that was due to injuries. And I think Zion Williamson I hope his career doesn't end up as a what if, because there's too many athletes that have had situations like that. I don't want it to be that way for him personally. I mean, I don't have any connection to the guy, but you want to see someone that comes in with as much talent as him live up to their potential. And if I go back to his career, 24, he started every game that he's played, but that's been the problem. Games played. The 1920 season, 24 games. The 2021 season, 61 games. Did not play in the 21-22 season at all. Only played 29 games last year. And so that is crazy. He has been around for 5 years, 5 seasons. He's played 124 games. Man. Now in those 124 games, almost 7 rebounds, nearly 4 assists, a half a block, nearly a steal a game, and almost 26 points per game. I think there was a thing going around, Chris, for a while that like Zion had played maybe once in front of fans at Golden One. Something weird like there was.
Or I think maybe he has never played in front of fans.
It might even be that where the game he was going to play, like the famous game was the COVID game that the league shut down. That was going to be ESPN. I think he hadn't played yet. And if he did, maybe there was the cardboard cutout game, maybe. But yeah, the Kings have missed him quite a bit. I think the home fans have missed him quite a bit. And he's a guy that I think, the league, the media, they go through different cycles where they're really pushing players and hyping the next new great young thing. And I feel like Zion's not pushed as much by the league. And I don't know if that's finally too many games missed, but everybody kind of goes through that cycle, right? Where everything right now is pushing guys like Victor Wembanyama, Chet Holmgren, because they're the newest thing. But if there's an agenda to push Luka for the MVP or Tatum or whoever else, great players. But I feel like Zion right now is a guy that you don't hear as much in the forefront, and likely because of games missed. And he rested the other day. That's probably smart to try to keep him as healthy as possible. And I got to believe he'll give it a go today. But something to watch tonight certainly is how the Kings handle the second night of a back-to-back. This is the first time this year that has happened. Generally, the Kings and West Coast teams are kind of in the higher end of back-to-back teams. Kings haven't had one yet, but tonight they have it, and then they get to stay in New Orleans. They got there yesterday, have today to play. They'll have a complete day off tomorrow, I mean, as far as in the city, which is really rare in the NBA, and then they'll play again on Wednesday against New Orleans. I think they're heading to Minnesota that night. They'll spend Thanksgiving in Minnesota, play the T-Wolves on Friday. Then the Kings actually are fortunate. They come home, and I know the first game after a long road trip is kind of generally a game where you're off. Well, the Kings have Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off back home before they play the Warriors. So that's a rare break in the schedule coming up for the Sacramento Kings that they'll try to take advantage of. So first game back, a first back-to-back of the season. Last time they played those 2 games in one city was Houston. We know how that turned out. It was awful for the Kings. But since then, it's been great. 6 consecutive wins. And we mentioned it earlier where the Kings were starting at the start of this win streak. They had lost the 2 to Houston. They were 13th in the Western Conference. So this win streak has propelled them all the way to 4. They're a half game out of third place and just 1 game out of first. And if you look at the top part of the Western Conference, it's Minnesota, then OKC. Kings have already defeated the Thunder. Then you got Denver, the champs, who have lost 2 in a row. Kings leapfrog Dallas with a win. Lakers above 500 now with wins in 2 in a row. Houston, after losing their first 3, won 6 in a row. They've dropped the last 2. Phoenix had a wild win yesterday, double overtime thriller over Utah. They've won 3 in a row. They're 7-6. Then everyone else below 500, including the Pelicans at 6-7. The Warriors, man, they've lost 6 in a row. They're now 6-8. Clippers finally got a win with James Harden. They're 4-7. You got the Jazz, Grizzlies, Blazers, and Spurs. All those 3 teams are 3-10. Jazz 4-9. All right, so it's Kings and Pelicans tonight. When we come back, we'll give a 3 in the key for that Kings-Pelicans game. Also, what to watch, amongst other things, as we conclude with more of the show, or continue with more of the show. We've got that next here on Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam Team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Monday. Expected to start out bright, cool, and breezy, but those winds will stream down as we head through the afternoon. Highs today will peak in the lower to mid 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let us fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $97. Bonnie, plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696355.
The Black Friday weekend sale begins this Friday at Boot Barn. Visit us in store for savings on top quality pieces. Get up to $40 off cowboy boots for men and women. $20 off select work boots and select children's boots for under $50. We're closed Thanksgiving Day to spend with family, but we look forward to seeing you Black Friday weekend for our biggest sale of the year. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
I always approach the holidays with a sense of excitement and a time to be with family. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa for Naturewood Home Furnishings. For me, the best times were when there were 3 generations all celebrating together. Today, we're the grandparents, and the holiday spotlight shines on my grandson. And I hope he'll remember holidays the way his papa does. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create your own kind of holiday memories during their holiday home sale. Unique gifts found only at Naturewood, like hall trees, curios, chairside tables, and more, are available at savings of 20% off. During Naturewood's holiday home sale, you'll find savings all around the store for every room in your home. Find your perfect bit of Christmas for your home at Naturewood Home Furnishings holiday home sale going on right now. The memories you make with your family will live with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season, so he does two things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
Two things at once!
or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
Two things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools, from dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a full chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January, because you know, mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Steel, and Lincoln Electric in-store or at northerntool.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
All right, back here on the show. Jason Ross here with you. Carmichael Dave off today, as he's off the rest of this week as well. I'm getting word, Chris was telling me during the break, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan confirmed today that Talanoa Hufanga did, in fact, tear his ACL during Sunday's win over Tampa Bay. We thought it, but doesn't make it any easier when you read it, and that's unfortunate. So that is now confirmed, and that's rough, absolutely rough. So wish him a speedy recovery, but obviously his season is done, and the 49ers have to move on. That's the reality of the sport. We'll tell you about 3 in the Key coming up for today and what to watch, but let's check in with Steven here on the phone lines. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Jason. How are you doing?
Doing great. What's on your mind today?
Not much, man. So I went to have a nice little dinner with my with some friends last night in Woodland, and driving home from Woodland, it was actually a surprisingly clear night last night. Surprisingly, but that beam coming in from Woodland, as soon as the 5 comes in and meets up with the 80 right there at Del Paso, you can just look straight downtown, man. And I pulled over right there, right before Del Paso, just to kind of pull up on the freeway to take a step out to look at it, man. And I don't know if you've ever had a chance to step out and take a look at the beam at night, man, but that is a sight to behold. I'm not gonna lie. I was highly impressed, man, with how strong that new beam is. I haven't seen one all season so far. Usually I can see it from my house in Sac, but yeah, I just wanted to talk about that, man. I thought that was really, really, really incredible to see last night, man. Just how strong that is, especially on a clear night like it was last night, man. It was extremely surprising. Extremely surprising.
Yeah,
really awesome.
You know, it's cool. Thank you for the call, Steven. Appreciate that. I'm glad you brought it up because actually, believe it or not, I had not seen the beam. I haven't seen the beam. I've been inside every time the beam is lit. I see everybody's pictures on social media. I appreciate that. I love that. I love that everybody's fired up about the beam. I tell anyone, a family or friends that comes to the game, I say, look, if they win, you got to stay for the beam. Go outside, take pictures with it. It's really cool. But where I get to park, which is fortunate, you know, I drive away and leave and had never honestly seen the beam in person, believe it or not, until Friday. So the Kings won. Who were they? Oh, they were playing the Spurs. I was leaving here from the studio and could see out the window to the right, kind of, I was with my wife too, and she was like, look, I could see the beam. She showed me, you could see, like, it was kind of peering through the clouds. It was really, really cool. And I just really, I guess, hadn't looked for it when I was driving away either from the arena or from my house. And now I'm going to make it a quest to see if I can see it or not, because I see a lot of people take those pictures and it looks awesome. And I'm glad you brought that up because, yeah, it's new and improved. It's bigger, bolder, brighter, better. And it's been lit quite a few times now. 6 in a row. So the Kings will go for 7 in a row tonight. But yeah, it's shame on me for really not taking the time to see it. I love the in-arena presentation now, though. That's fun. I like the beam, how it shines up through the roof or to the roof, and then obviously everybody that's outside. I love that shot, too, when they first show the crowd outside of the beam and everybody jumping up and down, getting fired up for it. I think it's just a cool symbol, too. Obviously, it means the Kings won. Everybody now knows what it means. It's just kind of a universal saying you can say to Kings fans, hey, it's Kings and Cavs tonight. It's Kings and whoever. I'm going to the game. Light the beam. I mean, you can just say it like as a passing phrase to people, and everybody knows what you mean. So really, really cool there. What to watch tonight? Well, first and foremost, Sacramento Kings basketball. Kings will be in action. They take on the Pelicans. You can hear the G-Man right here on Sactown Sports. We got game night. We got the pregame. I'll be on that with the high flyer Henry Turner, and we'll break it all down after the game, but hopefully another Kings win. That's what you need to watch. You'll also probably want to check out some other Western Conference games. How about the Rockets at the Warriors? Mentioned the Rockets losing 2 straight. The Warriors now have lost 6 in a row. And then the Clippers at the Spurs. Spurs have really started to struggle. Clippers finally got that win with James Harden. First time they've done that. I still think that I see a lot of people jumping on that team, and it's easy to do. But I got to tell you, I watched a couple of their games now, and I think they'll get it together. I do. I don't think they're a championship team by any means, but I think the people that are looking at them now, like, they're not even going to make the top 10. They're just not any good. I think they will. There's a ton of talent. They're kind of sorting it out. They have to answer for the lack of size. And I think when they get Plumlee back, though, that's still about 6 weeks away. That's going to help them too, to go with Zubats. They had a Tice. Is just, I think they'll figure it out. I think they will. Moving Westbrook to the bench made sense. I think they'll get it, but what version of that is the big question. All right, so you got that. And then, of course, tonight, Monday Night Football, a really good game in Monday Night Football. The Eagles and Chiefs, as good as it gets, really, in the NFL as far as pairings go. Best team in the AFC, best team in the NFC in a Super Bowl rematch. That's a good one. As far as records go, I still think the Niners, at their best, are the best team overall in the NFL. So Eagles, Chiefs tonight in Monday Night Football. All right, Chris, it's that time. It's time to do a little prediction time. 3 in the key for tonight's Kings and Pelicans game. So let's get our prediction hats on. See how we do here. It's just you and I, mano y mano. All right. Chris, he's been on a scoring tear. If he was eligible at played enough games, De'Aaron Fox would lead the league in points scored. So, very simple question for today's game. A prediction, how many points for De'Aaron Fox tonight?
Light game tonight.
Light game.
27.
Okay. I have a light game too. 36. De'Aaron for 36. You've got him for 27.
See, I don't think we're going to need him late in the game.
Second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
Maybe not sharp. You think they're going to be sharp and they're going to roll?
Yeah.
Okay. I like it. We are looking for this guy, I would say, is struggling shooting. He's not struggling overall. Keegan's been awesome defensively. He's still got his points yesterday. He's not knocking down the threes like he did last year, but that could come any game. What is your projection for made three-pointers by Keegan Murray?
I'm going to say 3.
Okay. I was thinking between 2 and 3, so I'll stick with 2 then. So we have a difference there. And lastly, but not least, we need a random stat, something odd, something weird, something different, or a prediction, a bold prediction that you have for tonight's Kings and Pelicans.
I am going to say Keegan has the poster dunk tonight.
Keegan with the poster dunk. And you know they're kind of keeping records of that. Keegan's had some good dunks, but Malik's got this. And you know who has potential to get him too is Fox. But so Keegan poster dunk. I'm going to say both centers, so that's Valanciunas and Sabonis, with doubles. Sabonis also, by the way, I mean, we've been giving a ton of love today to De'Aaron Fox, as I think he deserves. But Sabonis has been cooking too. I mean, he had a 32-point game. He's been flirting with a triple-double every night. I feel like he's been just as aggressive as Fox has been to control the game, control the paint. His, rebounds and turn and go have been awesome. And, doing his best to stay out of foul trouble. He's played some big guys like that. He's been bullying. And he's so physical. And DeMontis is really, really on a roll. All right, there you go. That's what to watch. That is 3 in the key. When we come back, final segment of the show, a little crosstalk with Stiles and Watkins. And we've got celebrity birthday to go through. Or coming up in our final segment of the show for this Monday. We're back with that right after this on Sactown Sports.
Harrison Barnes plays here.
Harrison Barnes hammers it. The Black Falcon soaring into the night sky on a Monday evening in Northern California.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Visit CordellCordell.com to take the first step.
500 Capitol Mall, Suite 2060, Sacramento, California, 95814. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Wells Fargo presents one of the surest ways to grow your money. A Wells Fargo CD account, where you can earn a 5.00% annual percentage yield on an 11-month term with a minimum opening deposit of $5,000. Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/CD rates to open a CD account and start growing your savings with us.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I had terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
Awesome. Hey, babe, can you check the front door? My package is here.
Yeah, on it. Hey, are we still watching our show tonight?
New episode on Prime? You bet. That reminds me, let's hit Whole Foods this afternoon. We need snack supplies.
From package deliveries to entertainment and even fresh groceries, Amazon is in front of thousands of customers every single day. Learn how you can leverage their reach for your business. Text digital to 916-766-5105 now. Make the smart move. Text digital to 916-766-5105.
Prestigio Jewelers Black November sale is on all month long. Get amazing doorbuster deals while supplies last. 1-carat diamond earrings only $449. Wedding sets starting at only $899. 70% off gold chains and much more. Get quick and easy credit approval and low monthly payments at Prestigio Jewelers. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy, you're approved. Prestigio Jewelers guarantees your credit up to $10,000. Shop designer brands such as Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Visit us today or online at prestigiojewelers.com. See store for details.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things. And now, here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. What's up, guys? Hello. What's your guys' weekend? Pretty
Great.
good. Yeah.
Great. Good stuff.
I saw you out in the town. Was it some wine you were sipping?
Yeah. Had a little cab.
Yeah, nice.
A little bit of cab out in the streets, for the wife's birthday. So that was fun on Saturday, gallivanting around while my mom watched the kiddo.
Okay, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Adult night?
Yes, that's right.
So I get a glimpse of Alan's life that way. I got a glimpse of your life, Chris, via someone else. It was your post game last night and then watching and talking about the Vikings. I got to get back to the
for lots of the worst. Just the absolute worst.
Again, I got to get going because I gotta watch my guy Josh Dobbs. They're about to score again. So and the Vikings fumbled.
Yeah, so I had a little bit of extra time on the live stream last night. I was just about to hop off, and then right as I checked, I was like, all right, let me see if the Vikings are in a good spot right now. They were literally driving at the 30-yard line, and I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Madison. I don't know if it was Dobbs, but there was a fumble. So I decided to give the live stream an extra 10 minutes.
Yeah. On the unofficial straw poll, an evening with the wife and wine sounds a little bit better.
Yeah, every day of the week.
Frustration with the Vikings.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Hey, but
the bad thing was the odds that this is the first post game I've caught of Chris this year,
and of course he's going to capture
that one.
Yeah, of course.
Vikings at least are exciting.
Yeah.
They definitely are exciting.
Justin Jefferson's got to be coming back soon, right?
Next week. He should have came back this week. I was texting just about every friend I knew right before that drive started. I was like, historically, if I know the Vikings like I think I do, they're going to drive into field goal range almost instantly and then miss the field goal by the widest margin possible. So I'm just glad that I didn't have to see that again.
Yeah. What's coming up on the show today, guys?
Tons of stuff.
We
got 2 beams this weekend too. A meal at 11 o'clock. Gonna talk a lot about the Kings game tonight, of course. And,
we're doing a success pie.
Yes.
With Brock Purdy and the Niners. What percentage would you give to Brock in the success pie?
Of yesterday or the season?
The season.
Okay.
We always do blame pie, so it feels
success.
like a nice
reward
turn on its head.
He's a big part of it. I'm trying to think success. So, now we're slicing into what? Coaching, D-line.
Yeah.
So, so it can't be like the large. It's a large amount, but maybe 25?
That feels about
right.
He's been really good. Like
the cut that your uncle takes, and you're like, really?
Yeah. Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Everyone hasn't eaten
the largest piece. It's borderline uncomfortably large, but you're like, it's noticeable how large the piece things are, right?
Yes.
Like, I would have taken a little smaller than that, but good for you.
That was me at the potluck on Thursday. I had no shame.
I looked.
Zero shame.
I was talking about that earlier. Like, you guys had no time, so I didn't blame, but I was like, whoa, Alan's like, that's a hefty plate, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
I couldn't go back for seconds. So, but to be fair, right, because we do talk a lot about this on the show, just how you should behave in these situations. To be fair, I didn't kill any serving of anything. Everything I left. Number one, everybody had already eaten. Everyone was sitting down.
Mac and cheese.
No.
I will say,
I didn't kill the mac and cheese.
No, but you just put me in a rough situation where then I had to decide if
you
I was
like
going to take
3 macaroni.
I left a corner in which someone else could decide. Look,
Jason, you should have already ate though.
I went in with you guys.
That's right, you did.
I did at the same time. But part of that came up earlier because I talked about the potluck. This is the first time I've gone to this where I didn't bring something.
Mm-hmm.
But and a few people were blasting me. And I said, look, my options were, honestly, I needed to do a ton of things that day. It probably would have been more beneficial to not go.
Yeah.
But the big boss said, hey, get as many people as you can to go. And then I'm thinking, well, if I don't go, that's a bad right. So was it better to go and not bring anything or not go at all? And I thought it was better to go.
Yes.
I did. I did not realize, because like I said, I just took a little bit of everything. And then by the time I was done,
you needed 2 plates.
Kudos,
like to hold up the.
Kudos to everybody who brought stuff, because it was a great spread. But then by the time I got to it, I did not realize how much stuff, and I realized, Alan, you got to get out of here. And I'm like walking, trying to cover my plate so people don't see. And a couple salespeople saw, they're like, okay,
yeah, he's hungry.
Fun,
Where's the Tupperware?
Go back into the studio. I'm done now.
But it was good.
It was very good.
The problem is, I think you guys had like a 4-minute break. Like
that's
by the time
right.
you got up, you probably had 2 bites, and then you get this plate sitting here while you're doing the show.
Yep. And then I went back down after the show just to see what was there. Had a little bit more than turkey, and there was this cinnamon apple dump cake.
It was there, right?
It's 2 p.m.
Yeah.
It's a chunky.
It was good too.
It was good.
It was good.
It was good. Plans this week for Thanksgiving. What do you guys got on Thursday?
I'm heading down to Long Beach.
Yeah.
Gonna head down
Be safe.
on Wednesday night. So we'll see how that goes. I'm also planning to return
Slow travel
Sunday.
day.
So I know.
Both
yeah.
days.
Yeah. Sunday's the one I'm really worried about. I'm still trying to figure out if it's best to just, get up at 3 or 4
That's
a.m. and
always
knock
best.
that out, or if I should just admit defeat and sit there for 12 hours.
I know. I don't know. We're still getting to know each other, but you ain't getting up at 3 a.m. I'm gonna tell you
Very
that right
unlikely.
now.
Very unlikely. And yeah, we got a car of like 4 or 5 people, so very unlikely that
to
4 or 5
coordinate that.
people get up at 3 a.m.
Wednesday is going to be awful.
Wednesday will be worse.
I think
than Sunday.
Sunday's going to be worse.
They're both going to be bad.
Well, Wednesday I'm leaving at like 9
Wednesday, it's
o'clock,
like every
9
year.
PM.
Oh, that might be okay.
Because we got the show, and
Yeah.
then Kings game's at 5. Got to do the post game live stream, and then hopefully after the live stream I can
You
head
might
out.
be all right.
Yeah.
But Sunday
Sunday is going to be terrible.
I'm always for getting to the place, even if it's super late. I'd rather get there I'd rather be late in the morning, I guess, instead of getting up super early to go somewhere. You guys?
Yeah.
If you have to be somewhere, whatever.
No.
Tomorrow,
I
I'd
get
rather
up in the morning.
You would go. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get up at 4 a.m.
Sitting in traffic really sucks,
it's
especially
awful.
like that LA, Southern
There's
California
something nice
traffic.
about getting up and you're driving and the sun comes up. I don't know. I like it.
Okay.
Makes me feel like I'm doing
alive.
something.
Do you guys take down the whole road trip driving, or do you like to switch it up? Because I'm like, if we're going San Diego, I'm like, I'll just take the full 8 hours.
Yeah, driver.
I can't switch. I get cars.
I would rather be driving. Just I don't know if it's a control thing. It feels like the time goes faster. Not that I drive faster. It's just I don't know. You're thinking about it.
More interactive, you know.
Sometimes we'll switch up if I feel like DJing.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you're the DJ in the passenger seat?
That's right. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I'll switch it
Do
up.
you decide that you're like, you know what?
I thought the rule was
It's time for Alan to hit the DJ booth.
Yeah.
I thought if you were
Yeah,
driving,
the rule is always the driver gets to pick the music, right?
Yeah, but I like to, I'm kind of, it's fluid, based on like how the weather is, I might want to play something else.
Sounds like these are Alan's rules.
They are my rules.
Okay.
Rigged.
Let's do it. It's time for celebrity birthdays.
But I got the family coming up to Sacramento. Chris said what he was doing.
Right. Oh yeah, sorry.
Because I'm bringing people up to Sacramento. That's my point. I'm helping the Sacramento economy, bringing people up.
You're making them pay for food?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a kid, man.
Yeah, it's true. Celebrity birthdays are brought to you by Crumble Cookies. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than Crumble Cookies. All right, it's November 20th. Happy birthday to the president, Joe Biden. You guys probably are going to be pretty close to this.
106.
Chris isn't far off.
Man, I actually don't know. I'm going to say 82.
Okay.
It's probably not a bad guess. We'll say 79.
Okay.
He's actually 81.
We have a correct answer. He is actually 81.
Wow.
Chris knows his presidents. Chris, can you name all the presidents?
No.
Anybody? Like if I said name, what's an uncomfortable number? 10?
Madison.
I can do 10.
You can do 10?
Yeah.
Name 10 of them?
10 presidents.
Just
Let's
in
go.
general, not in any order.
Yeah. Let's go.
I mean, you got to go.
We're gonna put,
now that I said
John Quincy Adams.
You got Bill Clinton.
You got him.
You got Bill Clinton. You got Abraham Lincoln.
You got him.
You got
You got your
you got the
Lincolns.
two Georges, George
Which are?
W. and George. Is it H?
Sure.
George
Right.
H.W. and George W.
Right. So then you
There's
you
more
got
than George
Obama.
And George Washington.
The
You got
George.
Obama. You got Trump. So that's 6, right?
Hoover?
Yeah.
Hoover.
You got
Hoover.
Garfield. You also have Garfield.
You have Garfield. You have
Wait.
Garfield.
He was
Andrew
pre-
and James?
Huh?
Yeah.
No, he was
And then you
president.
got and then
He
you
got
got
voted
Kennedy.
twice.
Oh.
Kennedy.
Is it Andrew Spider-Man?
That's 10 right
Yeah.
there.
This
That's
is
10
deep
right
pull.
there.
Woodrow Wilson. That was our code for there's a active shooter on campus.
Jeez.
Wow.
Okay.
That got dark.
That's
You
10.
went with Woodrow Wilson as the code.
Teddy
The
Roosevelt.
school did. That's what the school did. They said
Roosevelt.
paging Woodrow Wilson, and you would know something's going
Jeez,
down.
That's crazy.
Oh, that is
That
sad
is actually
statement, but
crazy.
that's an interesting choice for the.
Yeah.
We got 10. All right.
Oh, we got
That's
there.
fair.
I'm impressed.
And president.
Happy birthday to Joel McHale. Joel McHale.
Big Joel McHale fan.
I like Joel McHale. He's funny.
It's good. Community.
The Soup.
Really good.
Is that show still on? That's
No.
not. It used to be a pretty good show. Joel McHale.
Chris?
Joel McHale, we'll say he's 47.
51.
Yeah, he's 49.
Christopher Laud, the closest. He's 52.
Wow.
52. Right on the, really close there. How about Carlos Boozer?
I like it a lot when we just do the first name.
I know. Okay, I'll do
Carlos
that.
would have been a really tough.
Mencia.
Yeah.
Santana.
Yeah. I'm going to go Carlos Boozer. His kid is, I think,
Boozer.
in college or close to it. Carlos Boozer is 47.
I'll say Carlos Boozer is 43.
45.
Chris Watkins, the closest, 42.
Come on. LeBron's ex-teammate.
Happy birthday, Joey.
McHale.
You're saying Joey
Joey.
Bosa.
Joey
Fatone.
Yeah, I was going to
Nice.
say. Yeah.
Okay.
Fat ones.
Yeah.
Great hot
Yeah.
dogs there.
Happy birthday
I
to
thought you were just
Joey
calling
Galloway.
People used to call it Joey Fatone, Joey Fat One.
Right.
Which is
Well, that's what he's making money off.
Joey Galloway.
terrible.
Joey Galloway.
Jerry Galloway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The receiver?
Yeah, current analyst.
Thinking Joey
ESPN.
Gallo. 48.
Yeah, Joey Galloway. I mean, at this point, he's got to be 45, right?
46.
Chris Watkins, the closest, 52.
Ooh.
For Joey Galloway.
Ice.
All right, let's end with, this will be an interesting one to see what even name you guys come up with. Happy birthday, Grady.
Sizemore.
Wilson.
Do it. Do it.
Grady Dick.
That's the correct answer. How old is
I had to say full name.
lottery pick from the Toronto Raptors?
Did he do G League? Did he do G League Ignite or
No,
he's
was
at Kansas. He's at Kansas.
I'm going to say Mr. Dick is 23.
No way. He's got to be.
No,
he's got to be 20.
21.
I just wanted to
We have a correct answer. 20.
Yeah.
I really just
boys.
wanted to say his name.
All right. You know your Grady's.
I do know. Hey now. Hey now. Almost got me.
And with that,
Got
they're next.
somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Monday. Expected to start out bright, cool, and breezy, but those winds will stream down as we head through the afternoon. Highs today will peak in the lower to mid 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to the newest technology with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. There's huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler. They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season, so he does 2 things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
2 things at once.
Or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
Two things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools, from dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a full chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January, because mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Steel, and Lincoln Electric in-store or at northerntool.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Meshuggah comes to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on November 22nd with special guests In Flames in Whitechapel. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Tape it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. It's time. It is that time. Time for Stiles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. On a Monday, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. Only 3 shows with you this week, so get in while it's hot.
Yeah.
Chris headed down to Long Beach, so you are caravanning people down to Long Beach. All right.
Yeah, it should be a fun time, I hope. It's always risky when you have a lot of people in a car for one concentrated period of time. You never know. It's going to be 2 different couples, me and my girlfriend, and then her best friend and her husband.
Yeah.
So you never know how spicy it's going to get when we're all trapped in a car.
Yeah, just keep the AC popping. Yeah. Give everybody what you do is you rotate. Hey, you get 3 songs. You get 3 songs.
Are you a car sleeper? Like, can you? There's people who physically can't sleep on planes and cars.
I can
and
if I need to.
That's what I'm hoping.
I'm behind.
I'm hoping that I just kind of knock out.
Yeah.
And miss the trip.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, I hope you don't hit too much traffic. I know one time I was driving to LA. And I didn't understand why Maps wanted us to get off just to get back on. So I said, don't do it. And it was the whole family in the car. And it was about a 2-hour decision. A 2-hour decision. So trust the Maps.
Just trust the
Fire up the Waze and you'll be okay. Just like the Kings have been more than okay. 3-0 so far on this road trip. They face the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. By the way, Mr. Jambalaya, Mr. Gumbo himself, Zion Williamson, will be playing.
Who are you? You're talking about Jason.
Zion is playing tonight. Okay, so what does that mean for the Kings? Man. Niners take care of business as well, and they face the Seahawks on Thursday. The disrespect, I already saw the screenshots of Richard Sherman with the turkey legs. I know all of this. People might forget. It's crazy because the same way we joke about not knowing that, that DJ Khaled song was from Carlos Santana, or when you do these samples, there are probably young football fans that don't know that Richard Sherman was a Seattle Seahawk. They probably only think that he was a Niner. This guy rides for the Niners so hard. We're going to talk about that about 11:15. Richard Sherman and Stephen A. Smith separately have very conflicting,
passionate
Yes, thoughts about Brock Purdy. We're going to do the success pie that we talked about with Jason Ross, Emil Fergoso at 11, our Sactown Sports 49ers Insider. That is at 11. And the question is, can the Kings really pull off a 6-0 road trip? If you've been listening to us, thank you for listening. If you're new to the show, thank you for hopping in and giving us a shot, because we predicted this road trip. It's not over yet, but I was out of the runnings because I thought they might drop to the Lakers, right? So I was already out of the runnings, but I did have the Kings at 4-2. I believe you said 5-1, 5-1, and we did have some Beam Team fans that thought, hey, why are we lowballing it? Let's go 6-0 here, and it looks like it's possible.
It's on track. It's definitely still possible. They're in the middle of the road trip right now. They have a tough night back-to-back in New Orleans tonight. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how Wednesday goes, even if the Kings do manage to beat New Orleans tonight. It's tough to beat any team in the NBA twice in a row, so that's going to be a tough matchup. And then Friday as well, Minnesota. Like, if you're going to end this 6-game road trip, right now you kind of can't end with a tougher opponent than Minnesota, who's just playing fantastic.
Squeaked out another win over the weekend as well. Minnesota did. And the thing about Zion, and I'm just joking here, but the thing about Zion is there's no question about when he's on the court. When he's on the court, he is a problem.
That guy.
The problem has been keeping him on the court. So Zion playing tonight, he should be well rested. He hasn't been playing, so that's gonna be a tough test for the Kings, who right now, when I watched on League Pass the Pelicans over the weekend, it was a Brandon Ingram show. So they got Jordan Hawkins, they got another young guy who can shoot the basketball. So it's gonna be a tough go. Second of the back-to-back. No, I would assume no Kevin Huerter again. That's
not.
That's a safe thought process there. So yeah, it's gonna be tough. But the only other thing to take it back to the Niners that we wanted to make sure everybody was aware of is that it did get announced about 30 minutes ago. Talanoa Hufanga did tear his ACL.
Yeah.
The good news is if there is good news, relatively speaking, he only tore his ACL. There wasn't any other damage. He only tore his ACL, but that's a big hit. Jair Brown did come in yesterday and get an interception. He held the football. He held on to the football for the rest of the game. He had it in his interview, so he said it's going to be put in a case somewhere in his house. So the people are now wondering, do you bring back Jaquiski Tartt? Do you bring back somebody to back up Jair Brown? A secondary that has had some question marks already, not great for the Niners. But besides that, that's the only thing going wrong with the Niners. They have been rocking and rolling. So, again, second week in a row, no case of the Mondays, because you have the Kings winning 2 games, both games, and the Niners winning as well.
Yeah, how'd you feel about that Niner game in terms of like the overall result? Of course, the Niners, you look at the scoreboard, looks pretty comfortable, but it kind of felt like for a while that was like a 3-quarter performance, and then it kind of felt like that fourth quarter they left it open to be the result to be changed. It felt like it kind of felt, I don't know if it was letting the foot off the gas, but it feels like that's one of those where, yes, you get the result, but maybe if you're playing a tougher opponent or a better quarterback, Baker played decently well, but if you're going against Patrick Mahomes or a top level quarterback, does that result maybe go different from the Niners? I don't know. You don't have to worry about it because they that's not how it went, but just kind of, if you're more of a process-driven person, I don't know if that's exactly how you would have wanted to end that game yesterday.
No, because that has been the bugaboo with Kyle Shanahan. It's
right. That's how they lost the Chiefs Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Right?
It's just putting people to bed, right? Just letting them go to sleep. And Kyle Shanahan wants to leave the nightlight on and didn't burn them last night because the Bucs just aren't very good, right? But it could burn you against some of these other teams. I mean, the Seahawks, I think they just wake up and they're in a one-possession game, right? When is the last time? I mean,
they really can't help it.
There's no way this game on Thursday, I wouldn't expect a blowout. I think the Niners should. I think the Niners are a better team than the Seahawks, but it's a division opponent and it's a rivalry, right? So the turkey legs are on the line. I repeat, the turkey legs are on the line, and you cannot have those screenshots. And every time Richard Sherman says something, I'd be like, Richard, did you not forget? This is also you.
Yeah,
this is also you. Okay, so I do wonder how Seahawks fans feel about kind of the flip of Richard Sherman. And look, you get your money, right? Get your money. I'm not hating, but honestly, you really do forget that.
I mean, he just capes so hard for the Niners, and it's, it makes sense. I think we all knew, and it's become very evident that those guys did not like Russell Wilson, and I think by extension Pete Carroll, and I think that's where a lot of the non-Seahawk love comes from. But it is kind of nuts. If you're a Seahawks fan, you got to kind of feel a type of way about this guy who, he spent 2-3 years in San Francisco. He spent most of his career doing most of his damage, won all of his Super Bowl titles in Seattle, and is just constantly pouring love and admiration onto your most hated rival, possibly. Like if the Kings had, I don't know, I can't even think.
Would it be Steph?
If Chris Webber or something? I don't know. There's not really a apples to apples comparison, but I just can't imagine if you had this guy who was such like a key figurehead of a certain period or era of your team, successful era at that, and then spends a couple years with a rival and all of a sudden just starts to cape for them. It must be sickening.
Yeah. And the bottom line is this, and love Richard Sherman. Hopefully one day he's a friend of the show. Sure. But he's just chasing the money.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
And right now the Niners are hot.
Yeah.
And as much as the Seahawks find a way to kind of slog through games and get W's, the Seahawks are not winning the Super Bowl. So Richard Sherman is just going with the Niners have more storylines with the Brock Purdy angle. I think we all know that Geno is kind of a bridge quarterback. I don't really know what the Seahawks
Does Seattle
know
that?
I don't know. I don't know what Seattle is. They still got Drew Lock. He's singing Young Jeezy lyrics somewhere.
No clue
So I don't really know what the Seahawks are doing. Again, it's going to be a tough game, and I would love to see what happens, because if the Seahawks win, don't be surprised if Richard Sherman starts reminding y'all, hey, I was with the Seahawks for a very long time. So the whole thing is just funny to me. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you already know what it is, 916-339-1140. And Chris,
Yes,
we keep receipts here, and the 209 is coming down your road on this glorious Monday morning. Chris, your Luka got crushed. Fox is better than Luka. He runs his team better. Last night showed. Luka wishing he was drafted by the Kings to play with Fox. That is from Jamie. He says, ha, JP. That's from Jamie. And it was bad. Can we talk about it?
It was really bad.
Because, man, the whining, the complaining, it was all on display.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times in, sports talk or whatever, water cooler talk, there is a lot of hyperbole and just, we're exaggerating how bad Luka made me not look good, but look like I wasn't exaggerating, because he was on full display, man.
It's every play.
It's every play.
And everybody says it every time. Every team will tell you when they play Dallas, it's like, same thing that you're saying. Like everybody likes to go over the top and say, no, but it is every single play.
Yeah.
They are campaigning to referees. And it feels like they got even more. They got Grant Williams now throwing in his 2 cents to people. Like it feels like the referees are just never getting a break when they play Dallas. And, whatever, if they feel like it works for them, more power to them. But it's exhausting to watch, because I think it makes it really tough to be a Luka supporter or whatever I want to call myself. I think, yesterday is definitely an example of what it looks like when it doesn't go well with Luka. And I still personally think he doesn't have the right team around him. I don't love the pieces that are around him, but he does have a tendency to hold the ball way too long, shoot really bad shots, because he almost plays this hero ball where he feels like this game is on my shoulders and my shoulders alone.
But that's why we got into it on Friday, because I don't know. Nobody knows what Luka needs.
I think he just needs people to support him around him. Like, I think Kyrie is overqualified to be his teammate.
What, Chris?
Chris, I think that he just needs shooters around him.
Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, and Jalen Brunson needs
Luka and the shooters.
Yeah, that's what he needs. It's like LeBron. I mean, LeBron had a similar thing where
LeBron
it's like
needed Kyrie.
It was helpful to have Kyrie, because LeBron was a little further in his career and he was trying to, take the load off a little, not have the ball brought down every time. Luka is more than willing. As a matter of fact, he would love to bring the ball down quite literally every single time.
No, I know.
Everything
that usage rate is literally going to break the scale.
Yes.
We're not getting back into this.
We're not
getting back into this.
But it did look really bad yesterday, and the Kings did a great job of making life incredibly difficult for Luka, because that's how you beat Dallas.
Let him whine and complain.
Let Luka shoot. And, sometimes the problem is Luka will give you 40 like that. Like sometimes he'll complain, he'll take ridiculous shots and he'll hit 40. Other nights he'll miss and he'll be inefficient and he'll complain, and then he doesn't play defense and you can take advantage of him like the Kings did yesterday. I will also say, not to make excuses for Dallas, but Dallas was also on the second night of a back-to-back where they were playing the Milwaukee freaking Bucks the night before. So I would say all intents and purposes, they were probably pretty tired and pretty exhausted, and frankly, Dallas held into it for about 3 quarters.
Yeah, you had the JaVale McGee revenge game, getting a little chippy there. No, you got a little bit chippy there. There was a push, and JaVale was not having
those emotions.
Right, JaVale was not having it.
I was overly sensitive.
Exactly. And look, as far as the Kings and how they're competing, you just said that about the Mavericks, second of a back-to-back. At home, right? Kings are on the road. If the Kings come out, take care of business in Pelicans, again, just no complaints if they come out and take care of business. Got to get to a break. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Has Monty put together a roster that can help make a deep playoff run this season?
Just trying to give coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups, we've got to have some variety on the bench for coach to point to and say, go in there and help us win.
Tune into every Kings game this season
on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at FolsomLakeFord.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com.
0 down with approved credit.
Live and local, it's Stiles and Watkins. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. this Thanksgiving week. We are going to wait on what's your favorite side dish? We're going to wait for Wednesday for that. That will be our Thanksgiving special. We will also play beans, greens, potato, tomato, probably 17 times that day. So that's right. That is well done, Simone. See, Simone, when you're rolling, you're rolling.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Sacramento.
That's right. You are rolling. Also, Emil Fergoso, 11 a.m. to talk some Niners, okay? We are going to get into Kings, Pelicans, breaking down Zion's return, what that means for the Kings. CJ McCollum also obviously still out. We have the text line, and thank you to the text line for spelling my name correctly, 916-339-1140. Unfortunately, you're saying LeBron needed Kyrie. Stiles knows nothing about basketball. 916, I'm the one who said that LeBron needed Kyrie, so I think you might have a switch. So Chris knows nothing about basketball, apparently. And 916 again, LeBron fan gives fans their money worth. Stiles go home.
Man, people just don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here.
Or something.
What's funny, because literally just last week we said one thing about LeBron, because we were talking about the not fouling out, and we said one thing about LeBron is that he does not load manage.
No.
So new listener 916, thank you for listening to the show. Keep rocking with us and call in. We'd love to hear from you.
Hear your opinion.
Before we move on to the Pelicans, and we've talked a little bit about Luka, and we're done because I can't go back and forth with you anymore. I can't.
There's no point.
I did want to get to Wemby and how he looked, because Wemby is in one of those situations right now where it feels like every other game is a good game. He's having a stinker, and then he's having a good game. And if you look at what happened against the Spurs, right? The Spurs had been challenged by Popovich because they've been playing like hot garbage, right? And Wemby, he had 8 points that game before they went up against the Kings, which I don't know, by the way, how that's physically possible.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Especially after watching him play.
How do you not run into 10 points?
It felt like he got 10 points off lobs.
How
where
do you
he
not
was just
trip and
underneath
fall
the
into
rim.
10 points? But anyway, he goes off. I think he played well against the Kings. I think the Kings, the Spurs just aren't a good team.
Yeah.
But I did think that was a game where if you mess around, you had a couple guys on that Spurs team in season
Zach Collins,
tournament game. Zach Collins, what, 28 or something
My
like that?
goodness,
So
come on.
I think that could have been tough for the Kings. That could have been a game where you think, man, that was a bad loss, but we're on the road, we're this, we're that. And the Kings say, no, we're going to take care of business. Everybody got what they wanted out of that game. Both teams. Popovich got a better effort from the Spurs against a team that they just aren't as good as. And the Kings, they got the heat put under them a little bit.
From Jump Street.
They were
down like 22-5 at one point to start that game.
And how are you going to respond? That could have snowballed, and the Kings responded. So we're not doing more victories for the Spurs here, but I think all around, Popovich was happy about it because honestly, you still need more pieces. So go ahead and get back in that lottery again. And the Kings come out with the W, and they do get reminded, hey, we cannot sleep on any team because that you do that and you lose to teams you're not supposed to, you're in a world of trouble, especially in this Western Conference.
Yeah, I mean, the Spurs looked great for a team that quite literally doesn't have a point guard. Like Jeremy Sohan was running point guard for them pretty much the entire game. And that's really the biggest problem is Wemby just needs a guy who's going to be like, we're going to run 10 pick and rolls today. And like we said earlier, you're probably just going to get 8 lobs. Like it's going to be a problem. It's going to be unstoppable. They don't even have a guy who can just routinely run it. Trey Jones is out right now. And so, they're running Jeremy Sohan as their point guard. And he's just not a point guard. And I think Wemby still, maybe it is because he doesn't have a point guard, but he's just got a lot of fat that he needs to trim out of his game. A lot of like random threes that were taken, with 15 seconds left on the shot clock, a lot of turnaround mid-range jump shots that just he doesn't need to do. Like, I'm not saying Wemby doesn't need to take threes, but he doesn't necessarily need to be a volume guy who's taking it early in the shot clock. I think he needs to take his almost like how Sabonis is taking his right now. Run pick and rolls, run an occasional pick and pop, and if they leave you, you have the ability to hit it. But I understand they're just trying to, let Wemby do everything and see what sticks, but it feels like even now he can be a more deadly weapon than what he already is. And it's scary because the Kings, the Kings aren't alone in this, but they have nobody to throw out there on him. Like they were throwing Harrison Barnes. Ugh,
yeah, that
didn't look
rough.
good. Keegan Murray, funny enough, Keegan just incredible defensive effort. He looked probably the best against Wemby, but realistically, there's no answer for him. You can't put a guy like JaVale on him or even Sabonis on him defensively because Wemby's so fast. It's incredible how well he moves. He got one dunk where he, took a three. There was a long rebound. And then as his teammate got the rebound, he just cut right into the rim, beat Harrison Barnes to the spot. He's so quick. You can't put big guys on him, but he's obviously so tall that you can't put guys like Harrison Barnes or Tobias Harris or regular forwards on him either. So he's just got to kind of figure out how to be the most efficient Wemby possible. And once that happens, it's a wrap. Like, I don't know what anyone can do to stop him. How many lobs were there in that Kings game where he was literally that one alley-oop that I can't remember who threw it to him on the fast break. It was the worst fast break I think I've ever seen, but Wemby was just standing underneath the rim. And so he threw it up and he just threw it down. I don't know what you're supposed to do with him.
Well, right now, and Greg Popovich has even said, right now, we're just letting him spread his wings and do his thing. We're not telling him, hey, do more of this or do less of that.
I think they said they just started running plays for him.
Right. So it's really just been pickup with just Victor Wembanyama. And what's interesting is he possibly right now, when you talk about his game, and we talk a lot on this show about being a jack of all trades, master of none.
Right.
And when you have so many different things that you're good at, right? The world is your oyster, but at the same time, you haven't honed in on anything. Right now, I think Wemby might be the tallest tweener in the history of basketball. Right? He doesn't really know. I'm going to be Kevin Durant this go round. I'm going to be Tim Duncan this go round. Which if he molds it, right, is going to be ridiculous. But right now, he's just kind of flying by the seat of his pants. And I'm just going to chuck up a three right here because I can make threes. And now I'm going to do a turnaround J. Now I'm going to post you up. And there's no rhyme or reason to the game. And, to bring up LeBron again, LeBron and KD, those are guys who are going to use the boxing analogy again, those are guys who throughout the course of the game, I'm not going to show you everything. Or to use a baseball analogy, you get through the lineup the first time through and you've only had to use your fastball and your changeup. They haven't even seen your curveball yet, right? So now they come up and they're sitting changeup or they're sitting fastball and they say, oh, he's got a hammer too. And now you got to deal with that. Wemby is showing everything within the first 5 minutes of the game, and which is okay. I can't stop it if you make your shots, but at the same time, there's just nothing. There's no rhyme or reason.
You're not going to win a lot of games, and I think that's kind of what the Kings game ended up coming down to, was they were so reliant on Wemby. But to your point, they don't really know exactly how to keep it going. Like Wemby does everything, and he's not harping in on, okay, you're just killing them on the left block turnaround jump shot. Let's just do that 10 times. He's trying to do everything to the sense of, when it gets to a close game in the fourth quarter, they don't have a guy to go to. Zach Collins was their best weapon. He didn't really have many answers. I mean, you can try and give it to Wemby, but I don't think he has it yet where it's, fourth quarter, late game, give me the ball and clear out. He doesn't have that in his game yet. And so, I mean, that's kind of their downfall right now. It's they're way more focused on the bigger picture. Clearly, I mean, they're trying to be bad and have Wemby do as many things and get his feet under him about as quickly as possible. That's their only goal this year.
Right. And look, you want to be bad, but I don't think the Spurs, what would you say the Spurs believe this Wemby plan to be? Because they're bad now, but you don't want to stink for 5 years. I would say this is probably the only year you want to be the 2-year plan.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I hate to do it because we love him here, but we've had a conversation, and you can probably guess where I'm going. We've had a conversation about Malik Monk wanting to maybe get that big money and a starting role.
Austin Reeves was someone who was thought to maybe be interested in San Antonio for a similar reason this offseason. They have tons of money, and they definitely have open roles to be thrown out. And so
we are hiring.
Yeah.
We are hiring. Help wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean,
that's something
to
to
wrap
monitor.
up your point. But, definitely the Malik Monk thing, they're going to have a lot of money, and they're going to have a spot open if they wanted.
And you get to play with Wemby.
There's worse things in this world.
I'm not. Nobody's trying to get the monkey yard dog out of here. Love him.
No.
But he's just been so good.
Yeah.
Right? And what do you do when somebody's been playing that well? We have a lot of time to worry about that, but just something to monitor when you look at some of these teams, and they don't want to stink for a long time. I mean, I think the Wemby plan is probably shorter than the Blazers plan. I don't know which I don't know. I mean, the Blazers did pay Jeremy Grant. I think no tank plan is longer than no stink plan is longer than 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a matter of how good are you going to get.
As we've learned here in Sacramento, though, Mike Tyson, everybody's got a plan until you get hit in the face. And
everybody's got a plan until you have Marvin Bagley.
Nobody plans to have a 16-year playoff drought, let me tell you.
No.
You just kind of stumble upon it.
Well, what about if they had the play-in? We got to look back. What about some of those play-in years?
I think they would have made it twice in the play-in.
That's more than
that's more than nothing.
But so you're saying there's a chance. Got to get to a break. When we get back, the question is, can the Kings really pull off 6-0? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right. $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, you'll always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Did you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals to help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Save Mart, and Smart & Final, or a local grocery store near you.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said, I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple of people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around the store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Prestigio Jewelers Black November sale is on all month long. Get amazing doorbuster deals while supplies last. 1 carat diamond earrings only $449. Wedding sets starting at only $899. 70% off gold chains and much more. Get quick and easy credit approval and low monthly payments at Prestigio Jewelers. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy, you're approved. Prestigio Jewelers guarantees your credit up to $10,000. Shop designer brands such as Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Visit us today or online at prestigiojewelers.com. See store for details.
Pat Green and Diamond Rio live in concert Saturday, December 9th, 7 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. Country music icons Pat Green and Diamond Rio with special guest Mark Wills. On sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Pat Green and Diamond Rio.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Grabbed by Harrison Barnes into the front court to Fox. Finds a seam, challenges Benyama. Score the basket, and he's fouled. A three-point opportunity as Wembanyama came over to try to seal off Fox, and Fox took it right at the 7'3" rookie.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports. That is from Friday. I mean, the Kings are just rolling. They're rolling, and we are happy to hear about it. We're happy to experience it. Can they go 6-0, which is the question, which seemed, you don't want to do Homer radio. Exactly. You don't want to just say, of course they can. They're never going to lose again. So I think we both played it safe. I played it safer than you, right?
Yeah.
Saying 4-2 and you saying 5-1.
I wanted to say 4-2. I just wanted to be adventurous and
and now you're looking,
and now I look like a genius.
So. It looks pretty good right now. Did have an update from our texter from the 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation, because I like the back and forth. If everybody
you definitely like the back and forth.
No, I'm saying if everybody plays between the lines,
yes,
we have no problem. So
we're just talking sports, y'all.
Yes,
it's a
the
good,
916
conversation.
says, hey, wow, your response time is so quick and professional. Stars have sat for so many years versus the Kings, it struck a chord. You have to understand the pain of this franchise. No one here was getting their money's worth, but we are the hottest team in the NBA right now. So let's ride this train. Alan from Sac. After all that, Alan, me and you got the same first name, brother. We got the same first name. We're both Alan from Sac.
Wow.
There you
all
go.
From the same miracle, huh?
There you go. Sactown Styles. That's what we got right now. All right. So you got the Pelicans twice, not a back-to-back, but this first game coming off a back-to-back. And then you got the T-Wolves. Can they do it? Can the Kings go 6-0?
They can. This is the tough stretch. This is the stretch where I kind of thought they would pick up at least 2 losses, like because of the fact that you're just so much travel is involved in this trip, but also the back-to-backness of it, and also the New Orleans-ness of it too. That definitely has been talked about a lot by everybody. I even heard them talking about it on the broadcast. Everybody knows New Orleans is, very known for being a poppin' city with a poppin' nightlife. Now,
is it number one? No, it would go
Miami's got to be one.
New Orleans.
Yeah. New Orleans is probably a sneaky 2, though.
Right.
New Orleans is probably number 2. New York is going to have its nightlife.
It's in the top 5.
Probably a little bit
top
different.
5.
LA, of course. Yeah. It's top 5 unquestionably. And so maybe it might not be tonight where, the Kings flew in yesterday or this morning. Obviously, I would hope didn't have enough time to get it in at night. And so, Wednesday might be the more troubling nights if you're worried about the what they call it, the Miami flu. If you want the New Orleans flu might come across our timeline on Wednesday. But with all that said, I think this team is an incredibly focused team. I don't think there's many, young guys who are trying to hit the town after wins or before games or anything like that.
It's a business trip.
Yeah, I think this team is very singularly focused on success, and I think they all understand of what it takes. And frankly, beating teams like New Orleans, even though it's on the road, even though you're on a second night of a back-to-back, this is a team that it's not going to be easy, but this is a team that you should beat at the very least 1 of 2 times for sure. And then Minnesota's just a tough opponent. You're playing them at home. That's the last game of the road trip. That's usually the toughest one. That's when you're looking forward to getting home, sleeping in your own bed. You're like, oh my gosh, this thing is finally over. All we have to do is get through tonight, and then maybe later tonight I can sleep in my own bed. That's going to be a really, really tough one.
Yeah,
that's
especially
almost like
if they have
loss.
5.
Yeah,
because if you have 5 wins already, you could look at it. Hey, we get out of here 5-1.
Yeah.
We get out of here 5-1. That's a win, and we would all agree. But if what's better than 5-1 is 6-0, and I feel like obviously if they have an opportunity, but I think to your point, it would be a tough one. It is in season tournament game, so
and it's maybe the most important. Like, this is actually where the in-season tournament matters now.
Right,
both of those teams are 2-0. I think Minnesota might even be 3-0 already. The Kings need, if they want to win the group, which might not be necessary to move on to the knockout round, but if they want to win the group, they straight up have to win on Friday.
Yeah,
like no question about it.
Yeah, so you have the 2 games against the Pelicans. You have game today, and then they play again on Wednesday. And then you have the T-Wolves on Friday. And the other thing is, really, not to bring it back to them, but you have to look forward. The other thing is, you look at that game on Friday, and who do they have next when they do get back home?
Do we have to? Are we sure
Warriors,
we have
Kings
to?
with Draymond's return.
Do we have to play the Warriors
So
again?
I think that, teams really take the identity of their leader or leaders. Sure. And I don't, to your point, De'Aaron Fox seems like a pretty low-key guy. I don't really think he's out here in these streets wanting to go clubbing or anything like that, especially because, it is right. To your point, it's it's today, which is a Monday, and then they play on a Wednesday. If that game was on Saturday or something like that, or even a Sunday, might have some issues, but don't have to worry about that. In my opinion, I think this Kings team is hyper-focused right now. I think they know that they're getting that momentum. No Kevin Huerter, so they all know they got to be on their P's and Q's.
Right.
And as much as we call Harrison Barnes Mr. Please wear a suit, Harrison Barnes. And if you weren't, basically Harrison Barnes, he's a good teammate. He is a professional, great veteran leader. He is the guy that tells the other players to wear a suit. Yes. What should I wear? Just wear a suit, right? Wear a suit and invest. Don't buy cars. He's got that
Steve Harvey. You wear three different suits, and you can have 800 different combinations or whatever. That's what Harrison Barnes is telling his people.
Right. I got 2 jackets right now personally that I rock. I need to add one more, and then I'll have the good rotation.
Exactly.
The good rotation
a blue,
going.
A gray, and a
you're
black
solid.
or something. And
you're solid.
You could wear tons of different combos.
And I think this is where a guy like Harrison Barnes comes into play. Hey, guys, let's not mess around.
Right.
And look, the Kings are a young team, but we're not talking about, and I always reference this same team, we're not talking about a Orlando Magic or a Houston Rockets or even a Blazers team here or the Spurs, right? This team has great aspirations. And, from media day on, they've been, not even from media day, from the moment the clock hit 0 in that Game 7 in Golden One Center, they have been hyper-focused to get back on track, take the next step. Now that they got a taste of it, athletes talk a lot about getting a taste of that success and getting a taste of the playoffs. Now that they had a taste of it, I don't think they're going to let some jambalaya or alligator bites, or Bourbon Street affect them.
I hear the beignets are crazy.
No, beignets are crazy, but you have to get good. Out here, you got to get good beignets. Sometimes you get – one time we had a beignet, and it just tastes like a donut.
Yeah,
I'm thinking this is not it.
Or it's just like,
this is not a beignet.
The one with cream?
No,
that's
beignets are just fried dough. With powdered sugar on top, but you got to do it right.
Yeah, I got to get that,
and it kind of just melts in your mouth. French Simone wants to make an appearance.
Right.
Oui.
Cafe Du Monde.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that local? That's in town?
No,
or is
that's
that in
New Orleans.
Okay.
That's like the world famous beignet place.
Wow. Okay.
See, I'm uncultured.
Yeah, no, I have to go back. Like I said, I haven't been New Orleans since I was a wee child, so I need to go back.
Yeah.
But hopefully you get the beignets after the W. You get the beignets after you celebrate.
You get
with
that
beignets.
on the plane ride.
I want to say it's 24 hours.
Really?
I went there late night.
Oh, hey.
Whoa, hey.
Like a voodoo donut situation?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Okay.
So, that'll be
That's dangerous.
That'll be what you congratulate yourself with.
Exactly.
You get some jambalaya, you get some gumbo, you get everything you need, and you get on the plane and celebrate taking care of business. And then you get this T-Wolves team who is, they're hot, man.
Yeah. No,
they've really figured it out.
It's not like, Dallas. I was kind of planting the seeds of some fraudulent behavior, fraudulent record from Dallas with the teams they've beaten.
Right.
That's not Minnesota. Minnesota's got the record, and they also have stats to back it up. If I'm not mistaken, they are still the number 1 defensive rated team by far in the NBA. Let me double check this. Yeah, the Minnesota Timberwolves, as it stands right now, they have the 3rd lowest defensive rating. There was a period of time in which they were number 1 by far, but they have 107 points per 100 possessions. And a lot of that is because they have Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert is not Chet Holmgren. He's not Victor Wembanyama. That's a dude who's got some size. He's built his body up throughout the years. And there's a reason why Minnesota gave up an arm and a leg and 5 first-round draft picks to get him. It's because legitimately you have Rudy Gobert on your team and you instantly become a top 5 defense because of his impact around the rim. So that's going to be a legitimate problem for the Kings.
Got to get to a break. When we get back, it's Thanksgiving, so we're talking about pie, but not blame pie this time. Success pie with the 49ers. What percentage are you giving to Brock Purdy, and should he be an MVP conversation? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app, find a location near you, order online, earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
Sactown Sports is home to the Kings, Niners, and now the business of sports. Hosted by Kelly Brothers and brought to you by Cap Trust, offering customized, independent financial advice at captrust.com. Join Kelly Brothers, Carmichael, Dave, and Jason as they look at the business of sports every Thursday at 7:40 a.m. You want to know how sports really work? Follow the money with Kelly Brothers from Cap Trust on Sactown Sports.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Emil Fregoso, our Niners insider, at 11. To talk about the Niners taking down the Buccaneers, and they kind of played with their food a little bit. Baker Mayfield hanging around, but ultimately the Bucs, they're not it.
No.
They're not it. And Mike Evans, I don't even know. Mike Evans and Godwin, I don't even know if they'll be on the Bucs. I don't really know. We talked about the Seahawks and what their plan is, and a lot of teams and not having a plan, or the 5-5s, all these teams that are 5-5, 5-6. I'm not really sure what the Bucs' plan is. The Raiders holding Miami to 20 points. I mean, this could be one of the best Raider defenses that I've seen in the last couple years here. And unfortunately, their problem is on the offensive side of the football. I like Aiden O'Connell. I think he could be a good player, but it ain't going to happen this season. No. So are you back in the sweepstakes? I mean, you're already paying 2 coaches you fired.
Right.
You're going to pay Jimmy, even though you're paying Jimmy to ride behind right now. So I've talked about the Raiders being in the Kyler Murray sweepstakes. I don't know that Look, you don't have to worry about Kyler running the town. You just got to worry about how strong the Wi-Fi is because he's just been gaming the whole time. You don't got to worry about him at where Simone, you just were in Vegas. What's the big ones in Vegas?
The big ones?
The big clubs. It's escaping
like
me.
Marquee.
Marquee.
Hakkasan,
Yeah. You don't have to worry about Kyler doing that. You got to worry about him playing the new Madden or
for sure.
Call of Duty or something like that. Exactly. Fortnite, whatever it is. So I think that the Raiders should think about that because you got Devontae.
Sure.
And
it'll be a good way of keeping him happy.
It would be a good way of keeping Devontae happy. Aiden O'Connell, I think he's a nice player, but I don't know if life is about timelines, right?
Sure.
And if you're not going to move on from Devontae, which they said that they weren't during the trade deadline, before it passed, then you can't rock with Aiden. I'm sorry.
No,
you can't.
You're doing Devontae Adams a disservice at this point. Like you got to try and keep this guy happy while he is here. I mean, if your plan is to be bad, then sure, trade off Devontae Adams, get as many assets as possible. But if you want to compete, which at this point, there's no reason why the Raiders shouldn't. You got to go out and get a quarterback. You have to be legitimate at quarterback. And if they believe that their defense they don't have to be great. They don't have to be top tier, but if they can just be top 15 or 16 in the NFL, I think they have enough offensive weapons if you believe in Josh Jacobs, who they would have to sign, if I'm not mistaken, because they had the whole franchise tag thing this offseason and didn't end up signing him to a long-term deal. So it's possible, but there's definitely a possibility also of a big shift point with them possibly not bringing back Josh Jacobs. Maybe they do trade off Devontae Adams and then just bring in a new coach and rinse and repeat. Here are the Raiders in rebuild mode yet again.
Antonio Pierce's first loss as the interim head coach.
He did not look happy.
No, didn't look happy. Look, I think that, again, what the Raiders do, they'll win just enough games to not be in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes or the Drake May sweepstakes. So because of that, I think you can't sell off because you're not even going to get a high draft pick.
Yeah.
So
that's where the Kyler thing makes some sense.
That's why
if you're going to have 15 or something, you might as well trade off 15 and maybe next year's first for a guy that you at least know what he is.
That's assuming, because the Cardinals have looked much better since Kyler returned. Yeah. That's assuming that the Cardinals want to move on from him, which I don't know. And Kyler has that big contract. So, interesting to see what the Raiders will end up doing. All right, let's talk Niners now and success pie. I want to give you some numbers as far as the defensive side of the ball. We all know how good Brock has been offensively, but I want to give you some numbers defensively as well. First, I want to give you these Brock numbers. Offensively, Brock Purdy leads the NFL in almost, this is from Niners Dog on Twitter. Brock Purdy leads the NFL in almost every single QB metric. Number 1 in quarterback rating.
Okay.
Number 1 in QBR.
Can I just say that those are two stats I don't care about?
Okay. Sure.
I keep seeing Brock Purdy at the top of both those lists, and it feels like one of those things that
how about this?
If anybody else was first, we probably just wouldn't talk about it.
Number 1 in completion percentage.
That's a thing. That's a very real thing.
Number 1 in touchdown percentage.
Okay, sure. I think I know what that means, but okay.
For Mr. Dink Him Dunk himself, number 1 in yards per attempt. That's crazy.
Definitely not nothing.
That's crazy to me.
That's definitely something.
And number 1, you're probably not going to care about this one, passing success rate. You're going to laugh.
And an EPA as well, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, for sure.
That's right. Now, yesterday, Brock Purdy against Tampa Bay, 21 for 25, 333 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, perfect 158.3 passer rating. First Niner to have a perfect passer rating in a game since 1989.
I haven't heard that stat.
It was Steve Young and Joe Montana. First Niner to do it since Joe Montana and Steve Young.
Mm-hmm.
Should he be in the MVP conversation?
Yes, he should be in the conversation. Should he win MVP? I don't think so. No, but does he belong to be in the conversation? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, he's on one of the best teams in the NFL, and he's now put back-to-back weeks has put performances together that speak to an MVP campaign. Like he has brought his team back through his play, not singularly through his play, but his play has been a direct representation of the Niners turning their season around after 3 straight losses. He's been great in these 2 wins, and he was in the MVP discussion before those 3 losses. So I feel like if they're back on track to be the team that they were at the start of the year, it just makes sense to put Brock again in the conversation. I'm not saying he's leading it. I'm not saying he's he has any shot at winning it. But if we're having the discussion of who are people who belong in the MVP chat, Brock has to be one of the 3 to 5 guys that you bring up.
Yeah, he has to be. He
just
deserves
brought
it.
up. Just brought up.
Yeah, he deserves it. So, it's not about trying to hate on Brock or anything like that. I think he deserves it. Here are the numbers that I wanted to get to defensively. So these are the last 5 winners of the NFL MVP award. In 2022, when Mahomes won it, the Chiefs' defense was ranked 16th. In 2021, when the Packers won it, both years, in 2021 and in 2020, both years when Aaron Rodgers went back-to-back. It's insane that he won MVP back-to-back, by the way.
Don't get me started. Please don't get me started.
The Packers were ranked 13th, their defense. 2019, Lamar Jackson, the Ravens were ranked 3rd. 2018, with the Chiefs again, that defense was ranked 24th, which is insane.
It's ridiculous.
Insane. Patrick Mahomes won the MVP that year.
He sure did.
This year
He
in
deserved it.
2023, most recently, because the Niners have picked it up a notch, the Niners are ranked 1st.
Okay.
And I say all that to say it's just going to be really hard. It's just going to be really hard for offensively to have those weapons.
Right.
I think you can look past that, but the fact that you have a top 5 offense that you're helping, right? For sure, you are a part of that offense, but you got a Debo, you got a Debo, you got a Kittle, right? You have Christian McCaffrey, right? And then defensively, you have the best defense in the NFL, so you're getting put into good situations. It's going to work against him. It reminds me of when Kevin Durant went to the Warriors and Steph and KD both understood we're just not going to win an MVP, right? Not that you don't deserve it, right? It comes to that word of valuable and what value do you bring the team? And I think that's what everybody's going to struggle with Brock Purdy. I don't think it's Dan Orlovsky. I don't think it's Mac Jones would look like this. But on the other side of it, I can't say that only Brock would be able to look like this in the offense. That's the struggle.
Yeah, nobody likes their MVP to have any help. That's kind of what I took. Yes, but you also have to win games. You have to persevere. It's really almost like comeback player of the year or something, where it's more so about story and about what are you overcoming as opposed to your actual play and what the award itself actually means. Because Brock shouldn't be dinged for having a good defense, but I think your stat that you laid out of Mahomes having 16th and then I almost called him Favre, Aaron Rodgers having third middle of the road defense, and then the Chiefs having 24th. A lot of the time it's about your defense isn't helping you, and so you have to score so many points. They don't like the fact that Christian McCaffrey is a guy who's going to get 80 yards per game minimum, and Debo Samuel's out. It's just, again, that's why he's not going to win the award, is because he has, quote unquote, so much help around him. And guys like Lamar Jackson are having to deal with Mark Andrews out and, Odell and all this stuff. And it doesn't singularly shine on Brock as much as it might on some other guys. But I think if we're just talking about pure play, there's not many guys. There's like 2 or 3 other guys that are just straight up performing, having performances on a weekly basis that are stacking up with what Brock has done.
Got to get to a break. When we get back, Emil Fergoso, Sactown Sports 49ers Insider. That is at 11. At 11:15, I have an apology for Niners fans. And at 11:30, we start our Kings coverage leading up to tonight's game. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Hey, it's Carmichael. Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Looking to switch your phone service? Check out Boost Infinite Wireless. Its new technology switches between its own network and the other top 2 networks to find the best quality calls and data for you anywhere, anytime. And you can get a low-priced, unlimited wireless plan that gives you a new iPhone every year. So switch today. Call 855-55-BOOST. That's 1-855-55-BOOST. Visit boostinfinite.com. That's boostinfinite.com. Or go to amazon.com and search for Boost iPhone 15. See boostinfinite.com for terms and conditions.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools, from dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a full chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January, because mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Steel, and Lincoln Electric in-store or at northerntool.com.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles, drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
I wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I love the fact that I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, I have running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, I have heels. It makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Prestigio Jewelers Black November sale is on all month long. Get amazing doorbuster deals while supplies last. 1-carat diamond earrings only $449. Wedding sets starting at only $899. 70% off gold chains and much more. Get quick and easy credit approval and low monthly payments at Prestigio Jewelers. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy, you're approved. Prestigio Jewelers guarantees your credit up to $10,000. Shop designer brands such as Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Visit us today or online at prestigiojewelers.com. See store for details.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. Live and local, it's Stiles and Watkins. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
On the 49er 36-yard line, 1st and 10. Now they go into a pistol with Baker Mayfield. Behind him is Rashad White. Play action, deep drop. Pressured right away by Young and sacked by Eric Armstead. But it was Chase Young that got him off the spot. Get in my belly. Armstead there along with Javon Kinlaw, but it was Chase Young that collapsed the puck.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. We are joined by the one and only Emil Fragoso, who joins us every Monday. Even better when it's a victory Monday, Sactown Sports 49ers Insider. Emil, how's it going? We will get to the Thanksgiving questions at the end of this. But first of all, man, that Niners win, when they are rolling, they look to me like the best team in football. What were your initial thoughts from their victory yesterday against the Bucs?
Yeah, you hit it on the head right there, Stiles. They look like they are one of the best teams in the NFL when they are fully healthy and fully going. And this team especially, they didn't even have one of the best games yesterday. Yes, their offense had 27 points, but their defense kind of struggled at times against Baker Mayfield, struggled to stop the screen. But in the end, what happens is they made the plays that mattered most. They had 2 fourth-quarter goal line stands that really secured that win for them. And they'll take that, frankly, because in the past 3 weeks during their 3-game skid, they couldn't stop anything. So they'll just take the goal line stands for now, and they got to work on some things before Thursday against Seattle. But they'll take it, frankly, and another win for them.
Yeah, I mean, the big news coming out of the game is probably the fact that they just announced that Hufanga is going to miss the rest of the year. Jair Brown was able to step in, had a little bit of some good moments, definitely had a bad moment in there as well. For just in terms of that position, obviously Hufanga is a huge part of this defense, especially when it comes to just setting the physicality. How much are the Niners going to miss them? And do you think they're going to continue to roll with Jair Brown? Do you think they'll bring in some support behind him or maybe even in front of him as well? How do you see the Niners kind of attacking that position the rest of this year?
So first with Hufanga, yes, it is a confirmed torn ACL. Just got off the phone with Kyle Shanahan, and he did confirm that. So the good news, though, with that, there was no meniscus damage. So this means that only the ACL, a clean tear, it means he could be ready to go by week 1 of next season. So at least a silver lining there for him. He did leave the locker room on crutches with the brace on his knee. That would put much weight on it, obviously. So we kind of knew it was a torn ACL, but good news that it wasn't anything further than that because it would complicate the recovery. And then in terms of Jair Brown, they're going to stick with him, Chris, because they took him. They traded up to get him in the draft. I don't know if you remember that. They traded up in the draft to get him. They wanted the Penn State alum who led the NCAA in interceptions last season for football. He is one of the best safeties in football. He was on my go-get list for the Niners last year, and I think very clearly proved yesterday that he belongs in the NFL. That hit he had on Cade Otton to stop that touchdown was very, very big. Yes, he did give up a big 40-yard completion to Raheem Jarrett, but George Kittle talks about this all the time. As a rookie, we need you guys to be a sponge. And Jair Brown is very much like a sponge. Kyle Shanahan talked about in his presser today how he was kind of preparing for this moment all season long, always engaged, always locked in, which is really hard to do for a rookie, especially one backing up Deshaun Gibson on all-pro safety and Talanoa Hufanga. You don't know when that opportunity is going to come. You hope it's this season. You hope it's the season after. It's now, though. And Jair Brown, because of his confidence and because of how talented he is as a player, was ready for the moment. So they're going to ride with him going forward. And I think he's going to show the world that he is very much not a replacement, but kind of someone for the future they're going to look into.
Talking to Emil Fergoso, Sactown Sports, 49ers insider. He joins us on the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Emil, what are your thoughts when somebody says, and we started this call off saying when the Niners are rolling, they look like the best team in football. But what would you say to those out there that say that the Niners have only won one way, right? When they're rolling and everything's great and there's unicorns and rainbows and everybody's healthy, they look like the best team in football. But when one thing is off, Debo's missing, Trent Williams missing, they don't look as good. And that's not even just a Brock Purdy thing. It's just the team in general. When things kind of get mucked up a bit, they don't look like the same football team. What would you say to that as tonight we watched the Eagles and Chiefs, who the Eagles, we haven't really seen the Eagles win pretty. They're the exact opposite of the Niners. What would you say to people that say, well, the Niners have only won one way and they're kind of, not to throw this word out here, they're kind of front runners a little bit?
Look, I get it. I get it because they don't win a lot of grimy games. That's been kind of their biggest thing this year is can we win the grimy games? But I'll flip it around and say this win was a grimy win for them. It was not clean and cut. They had to stop Baker Mayfield coming back. He still had a pretty decent game overall against the Niners defense. And while they gave up some big plays, those goal line stands are very reminiscent of what happened last year against the Saints, last year against the Commanders. Against all of those games, they had those grimy wins. And yes, their offense played well, but their offense stalled out in the fourth quarter. They couldn't get much going. It had to rely on the defense, and the defense stepped up. So while, yes, they were front runners and they were ahead in this game, they still had to take care of business when it mattered most, and they did. And they relied on a rookie safety to get that done, and he delivered. So, yes, they have to get more grimy wins. They got to win more one-possession games. But if they're blowing people out, which is the goal, obviously, who cares?
Yeah.
Who really cares?
Right.
We were just talking about Brock Purdy and, has he re-entered the MVP chat or the MVP conversation? He's now had 2 straight games, last week against Jacksonville and then yesterday, where he's just looked incredible. He's got 6 touchdowns over his past 2 games. He's got over 600 yards, no interceptions. Brock has looked fantastic. Do you feel like Brock has earned the right to be thrown back into that MVP discussion? And just what are your thoughts in general of Brock being included? Because I think it's a pretty hot button topic, whether or not he even belongs in the conversation.
I do think he belongs in the conversation. I don't know if he's my front runner right now because of everything the Niners do have going for them. They have an elite defense as well as a lot of playmakers that do help him out. But you can't say Brock Purdy hasn't one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL this season, albeit the 3-game skid wasn't great. But even during that, he was playing at a high level, throwing for 300 yards against the Bengals, playing pretty well against the Vikings except for those 2 interceptions. Brock Purdy, it was perfect yesterday at a passer rating. Perfect. Not bad. Perfect. 158.3. No other Niners quarterback has ever done that in history. And this is a second-year quarterback, the last pick in the draft, who everyone says doesn't have a deep arm, which, by the way, that Brandon Ayuk throw, incredible. I mean, just back-to-back weeks of having one of his two of his best throws of his career. And frankly, his arm, it looks better than ever. And he looks more confident than ever. And Christian McCaffrey even talked about this afterwards. He goes, I hope people keep doubting him. I hope people keep saying he can't do it because he plays pissed off and he plays really well when he's mad. And that's kind of what they want. They want that Brock Purdy chip on his shoulder because that's who he is. When he plays like that kid that nobody thought could be here, he overperforms and overdelivers. And that's why the Niners are in this position and why they believe that this kid who is 23 years old, had mono in high school and overcame that, then went to college and went out and beat out every other quarterback. He's just a winner. And that's why they want him on this team. They want him to lead them to success because they know he has the right stuff mentally and physically to get the job done.
Emil Fergoso, Sactown Sports 49ers insider, joins us on the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Emil, we won't get to talk to you before the Niners do battle with the Seahawks in the battle of the turkey legs. What is your assessment of the Seahawks? Every game they lose by 1 point yesterday to the Rams. Every game is a close game. Geno, not as good as last season, but still a good quarterback. How would you assess the Niners or the Seahawks? And as much as the Niners, it probably shouldn't even be that close of a game. We're just going to assume it will be because it's a divisional opponent. What do you think about the Seahawks and what do you make of them?
Well, the Seattle Seahawks are the Minnesota Vikings of the NFC West. That's pretty clear.
That's hurtful. That's really hurtful. That's such unnecessary stray.
Sorry, Chris. I had to.
Did you?
I did because the Broncos won. That made me sad last night. So I kind of had to throw a little shade to you. But in terms of Seattle, look, Seattle is still a very talented team. They have a very young secondary and a very young defense. It's very, very talented. But their offense has been kind of up and down this season, not scoring a ton of points. And maybe that's Geno regressing. Who knows? And now Geno's hurt. We have no clue if Geno's going to play Thursday against the Niners. We don't think Kenneth Walker's going to play. He has an oblique injury, which might even be a sports hernia injury, which is way more serious than people realize. So if this Seattle team is banged up, already without Abraham Lucas, their star right tackle, and Charles Cross has been banged up well this season, it's going to be a tough day against Seattle, even at home against the Niners, who are very, very healthy going into this week. So I do think that Seattle, it's going to be a close game, but the Niners are circling this game because of what happened last time they played on Thanksgiving at Levi Stadium when they had to eat the turkey legs with Seattle on the field. This is a chance for them to get their lick back, and that's how everyone feels right now.
Emil, just kind of looking at the standings throughout the NFL, I mean, the Niners have taken care of teams like Dallas, and I think, Buffalo seems to be in their own kind of turmoil that they need to figure out. But how many teams around the NFL in general would you say the Niners should be concerned about when they are thinking big picture, Super Bowl, NFC championship game? How many teams do you think realistically should scare the Niners or at least make them feel like, hey, we need to give our A game tonight if we're going to beat them? Of course, there's still Philly. Detroit looked a little bit shaky against Chicago yesterday. They were able to pull it out. But, I'm looking at some of the other best teams in the NFL. They've already taken care of Jacksonville, showed that they're a class above that. I don't know if Miami's in that discussion, but just your general thoughts on the landscape of the NFL and where the Niners kind of fit into that.
Yeah, they're a top 5 NFL team for a reason. And I think the Chiefs and Philly and maybe even Detroit, because Detroit's playing very, very well right now, are teams that can give the Niners fits because of the unique play calling that they have and just kind of the personnel that matches up with them. But all three of those teams, especially Philly and Detroit, love to play very physical. And that's kind of been the Niners' kryptonite over the years on the offensive line in the trenches, that they get outworked sometimes, especially Philadelphia last year in the NFC Championship game. So I do think there's like 3 teams they got to be worried about, but that's kind of it. There really isn't anyone that they have to be like, we have to bring our A game. Yes, they do play every single week. They got to be their best every single week. It's 1-0 every single week. But in terms of like games to like mark down your calendar, like that's going to be a really tough game for them. There aren't many left over. And I know things change really fast. They're 5-0, then 5-3. But now they're kind of back to rolling over teams. And if Brock Purdy keeps playing this way, if the offensive line keeps protecting him, they're going to keep scoring points because this offense is just potent with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel next to him.
Emil Fergoso, Sactown Sports 49ers Insider, joining us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Emil, thank you so much. Before we let you go, though, Thanksgiving's on Thursday. Give us a breakdown where you're ranking the turkey, where you got some ham going on, the stuffing, mac and cheese. What's the plate food? Like? Yeah, what's the plate looking like? What food are you looking forward to eating the most on Thursday?
This might be controversial. This will be good.
We live for it.
I don't love turkey. I'm a ham person, first of all.
Okay.
That's because turkey's just too dry sometimes. If it's not perfect, I'm not touching it.
I hear you. Gravy on.
I also don't touch cranberry sauce. Like what?
Come on now.
Don't
Buy
touch
a meal.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I don't like anything with a berry in it. That's an overall. I don't like anything with berries. That's not my thing. So
I hear you.
Interesting.
Okay, so you're rocking with the ham.
All that stuff. Yeah.
All right, Emil. Well, enjoy yourself, and we will talk to you next week. Thank you, my guy.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Emil Fergoso, Sactown Sports 49ers Insider, joined us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Got to get to a break. When we get back, a former NBA player kind of dissed Sacramento, but also kind of gave Sacramento flowers. A very interesting soundbite. He's got it all from a former NBA player. We'll get into that and much more. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season? Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995? Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey, y'all. This is Bill with the Good Guys. Call Good Guys Heating and Cooling for all your home comfort needs. Are you tired of big companies overcharging? Have you received a jaw-dropping price for repairs, replacement of your HVAC system? Good Guys are here to help. We offer free second opinions. We guarantee to beat any quote for repair or replacement from the big companies out there. We got the best price, best service, guaranteed. And that's no bull.
Call 530-GOOD-AIR. License number 1057618.
If you're a luxury car enthusiast, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton invites you to experience the Mercedes-Benz of fully electric vehicles. And your first Mercedes-Benz electric car comes with bonus cash back of up to $7,500 and 2 years of prepaid vehicle maintenance on select models. Purchase or lease a Mercedes-Benz all-electric car and receive 2 years of complimentary charging. See our gorgeous Mercedes electric vehicles at mbofstockton.com.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Deebo goes in long motion right. Purdy out of the shotgun. Looks left. Throws end zone. Caught! George Kittle in the back of the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Kittle has been absolutely on fire in 5 of the last 6 games.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, take you up to 2 p.m. Only 3 shows this week till we get our turkey time. Thank you to Emil Fergoso for joining us. And, you know, the whole turkey thing, I don't get the turkey slander. You eat it about once a year. And what's funny about the turkey slander to me, I'm just going right into it here.
Yeah, why not?
What's funny about the turkey slander to me is that people eat turkey all the time in their sandwiches.
All the time?
And I know it's cut differently.
Yeah.
But I don't get why the whole it's dry thing only pops up during Thanksgiving.
I think it's because it's
Turkey's
the only time
eaten all
where
the
you like
time.
really just eat the turkey. Like some people are smart and clever and make like, you know, Hawaiian roll
Y'all don't like
sandwiches or
gravy?
whatever. Yeah, I guess that's kind of
Y'all don't like gravy, and
definitely
Emil said he
helps.
doesn't like I'm into it. I'm into the cranberry sauce. I get down.
I'm kind of out on the main dishes for Thanksgiving.
Wow.
I'm all about the sides. Give me all sides. Minus I don't like
Devastating.
cranberry sauce in stuffing, but everything else.
We actually don't go ham. We do turkey, and then normally I'll do a tri-tip. That's what we do.
Oh,
We don't do
that
ham.
Sounds incredible.
Yeah, we don't do ham. We do the tri-tip.
I think it's more just like turkey is like the lowest quality meat, in my opinion, just in terms of like taste, like, you know, like you're saying, like tri-tip, like,
but the turkey we had,
nice...
but that's the thing. If you're just throwing that bad boy in the oven,
for sure,
no seasoning, just some salt and pepper, that's not going to do it. But that turkey we had at the potluck, that was fuego. Shout out to the engineers. That was smoke. Was that smoke?
It must have been, because it was juicy.
And someone brined it. You can tell that. There's a lot of intention.
You got to put in more work with the turkey.
Yes.
You just got to put in more.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think I mean, I don't want to send out a random stray at my dad, but I do feel
you got dry turkey.
No, I was like, I'm not saying the quality of our turkey is always fine. It's not the quality of the turkey is the reason I don't like it. I just think that sometimes, you know, people are like, I'm going to do the turkey because it takes the most time, and I don't get bothered when people, you know, when I'm making the turkey, you know, people
I'm doing so you're saying it's a cop out.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe the TLC sometimes isn't given because it's just like, this is how people don't bother me. And we
sometimes
that leads to more
fried
TLC,
a turkey one year in the backyard, and that thing almost took off like the beam. It almost went straight up in the air. It was very unsafe. It was very unsafe. Don't do that. Don't do that if you're frying a turkey. Just be careful. My mom was like, I know how to do this. And just so much hot oil. And you just drop a big old turkey in there. I'm like, Mother, cold. I don't. I'm looking at it outside. She's like, get out here and help me. I'm like, well, you need to take cover. We need to take cover. So be careful if you're frying a turkey. It was banging, though. It was fire. There was almost a fire. But in turn, the turkey was fire. All right, so you got to be careful in Sacramento. We don't want any issues going on if you're frying a turkey. Be safe. And we have some things about Sacramento, me being a new Sacramentan and trying to figure out this way. Lou Williams, the former NBA Sixth Man of the Year, he's got the Wings in Houston or whatever it is. Atlanta.
Lemon Pepper Lou.
Somebody on the text line when we were talking about going out in the city, somebody said 916, ask Harden about the Houston nightlife. I will not, because I'm not saying hello to HR before we go on break. So we do have sound. Simone is taking a call right now, but we have sound. We just put him on hold. We have sound from Lou Williams and a bit of a confusing take as he talks to Shams Charania about Sacramento. Here it is.
I think this is the first time in a really long time. I mean, maybe when Chris Webber was with the Kings, that you can look at the Kings as like a trade destination. They're going to be involved in every star player, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, maybe Zach LaVine, whenever stars become available, because Monty McNair, that organization, they've done a good job at keeping their assets. They have tradable contracts, so they're going to be a player for stars coming up for sure. I think eventually they could add a third piece.
Shams, you ever been to Sacramento, Shams?
Oh, I knew it was coming.
I'm just saying they have the pieces, they have the assets, and they have a team that could be.
Have you ever?
I have been to Sacramento. I went to their first game against the Warriors. It was crazy packed. It was lit.
But when it comes to free agency, City is very much a part of that decision.
That's why they have to trade for someone.
It won't be voluntary. I guarantee it. Now, when they get there, they'll probably fall in love with the fan base. Sacramento is one of the great places to play. Great basketball environment. You'll probably get stuck there once you're there, fall in love with the culture of the fans and the people, but nobody's just going.
Wow, I did not have Lou on my bingo card this morning, being the city guy.
Very confusing.
First off, shout out Shams, who was trying to turn that into a very positive news clip that we would have played on the show. We would have been like, oh my God, Shams Charania says that Sacramento's actually kind of a destination, possibly for some place. Shout out Shams. Can we get a cut of Shams say it was lit or whatever?
It was lit.
It was popping. It was lit.
It was lit.
But I mean, that's normal hatred stuff from not even hatred. That's just the normal narrative around Sacramento.
Once you get
it's kind of tired though.
Well, but he's saying nobody is signing because first of all, Lou Williams, we're talking about trades.
Yes.
So he diverted the whole
random
thing.
Stray. Just like I threw a random stray to my
no one's
dad
going to come
right
there from free agency. We know that's not even a Sacramento thing.
Yeah.
That's a small market thing.
You can
that's
say the same
over
thing
half
about
of the
OKC,
NBA.
Say it about Portland.
Yeah, that's over half the NBA, Lou.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't even know, you shout out your Wings in Atlanta. People want to go to Atlanta that much more than Sacramento?
I mean, for what Lou's going for, absolutely. But we don't have a lot of those establishments in town. Not as much as Atlanta.
I'm talking about the wings.
Yes, I'm talking about wings establishments.
Wings.
Look, there's tons of fire wings around town. But,
Shout out fire wings.
That's what it sounds like Lou's missing to me. I know he's got his wing set up in Atlanta, but
his own flavor.
Seems like he needs he needs some fire wings.
It was just confusing because they were talking about trades. He says, well, no one's going to get there in free agency. Okay, to me, it's not even a Sacramento thing. You know what's a really interesting thought? Being from the Bay Area, when we do this conversation and we talk about where would these young players want to go, right? Because Lou ain't talking about basketball. He said basketball is solid, right? Yeah. If you look at the Bay Area is also a very confusing area in terms of destination spot, right? If you look at all the quote unquote the great destinations to go, you are a 23, 24-year-old athlete, right? And
millionaire.
You're just millionaire. So let's call you're 26, right? Because you just got that deal, or it's free agency, right? You're going to get cashed out wherever you go. I don't think these dudes are worried about now, unless they got Harrison Barnes to say, hey, you need to invest in certain things.
Sure.
If you wear a suit.
Hey, I'm letting you know, look, we're right next to the Capitol, just like sit in on a meeting or something.
Sit in on a meeting, maybe you run for governor or something like that.
Some senators.
Get some babies, all those things. But even the Bay Area, even coming from the Bay Area, it's not famous for the nightlife. I mean,
that's always
how many cities are there? I guess my point is, how many cities are there where people are like, I need to go there, or the type of city is driving me. These guys can do whatever they want. They're not hanging out where normal people are hanging out.
They're not going to Tiger after the game on K Street. Okay?
No,
like, another stray.
No.
Shout out Tiger.
No. I'm saying that to say, like, they don't hang out where us regular folk hang out. They're going to always go to some private,
every
super
city has a cool area that we cannot afford.
Exactly.
Right? Every city. Yes. So whether it's Milwaukee, you think Dame what's Dame gonna do with Milwaukee? Oh, I don't know. He's probably just going to the local bar. What are we talking about? Yeah. These guys are living the best version. Every city.
It's not the 80s anymore.
No.
It's not Larry Bird going to, like you said, your local pub after a game.
No, I'm going to go to McDowell's because that's the only place in town. What are we talking about?
Yeah. No,
these guys are living a great life no matter where they are.
Yes. Top tier life.
I think the whole thing and
it's overblown.
The whole destination thing is completely overblown.
If it's not LA, Chicago, New York, or Miami, they're all the same.
Right.
Relative. I mean, like even the Bay Area. I
would not put the Bay Area in that conversation.
Bay Area's got tons of nice places to live.
Yeah.
But if we're talking,
and you'll pay for it too.
And you'll pay.
Don't get me started.
And you probably won't make nearly as much money as everybody else across the league when your check finally comes in.
Right.
But I like for the stuff that Lou is talking about, there's like 4 or 5 cities. Like we're talking the LAs, we're talking New York. Maybe New Orleans is in that list. Maybe Houston's in that list. Maybe Atlanta's in that list, but there's not many places. More than half of the NBA doesn't fit into the criteria that it feels like Lou is talking about.
Like 60%.
And it's just an overblown narrative to make it sound like these places are just wastelands. It's like, don't go to Sacramento. There's absolutely nothing
You'll never get heard from again.
Yeah, and it's like, no, that's the furthest thing from the truth. You'll be able to find something every single place you go. I'm a Vikings fan. There's nothing to do in Minnesota, but everybody always talks about, all the players are always like, during the summer though, it's fantastic. It's got rivers and it's the land of 1,000 lakes or whatever they call it. Like there's tons of boating and you're always going to find something to do, especially case in point, when you're a millionaire, there's always going to be something to do.
Yeah. And like I said, going back to the Bay Area, it's not like, it's not like you're 26, 27, unless you have a Harrison Barnes in your life. Oh, wow, I can't wait to go to the Bay Area and invest in Silicon Valley, right?
Andre
Iguodala. They did that stuff when they were in their 30s. Yeah. So I think there's, like you said, we're talking about 4 or 5 cities, Lou, and really Lou just told himself, because we know what you're trying to do out there in Atlanta, Lou, and we can't say it on FCC airwaves, but we know it. We ain't talking about anything basketball related. I mean, your wings, okay, Lou? So keep Sacramento's name out of your mouth in that way when you're trying to disrespect it, because it's not a Sacramento thing.
No.
It's most of these cities. We just counted the cities. There's New York.
Yep.
There's Miami.
Yep.
There's
LA.
You
got Atlanta, which clearly has that.
You can
whatever
put
you're
Atlanta.
looking for.
I mean, you could put
I think Atlanta and Houston have what those guys are looking for.
No, but I'm saying, Chris, when it's
that.
time for free agency, right? We do not include Atlanta on that top destination.
Absolutely
just the pocketed destination where everybody wants to go.
Absolutely not.
We don't. We don't. We got TC on the line who wants to be a part of the conversation. If you want to be a part of the conversation, 916-339-1140. What's up, TC? You're on Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's up, Stiles and Watkins, man? What's going on?
Not too much. What you got for us?
Just vibing, man. The Kings, man. You know what I'm saying? Our Kings balling, finding themselves right now looking real scary with that defense. I told the boys we're going to win about 8 in a row. But, we going to keep that going. But, let's switch to Thanksgiving. Let's check it out. What makes Thanksgiving not only is the size, but it's the turkey. You get what I'm saying? Everybody's like, I don't like turkey. Well, turkey, if it's cooked right, that's what makes Thanksgiving besides the stuffing, the mac and cheese, and all the extra stuff. Look, Styles, that was a twist, a tri-tip. I might try that this year. I never thought about that. I don't want to steal your shine, but
I'm telling you.
Listen, that was a nice deal. I like ham, but the tri-tip and turkey will probably be a nice blend.
Yeah.
I gotta agree. Chris.
Yes, sir.
I gotta agree with you. I'm not big on the cranberry sauce. I like cranberry juice, but the cranberry sauce, I'm not big on that. I missed that, Simone.
Yes.
Hey, I missed that. They have it on the table. I'm not putting it on
Why?
the plate.
I never understand. It's so delicious. Give it another try. Give it another dollop this year, TC.
I can't do it. I'm just I'm all for that, child. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, TC. Got to get to a break. When we get back, I got to apologize for Niners fans for something that we put on these airways last week, and we won't do it again. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type, GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and all NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop. We can be heroes.
You've seen Cody Lee not once, but twice on America's Got Talent. And now is your chance to see him live at Gold Country Casino Resort. Get your tickets now to see America's Got Talent winner, Cody Lee, January 20th at 8 p.m. Only at
Gold Country Casino Resort.
This show is open to all ages.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine in the Roseville Galleria Mall, November 16th through December 10th. And in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall, December 11th through January 2nd. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at GivingMachineGreaterSacramentoModesto.org.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at HagenOaks.com.
At Jim Boy's Tacos, you get a ho lot of flavor for under $10. Our classic number 2 combo meal spreads cheer with a farm-dusted ground beef taco, scratch-made bean and cheese burrito, and a soft drink. So jingle on down to Jim Boy's or order online at participating locations.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown
Baker in the
Sports.
shotgun 2-by-2 formation. Mayfield back. Pressured sack by Chase Young. His first full sack as a 49er. Just blew around the great Tristan Wirfs.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Thank you to Emil Fergoso, Sactown Sports 49ers Insider, for joining us. And thank you to Lou Williams for adding more chips on the shoulders of Sacramentans by saying, hey, once you get there, you'll actually, it could have been worse. Hey, once you get there, you'll love it. But no one is going to voluntarily go.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's not the first time we've heard that narrative. Like, it's not even that it's necessarily untrue. It's just more of, Sacramento, I think I've told you, it's a very tribal place. It's one of those things where, hey, we can say that about us.
Right. It's like your sibling. It's like your sibling or a close friend. If you can say, yeah, so-and-so is just lazy, man. Yeah. But then if somebody else says, you're like, hey, whoa, I could say that.
Yeah.
But you can't.
You're definitely not cool. Because, it's just, what Lou Will said is based in facts. Like, a lot of the people who have came here to Sacramento, especially like guys like Chris Webber or Demonis Sabonis, or, even guys that have been drafted here, those are not their choice. It has not been their choice. And more times than not, and I think it's been carried over from when Chris Webber initially came here. People don't like it. Like, Chris Webber hated Sacramento. He looked outside his plane window and talked about how all he saw was grass and cows. And, that's where the Cowtown narrative kind of came from as well. And then, Chris Webber, he eventually, signed a contract here, and he could have left if he wanted to. He ended up staying. Sabonis, kind of a similar situation. Harrison Barnes even has been put in that similar situation. And, it's whatever. It kind of is what it is. But yeah, technically the letter of what he is saying, the actuality of what he's saying kind of isn't wrong, but it's just, you just don't like to hear other people say it.
Let's go, Sacramento.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Spears.
Well, and also, like we said in the last segment, it's just not that different to other. Yeah.
It's not
cities.
Unique to Sacramento.
No, it could be, any of these. I don't know, Phoenix, right? All those guys that went to they
Even
went
like
to Phoenix.
Boston. Boston's a historically great franchise. If I'm not mistaken, I listened to a couple Boston-based people, and they've said the best free agent Boston's ever gotten is arguably Gordon Hayward. Like, they don't get, they were in the KD, sweepstakes as well. The Hamptons, when they all went to meet in the
Kyrie,
Hamptons.
that was the famous Isaiah trade.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. You could argue that even great franchises don't get the level of respect of some of those big cities. I don't know.
I'm just going through now. I literally have all the teams here. And one place that we forgot, and disrespectful to me since I went to school there, is Philly. So I put Philly in the big.
Philly's a big market.
It's like big market versus city, right? Yeah. That's the confusing thing.
Yeah.
Because the Bulls, right? Chicago.
Yeah, I mentioned Chicago initially. It's a big market,
right?
But I wouldn't say it's a destination city.
No. And I think that is what everybody
I think the market size
about.
is why it's a destination. If that may, of course, chicken before that. One has to come before the other, but I wouldn't say that Chicago is a place where, everyone's going to say crazy bustling nightlife and, you can live there and you feel like you're in New York or LA, even though it is. I think technically it's the third or fourth media market. In
it's confusing because you also have, what do you do with, DC? Right? Nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Would you consider that a destination spot?
Probably not. No, I don't think I would.
I don't think I would either. right? Brooklyn is a confusing one because you're in
Super
Brooklyn.
confusing, right?
So technically, it should be a destination spot.
But I think we just saw Katie and Kyrie were there, and when the Knicks were good, making the playoffs, New York, the city, cared more about the Knicks even then than Brooklyn. So
yeah, everybody is gonna feel some type of way if your city is talked about in a negative manner. Like you said, we can talk about it if we want, but outside folks, you should not be,
especially not as just a random stray.
Especially if we're talking about trades, right? Especially if we're talking about trades.
When we're playing well. It's like why like this is not the time to just throw random shade towards the Kings way. Like there's a time and place for it, and it's just not now when they're actually succeeding and we're trying to have fun over here.
916-339-1140. Doug wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Doug? You're on Stiles and Watkins. What you got for us?
Nothing much. Kings are looking good. I was the one who picked up Chris Webber for the Kings when he came to town.
Oh, great.
And it took him a little while to get used to it. I saw him cry a couple of times, but
safe to say
it was definitely. I'm glad he stuck around. I got to take care of him and his dogs all the time when I go on the road, and he just really loved Sacramento before he, moved on.
Right.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Wow. Thanks, Doug. Got to hang out with Chris Webber, watch his dogs. I mean, and here's the thing. Places evolve.
Yeah,
right?
For
Places
sure.
evolve.
Sacramento, big time.
Yeah.
If you were to be in Sacramento, even like 2-3 years before the pandemic, it's a completely different. I mean, don't even get me started before Doko was there. Like this place has been completely turned on its head these past 10 years, and it's still growing. I mean, it really felt like as we were entering the pandemic, Sacramento was really just opening things up left and right, and then the pandemic hits and everything kind of slows down, and it feels like now we're starting to get to that point again where especially downtown restaurant bar scene is starting to kind of climb back up. So yeah, to your point, like Sacramento is definitely an evolving city, and it feels like it's evolving towards maybe not definitely not being in the conversations like New York and Miami and all those things, but it might be more of a neutral place where it's just, there's nothing great. Like, it's not like you are in those big towns, but at the same time, it's not like there's nothing at all to do.
No, you can always.
It's not Oklahoma City.
No, now you're.
Now it's like there's always somebody to punch down at.
You can't do that. It's just say, well, I'm not tall, but I'm taller than that dude, so I'm,
15th is still better than 30th.
You can't do that. No, we are not. No shade at any small cities. That's messed up, Chris. You can't. You gotta watch this.
Hey, man, I've been here my whole life. I think I can. I can throw shots down.
I hear you. And one thing to remember. And an old coach, he played for the Expos. He used to tell me so many things about, just baseball and the major leagues and just a lot about life and baseball in general. And he said one thing, and I think this goes beyond baseball, is that when people get an idea about you, it's very hard to change it.
Yes.
And he was telling me that as far as baseball is concerned, but really just in all of life. And I think that, I'll never forget, and these places aren't perfect, but just the narrative in San Francisco versus Oakland. Like, I had a buddy who, when we were living in Oakland, I would say, hey, he would come up from LA, right? He's from the Bay. He was from up north, right? Would come up from the Bay, and, we were living in Oakland. So I'll show you around. And I would say, hey, what do you want to do? Like, I got a spot here in Oakland. I got a spot here. And he would come up with this girl, and he only wanted to do stuff in San Francisco.
Of course.
And I would try to tell him, hey, man, Oakland's got some cool stuff too. I live here. Like, let me show you. He's like, I actually found this place in San Francisco. Why don't we do that?
In Frisco, you mean?
Don't do that. Don't do that. And it's just in his mind, don't do that either. And I'm not even from the city, but please. But in his mind, Oakland was a certain way, and we're not getting into how Oakland isn't perfect, and neither is San. My point is that neither is San Francisco.
Yeah.
Right. But in his mind, it was a better look to be in San Francisco for whatever.
He wanted to tell all his friends, I
was in the city, right? I was in this, and this. And okay, right. So and I think that Sacramento might struggle from that. But then at the end of the day, it's kind of your secret, right?
Yeah.
That's
side
the
of best part about it. Exactly. Lou kind of told on himself there. It's like, but the thing is, once people get here, they love it. To your point, like, you can have all of these narratives and outside thoughts of what the situation's going to be. And you can be like Chris Webber and cry when you get here because you feel like your life is over. But when you get here, you're like, wait, it's not so bad. My neighbor isn't a cow and a horse and a donkey.
No,
like
no horse and buggy. There's nothing like
you're
that.
You're just moving here. Like,
no,
I
was gonna say, we got to get to a break, but my wife hadn't come up, so when me and Chris were getting this show started, I was up here alone, and a buddy came up with me one night, so we had a night out on the town, and he's from the city, and he said, dude, I got to come back. Sacramento was popping. Sacramento was popping. And I'm just meeting randos saying, hey, where should we go? And we're just following where people told us to go. So because I don't know my way around the city. So we went to some of the, I won't name names, but we went to, some places in the city, and my buddy had a great time. And he is a single man in San Francisco. All right. But hey, at the same time, maybe you just like it being that. Maybe we should, nice little secret.
Yeah, we should change our name to like California's little best kept secret or something like that.
That's right, something like that. Stiles and Watkins got to get to a break. I will apologize for what we put on this airwaves last week. When we get back, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento, where you at? Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin Ultra Soft on the party, this is supposed to roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. The grip is always stocked. It's our party vibe. It's cushion and things so our cheeks feel fine. So everybody wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
This is Jeff Scott. Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it? Now, there are medicines that can treat COVID whether or not you've been vaccinated, which is great news, especially if you're over 50. If taken in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicines. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
As we come together to celebrate the end of this long, long year, Stockton Honda has savings to bring us all cheer. Happy Honda Day savings and selection galore. Stockton Honda's online express purchase and great people give you more.
Save on 400 new Hondas at Stockton Honda during Happy Honda Days. Shop in person or online with our express purchase option.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
For 35 years, TruckSmart has been your local leader in truck accessories. Find racks, toolboxes, and lighting for your work truck, and trailer hitches, side steps, and bed covers for recreation. They have shells for work or play, and offer Rhino lining, the best bed protection in the business. You like overlanding? TruckSmart has rooftop tents, recovery gear, and heavy-duty bumpers. Trust your ride to their skilled installers and expert sales staff at the Rockland and Auburn locations. TruckSmart. Your truck's gonna love them. TruckSmart.com.
Don't you just love this time of year and the holidays when families get together to make memories? Hi, this is Franklin Rosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. From the time I was a youngster, the family table was always filled with a gathering of grandparents, aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters. Those are memories that will live with me forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings Holiday Home Sale going on right now gives you the opportunity to find the perfect holiday gift that will last a lifetime. You'll find unique gifts like gleaming accessories for every room, now 20% off. During Naturewood's Holiday Home Sale, you'll find savings all around the store for every room in your home. Find your perfect bit of Christmas for your home at Naturewood Home Furnishings Holiday Home Sale, going on right now. The memories you make with your family will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out, Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right now, the sewer system is probably the last thing on your mind. And that's okay, because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. If you have a sewer problem like a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night.
Live and local, it's Stiles and Watkins. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Shout out to the YouTube, holding it down. It's a party right there in the YouTube chat. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to our callers so far, of course. And let's get to Mitch in New Jersey, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Mitch? You're on Stiles and Watkins.
Hey, happy holidays, guys. How we doing?
Good, good. How you doing?
Good. Working. I gave my. I have to make a statement. I'm going to retire March 1st. I think 35 years. I'll be 62 by then.
Oh, congrats!
Congrats.
Thank you. Hey, with the turkey, I like the whitey and the stuffing and the sweet potatoes. I don't like their brown meat, so I'm not crazy about turkey.
Okay.
But then with the 49ers, I would say the 49ers got one of the best defensive lines in football. It's coming together, even without Drake Jackson. I'm just a little USC biased there. And I think you can't say Kings are going to go 6-0. Pelicans are a pretty big team, so they're going to get one at least. Pelicans, no more than one. We're deep, and you got to like this team. Thanks for taking my call. You have a nice holiday, everybody.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mitch. Same to you, and congrats on the upcoming retirement. Yeah, 6-0 would be really tough for the Kings. And, beating a team back-to-back. Well, the Kings got beat back-to-back by the Rockets.
Yeah, that's not
right. So it is possible. That was the last road trip. It is possible, but it is hard. There's just a pride thing, and now the Pelicans are getting Zion back, so they're going to be juiced up.
Yep.
And I believe they had a tough loss over the weekend. The Pelicans did, so they're going to be wanting to bounce back from that. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, they lost to the Timberwolves on Saturday by 1 point.
Oh, interesting.
Come on, Pelicans.
Yeah, so there you go. It'll be tough for the Kings to beat them twice. Quickly, I wanted to apologize for something that, Chris and I, when we come together to make this rundown, to pull the curtain back a little bit, when we make the rundown, Chris will have some things he wants to talk about. I have some things that I want to talk about. We combined on something. We're talking basically 24/7. And I brought this one up, and I feel just dumb for bringing it up because I don't think this guy believes it. Last week, I brought up Nick Wright. We had some sound about Nick Wright saying that Baker Mayfield would look like Brock Purdy with this team. And of course, we thought it was ridiculous. He also said that if Brock Purdy was on the Bucs, they would be in the Caleb Williams conversation. And I played it knowing that it was ridiculous, but, there was a part of me that thought he might actually believe it. So after the game ends, he goes ahead and he posts and he says, oh, we're going to have to do this again. Still not giving Brock any flowers. So I want to apologize to our listeners. I'm not playing any more clickbait because that's the point, right? Yeah. That's why you say outlandish things so people like me or people like you pick it up and say, let's react to this ridiculous thing. Fool me once, Nick Wright. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. We won't, not to say, no more clickbait sound.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it because it's embarrassing because he doesn't even believe it.
I think from now on, just whenever anybody, not even just Nick Wright, when it's Brock Purdy versus X player, and if you put X player on X team, then they would be Y and they would be Z.
Yes.
Let's just avoid
Let's just do
any
it. Let's
Brock
make a pact
Purdy
right
X,
now.
Y, and Z.
Let's shake hands on it. We're shaking hands on it right
It's official.
here.
Thank you.
To everybody on the in the car that can't, or listening on the app that can't see us, we have shaken hands.
Yes.
No more. Let's try different dimensions and the multiverse of Brock. That's the next Marvel movie coming out. Brock Purdy and the quarterback multiverse, where you put Brock on random teams, and Baker Mayfield has 100, a perfect passer rating if he was on the Niners. That's what we're doing, and that's not even to say that Brock. That we're saying Brock should be MVP or anything, but it's just the hyperbole
it's so tired.
and how far that you go.
Yeah.
That is just absurd to me.
It's ridiculous.
You can't believe that, Nick.
No, you can't.
You can't.
No, I mean, that would be like if I were to just come on. Look, I watched Josh Dobbs the last 3 weeks. I'm telling you, Josh Dobbs on the Niners, Super Bowl. Purdy on the Vikings.
What's the line?
That's the Vikings got Nick Mullins, so they don't even need Brock Purdy if they want to be average.
But to be honest,
that's what people are
right.
saying.
That's the line, because the Mac Jones, the Dan Orlovsky, when he said Mac Jones that's the line to me. Right? It's what's the line of who would look like what? We did this comparison, and people said, okay, Josh Allen, that's a little too much.
Yeah,
I
but
like
I
the
can't
Tua.
I
like the Tua
The
comparison.
Tua's fair, but I can't do the Herbert even. I can't do the Trevor Lawrence. I can't do the Josh
I'm
Allen.
not saying
to
to
me,
do it.
it all fits into the Baker. It fits into the whoever bad quarter. Like, to me, again, if we want to have fair conversations, I love the Tua comparison because they run a similar system. You could argue obviously the parallels between the Dolphins and the Niners are very obvious. There's a lot of actual similarities there, but I'm done with Brock Purdy and this other person who doesn't look or play anything like the Niners or like Brock Purdy. I'm tired of those conversations.
I hear you. Stephen A had something to say. Stephen A says that Brock isn't a proven star yet. This was this morning. Let's hear from him.
Talking about Brock Purdy, we saw what he was without Debo. We saw what he was without Trent Williams. By the way, San Francisco with Trent Williams and Debo 7-1. Okay, so let's get that out the way first. That's number one. Number two, when we talk about Brock Purdy, you're talking about a guy that's working with 4 first-team All-Pros and 7 Pro Bowlers all together. Okay, we got to take that into consideration. We also got to take into consideration that yesterday the brother he operated with a clean pocket, 13.3 yards per attempt. Okay, first quarterback to average 11+ yards per attempt in 3 straight games since Kurt Warner in 1999. I mean, the man is sitting back there taking pictures, calling his honey, saying, when you want to go for dinner and all of this other stuff before he throws a damn pass. Okay, this is what we're talking about with Brock Purdy. So let's just reel it in. I'm not saying the brother can't play. I'm not saying that he's not handling this business. A perfect passer rating is a perfect passer rating. But if we really, really want to be honest and real about something, let's take into account Kyle Shanahan. He elevated Jimmy Garoppolo, did he not?
Yeah.
Didn't he elevate Nick Mullins? I believe that he did. How about C.J. Beathard? He even had flashes, for crying out loud. Over the years, we've seen Kyle Shanahan work with dudes that you would have never believed would produce anything. Brock Purdy happens to be a quality quarterback. I think that he may very well prove to be a star in this league, but it hasn't happened yet.
A lot to break down there because the CJ. Stop it. Stop it. With
Can I
the
just
CJ
say, though,
Beathard.
right there, that's why Stephen A is the GOAT. Because you can hate him. You can think his his takes are trash, but dude, like, the man knows what he's talking. Not in the sense of he's right, but just like he's got a take for everything.
Yeah.
And like, it's based in something.
Right.
It's not completely just made up and like he's just throwing nonsense. It's not just clickbait. Like, he's got real substance behind what he says. It's just a lot of the time it's the most ridiculous thing possible. And I definitely don't agree with what he's saying, but I still respect the fact that he has a take that actually has some layers to it.
Yes, that is a line, right? Yeah. Where Nick Wright just kind of just
throws it out
from
there.
The hip.
Steph Curry sucks. Kevin Durant's the worst.
Right. That is
LeBron's
the line.
The GOAT.
I'm with Stephen A until he brings up the CJ Beathards and the flashes. That's a little bit much. But you would agree. I mean, when things are going well for Brock, he looks like that guy. The question is, what will happen?
Brock's playing too well. I think that's the problem.
I think Brock would really be in this MVP conversation if those couple games, and he got the the Niners into field goal range, and they missed it with the Browns. But those other 2 games, and I know the concussion and all that, but I will say with no Debo, that was an opportunity. And now that you're fully loaded and now you've come back to that guy, if you want to go against Brock, it's very easy to do so. All right, got to get to a break. When we get back, what you got?
Quick injury update. Can we give a quick injury update on the Kings? Because I'm seeing tons of people in the YouTube chat asking about an injury update. And we just got one from our guy, Frankie Cardicelli, real quick before we go to break. Kevin Huerter, questionable with a finger sprain tonight. Sasha Vezenkov, questionable with a left thumb soreness. Keon Ellis is out tonight, as is Trey Lyles, Alex Len. And so it does seem like Davion Mitchell might get an increased role tonight with Keon out. So
wow, we will react more to that, and we will break down the Pelicans when we get back. And there is a texter who wants to change Davion's nickname. We'll talk about it. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Prestigio Jewelers Black November sale is on all month long. Get amazing doorbuster deals while supplies last. 1-carat diamond earrings only $449. Wedding set starting at only $899. 70% off gold chains and much more. Get quick and easy credit approval and low monthly payments at Prestigio Jewelers. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy, you're approved. Prestigio Jewelers guarantees your credit up to $10,000. Shop designer brands such as Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Visit us today or online at prestigiojewelers.com. See store for details.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season. So he does 2 things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing.
2 things at once!
Or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
2 things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools, from dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a full chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January, because mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Steel, and Lincoln Electric in-store or at northerntool.com.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your Auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been
about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I had terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m., previewing the New Orleans Pelicans. Let's read that injury report again, Chris, because a couple questionables that we hope that swing the right direction, but not quite sure yet.
Yeah, so for tonight's game, really only one new injury, I guess you could say, to report on, and that's just Keon Ellis is going to be out tonight with an ankle sprain. We saw him hurt that in the Dallas game. The Kings gave an update mid-game saying that Keon was eligible or available for a return. He did not return, and we saw Davion Mitchell get himself some minutes in that fourth quarter. So Keon will be out tonight. Trey Lyles remains out, as does Alex Len. And then Kevin Herter is questionable with that finger sprain, and as is Sasha Vezenkov with left thumb soreness. He is also questionable tonight. So,
man,
should be interesting. Yeah, definitely going to be a test of the Kings' depth if all of those guys can't go tonight.
Yeah, and 6-0 was not on the line, but you start thinking about it when you get off to the hot start that the Kings did on this road trip. But when you put things in perspective, long season, it's not worth it, right? No. You've already won 3. You got to play the Pelicans again. You still have to play the Timberwolves. So same way we felt about De'Aaron Fox, I feel about all these guys, really. If they're not right, do not force anything right now.
If there's any positive, it's the Kevin Herter and Sasha injuries. Both are fingers. Like, it's his finger sprain, and then with Sasha, it's left thumb. Not saying those aren't injuries that have some pain involved in it, but it's not a knee, it's not an ankle, it's not something that he watch out if he plays through it, he might react. You might jam your finger again, which wouldn't be great, but ultimately, like, that's not going to completely tank your season or change the way you're going to play because your finger is hurt, and that's also something where, Kevin didn't play yesterday because of his finger. There's a possibility, it's a more likely than if it was a knee or an ankle that he would be able to go on the second night of a back-to-back. So who knows? Questionable definitely is not out. It's not doubtful. So I guess we'll see closer to game time.
And of course, Kevin Herter getting that night off yesterday, last night, didn't play. Kings still able to get the W. So
kind of a sneaky storyline to throw into that win as well. Kings were able to pretty handily win that game. De'Aaron Fox didn't play the entire fourth quarter. Didn't have Kevin Herter.
Yeah.
Again,
the hottest shooter, the hottest scorer on the team.
Come on. And just didn't miss a beat. Like, Kings still just under 130, like, probably could have eclipsed easily if De'Aaron plays in that fourth quarter, if there was anything worth it. I think that's kind of sneakily a really, really massive win that, I don't know. It might get forgotten with time. It might get forgotten by tomorrow because it's just in the middle of this road trip, but looking back, like, that's a really quality win, especially considering where this team was just a week before that game.
Well, then we have to have the conversation. We keep doing this after every one of them, it feels like. But is this now the best win of the season?
Oh, that's interesting. I still am kind of partial to one of those OKC or Cleveland wins just because it felt like those felt more improbable just with where the team was at. But pound for pound, like, again, you throw Herter not being in there, you throw in the performance that they had in the middle of a road trip. It's in contention, much like Brock Purdy for MVP. I don't know if it's the one, but like it belongs in the chat for sure.
It has to be. And you come out, and I know the Pelicans are, you get Zion back. They're in a position to do it again. I mean, hopefully we just keep having this conversation, and it's a good debate to have. By the way, Malik Monk, I think, is this against the Spurs, or was this last night, the Malik Monk dunk? Was that last night?
That was against the Spurs. No, that was against the Spurs.
That was against the Spurs?
The throwdown on Zach Collins, where he dunked on 3 people. Yeah, that was
sound.
That was
so
on
let
the
me
Spurs.
play that.
There could
sound.
Shocker, ladies and gentlemen.
I remember the court.
Multiple
It was the
Malik Monk.
Spurs.
He went for the hammer, and he gets it over the outstretched arms of the defender. I thought it was going to be blocked, but he somehow powered it down.
I remember
that brought
the court.
everybody on the Kings bench to their feet. 88-82.
Of course, in that call, he does not mention a player, doesn't
I remember
mention
the court.
teams
It
or
was
anything.
definitely
It was San Antonio.
It
was San Antonio.
I remember the in-season
because he dunked all over Zach Collins. He didn't want any of it. And Malik Monk just continues to be in a race by himself for dunk of the year. And you see why De'Aaron and Keegan didn't involve him in that conversation. They were just, it was an A and B conversation, and they were like, you can, of course, see your way out of it.
See your way out of
They're
it.
like, Malik, like, we know you're built like that. We know you can have the dunk of the year. This wasn't about you.
No. So I have, this is what we were talking about when I was in Pennsylvania. And I think I would have to go back to PA if this hits. So I've talked to you about my future pick.
Yeah, you're Malik Monk, 6th man of the year.
Listen to this.
Okay.
Listen to this.
Okay.
Malik Monk, 6th man of the year.
Yep.
And I have on a parlay, Malik Monk, 6th man of the year. Because it was decent odds already.
Sure.
So Malik Monk, 6th man of the year. Jonathan Kuminga, most improved player. $5 to win $3,000. If both of those hit. That's not a bad one.
It's not bad. It's just the Kuminga one is kind of letting you down a little bit. If we're talking like winning the most improved player of the year, you got to kind of you have to kind of significantly be head and shoulders like the most changed player. And I'm not saying he's not in a good situation for it. I think as the Warriors are in this, what are they now, 6-game losing streak, they're going to be looking to switch things up. But it's not looking great.
I have another
in
one.
general.
You want to hear it?
Sure.
Keegan Murray, most improved player.
Okay.
Jason Tatum, MVP.
Now that one's got a decent
$2 to win $1,000.
That's great. That's fantastic, especially ROI. That's great. Yeah, you're just letting them play. That's not bad. I don't think Keegan. I mean, I think high end Keegan. Like if Keegan starts to, if the shots start falling, there's definitely that's a really good chance
too.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
a really
this one,
good chance.
I wasn't going to say this one, but I have to. Keegan Murray, most improved player, and then I have Steph MVP.
Okay, well that's not
$4 to win $3,000.
Yeah, no, you can kiss that $4. that $4, you're never seeing that $4 ever again.
I got some good ones though.
No, those are all really.
If
solid.
Kuminga can pick it up,
you got at least like half of it done, which is quite literally half the battle. Like you just got to kind of hope
Kuminga
that
can pick it up. Yep. Keegan, we got opportunities.
Yeah, you got you're giving yourself a chance, which is, when you're putting for just in golf,
right?
You got to get it to the hole.
Get it to
you're not going to make it.
You can't leave it short.
Yeah, you can't leave it short.
You
got to at least give yourself a chance.
No, as we get back to the New Orleans Pelicans and where they're at in terms of offensive and defensive rating, nothing that's going to blow your mind. They are 21st in offensive rating, 19th in defensive rating. I mean, none right home about there.
Yeah, no, nothing at all. And that's about right when you watch them as a team. They're kind of a team. You don't even really have to watch them. Just think about how they're constructed. it's kind of clunky. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. The pieces don't really all come together. Like Brandon Ingram and Zion, when they play together, kind of have this weird back and forth of, we're both really good players, but we also don't play enough together to really have any like two-man game or any sort of his turn. It feels a lot of his turn, my turn with them. And so Zion playing, of course, it helps talent-wise, but in terms of does it make you like an actual scarier team? I don't think so, because New Orleans just hasn't been able to build a system around either one of those guys, because both of them, mainly Zion, isn't out there to really build and feel a level of continuity of the offense. So, if Zion is playing tonight, I kind of think it's of course bad for the Kings, but in a weird way, if the Kings are playing as well as they're playing right now, especially defensively, I kind of think you could slow down a team really, really well if they don't know what they're trying to go out there and do. I think the Kings I can't believe I'm saying this. They're playing good enough defense to where if you don't have a plan of attack, I don't think you can just go out there, roll the balls out, and run through ISOs through your best players, kind of like what the Mavericks just did. I don't think that's going to work against the Kings this year.
No, I don't think it is.
To say. I almost don't even believe it. I just can't believe I can say it and have it actually be a thing that's credible.
Now, defensively, Keegan is turning into that another overused sports media word, that Swiss Army knife.
Ooh,
right?
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Gotta have if you want a ceiling, gotta be a Swiss Army knife, and that fits your narrative. So Keegan Murray, and we'll talk about containing Zion when we get back. Who all we will see on Zion, also Brandon Ingram. So defensively, how would you approach that? When we get back, we will talk about containing Zion Williamson, because he's playing, surprise, surprise, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, looking at a sunny and seasonable kickoff to the week. Your Monday forecast will include highs reaching in the lower to mid 60s under bright sunshine. Expect overnight lows in the lower 40s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right and get your heater all tuned up. Now just $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, you'll always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
It's Carmichael Day with a Fire Wings announcement. The Floor and Road location now serves pizza, and oh my goodness, it's so good. Don't forget the Wings Day Wednesday lineup, 88-cent wings every Wednesday. You got 21 delicious flavors to choose from, and the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Save time and order online. Go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you, order online, and earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
Get ready for the Gin Blossoms at Gold Country Casino Resort. Get your tickets now at goldcountrycasino.com. The Gin Blossoms. January 13th at 8 p.m. Only at
Casino Resort.
Must be 21 or older.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Getting ready for the Pelicans and Zion Williamson. And we talked about Brock Purdy in the MVP conversation. De'Aaron Fox, we starting to well, because on the last week's NBA.com, the MVP ladder, Sabonis was 9th and 10th. And obviously, De'Aaron has missed some time, but the numbers are out of control right now. So I don't think it's crazy to say De'Aaron should be in the conversation too. I would just say that there are a bunch of players in the conversation right now. You could throw, that guy in Indiana. You could throw Halliburton in that conversation too.
For sure.
You could throw all these guys into the conversation so we can have it, right? But it's going to continue to boil down. And there's an argument for a ton of guys right now. But in that ton of guys, should De'Aaron be in that conversation? Yeah, but I would also say wouldn't you have to put Sabonis in that conversation too?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they're both playing out of their mind. And, again, if we're talking the exact letter of the law of value, for sure, I think Sabonis definitely belongs in there, and so does De'Aaron as well. But I just think that the play that De'Aaron has had, especially recently, I believe he doesn't have enough games qualified, but he's leading the NBA in points per game right now. There's clearly a clear shift in the Kings looking how they looked with De'Aaron versus how they looked without him. And then since he's returned, to me, he's got to be, top 5 of the MVP discussion. But of course, it's way too early in the season to declare anything. But just in terms of his play right now, and in terms of how it stacks up with everybody else in the league, he's right up there, tick for tack, pound for pound with just about everybody.
Yeah. I mean, and the 3-pointers, every time, just by the way, every time De'Aaron takes a transition 3 and I'm sitting next to Chris Watkins while watching the game, I can feel the anger from Chris, and then it goes in.
He took one yesterday on a fast break, like the most true transition 3 I've ever seen De'Aaron take.
Yeah.
Bricked it. And of course, it was right when he was on fire, too. I think he had hit
2 in a row.
I think he had 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And then he gets a fast break. It's De'Aaron freaking Fox. He could have taken it to the rim and laid it in, not even thought twice about it. He checked it, and I was actually okay with that one, but more okay than any of the other ones previously. But even that one, I was like, this guy just can't get it out of his system. But I'll gladly take it if it means this dude's he's shooting 41% right now on threes.
But you still don't enjoy it.
Right now, let him fly. I've never seen De'Aaron shoot this well from 3 ever in his entire career. I've never seen him look this good from the perimeter.
He looks comfortable. The Kings are a well-oiled machine right now, and they're going up against one Zion Williamson and Brandon Ingram, and containing them will be a tall task, but the Kings defensively have looked better and better each game. The number of deflections, they just had 20 steals a couple games ago. Who do you expect to see on Zion the most?
That's
Harrison?
a tough one. I would guess Harrison, just because the physicality. Like, it feels like Brandon Ingram's a little bit more of the mold of the guys they've had Keegan guard. And even yesterday, the Kings put Harrison on Luka more times than anybody else. So, Zion is I can hear Christopher Laud in my, he's not even in the building, but I can hear him talking about, I was going to say Zion and Luka are around the same size. I can hear some size joke about Luka in my head right now. But, it makes sense to kind of put Harrison. Keegan's still young, he's 24 years old.
Right.
Harrison's a 30-year-old man who should have, some grown man strength. That should lend itself a little bit better on a guy like Zion, who has no intention of taking any shots outside the perimeter. That dude is solely paint based, and he's going to try and, in order to get that, he almost has to running back his way into the paint. I think Harrison's just a little bit better suited to guard Zion. So I would imagine they're probably going to throw a lot of Harrison and maybe Duarte on him, just because Duarte's really physical at the point of attack.
Chris Duarte.
Yeah.
I would say
probably his best game. I would say his best game of the season. He was able to start,
bar per se, but he came in and he didn't look scared. He looked like and that's one thing I will say about Coach Mike Brown. He has his guys ready. And that competition factor of wanting minutes, nobody is coming in scared. Everybody is coming in expecting to do well and hungry. And Chris Duarte looked hungry. He looked like he wanted some action. And same with Davion Mitchell when he came in and put the clampers on Kyrie Irving, right? It's just how Mike Brown's been teaching him.
Yeah, no, and I would suspect that Davion's going to come in with that same energy today. I don't know if Duarte is going to remain in the starting lineup with hurt or questionable, but I think Duarte got the benefit, and I talked about it yesterday on the live stream after the game. I think Duarte benefited a lot from being in the starting lineup. I think, a lot of the times we as talking media heads like to say, throw the cliche of it doesn't matter who starts, it's who finishes. But I think yesterday was a great example of why for some people it kind of does matter who starts, because when you're thrown in there off the bench, you have to be like a spark plug. You have to come in, be ready to go immediately, because you might check in very first possession, you get a wide open three. You have to be ready to hit that. I think with Duarte, what we saw yesterday was he was able to play, get in the starting lineup, play for like 3 to 4 minutes before he ended up getting his first shot off. And, when that happens, you can get a rhythm, you can ease your nerves, ease any adrenaline that's going on. You have some time to settle into the game before you actually start to impact it. And so I think that really helped him yesterday, just kind of get into a rhythm, get into a flow of the game where, last year he really struggled at Indiana, but he also came off the bench for a large part of it as well. I think that plays a big role for some guys who just aren't used to everything that comes with coming off the bench, whether it be the physical side of, again, being ready to take that shot first possession, but also mental side. Like some people have a barrier of like, oh man, okay, like I'm coming in, you're going to come in slow. And I think Duarte really benefited a lot from starting. So who knows if Kevin can't go tonight, but to your point as well with Mike Brown, it's another guy that Mike Brown can trust to insert into that starting lineup if Harrison has to miss a game, if Kevin Herter has to miss another game, if Keegan has to miss a game. He doesn't have to worry about, should I go to Kessler Edwards? Should I go to, is Colby Jones ready? Well, you've already seen Chris Duarte step in and excel in that position. So I think that's another really good sign when it comes to just Mike Brown getting a good feel for his roster. He doesn't have to really think, okay, this guy's out of the starting lineup. How do we patchwork this to kind of keep what we do right? And I think Duarte is just a guy that you can throw in there and feel good about.
Yeah, just keeping everything afloat. I think he looked good. I think that he looked aggressive. And honestly, no, I don't know if a ref will ever admit this to you, but I wouldn't be surprised if deep down refs call the game a little bit differently when you're a starter than when you come off the bench, right? I mean, you come off, Duarte is a physical guy because you don't have that opportunity to set the tone.
Exactly.
Right? So you're coming in and you're handsy.
He's like, whoa.
Right, and the game hasn't been handsy. Right, now Duarte, a couple games ago, he blinked and he had 3 fouls in like a minute and a half.
Right.
So when you're able to say, hey, this is how I play, and you're going to have to call a lot of fouls if you want me to stop here, you get to set the tone when you come in. 916-339-1140. Let's go out to JR, who wants to talk about the Kings. What's up, JR? You're on Stiles and Watkins.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good. What you got for us?
Well, the Kings are playing so well. We got the winning streak going on. I do like your talk about guys coming in. We got very strong bench support. But even with the Kings playing so well, my only question is, why do the Vikings suck so bad?
Okay. I hate this guy so much. Who keeps letting this guy on air? My gosh.
He got you.
JR, I can't. I should have
me.
seen it coming. He did the same thing like 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Dude, and he bounced. He just
bounced. That's all he's here for. He just wants
I'm learning.
to get upset.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This screen
It's
just
not
fell.
your
I'm
fault.
sorry.
It's not your fault because JR is a veteran caller. He knows how to get through.
Wow.
He's like, hey, I got some takes on Mike Brown and his rotations. Can you put me through? Simone, nice enough. She's like, wow, that sounds like a great spot of conversation.
Totally.
Let me wire this guy through instantly. Let me go in your guy. Hey guys, got a great call from JR coming up. We're like, awesome, JR, fantastic. Anytime on the show. And then he does that. Come on.
He played you.
He played me. He played me like a fiddle, man.
Yeah, because I was all in. I'm like, okay, JR, what you got for us? And then last question.
I wish I knew the answer, JR. I really did. I really do. I wish I had an answer for you, but they just do. They can't have nice things.
You had a nice run. And they're exciting games. Just gotta your expectations. You just gotta put them back where they need to be. All right, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. JR, come on,
king.
man.
You're a king. That was great.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I can't hate on it. That was great. I
gotta get to a break. When we get back, why do teams seem to just be quote unquote off against the Kings? And speaking of off nights, we will discuss Davion Mitchell's nickname. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
As we come together to celebrate the end of this long, long year, Stockton Honda has savings to bring us all cheer. Happy Honda Day savings and selection galore. Stockton Honda's online express purchase and great people give you more.
Save on 400 new Hondas at Stockton Honda during Happy Honda Days. Shop in person or online with our express purchase option.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Pat Green and Diamond Rio live in concert Saturday, December 9th, 7 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. Country music icons Pat Green and Diamond Rio with special guest Mark Wills. On sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Pat Green and Diamond Rio.
At Jim Boy's Tacos, you get a ho lot of flavor for under $10. Our classic #2 combo meal spreads cheer with a farm-dusted ground beef taco, scratch-made bean and cheese burrito, and a soft drink. So jingle on down to Jim Boy's or order online at participating locations. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Yep, that trailer hitch and folding bed cover from TruckSmart makes road trips a breeze.
Right? I'm so much more organized on the job site since TruckSmart installed my truck rack and toolbox.
And they had it all in stock, so I just waited as they installed everything.
Take a look at this sweet Rhino truck lining. They sprayed it on.
Yeah, you win. That is sweet.
Truck Smart, truck and SUV accessories for on the road and the job site. Stop by one of our 2 locations in Rockland or Auburn. TruckSmart.com. Your truck's gonna love them.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Awesome. Hey, babe, can you check the front door? My package is here.
Yeah, on it. Hey, are we still watching our show tonight?
New episode on Prime? You bet. That reminds me, let's hit Whole Foods this afternoon. We need snack supplies.
From package deliveries to entertainment and even fresh groceries, Amazon is in front of thousands of customers every single day. Learn how you can leverage their reach for your business. Text digital to 916-766-5105 now. Make the smart move. Text digital to 916-766-5105.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Again, I gotta get going because I gotta watch my guy Josh Dobbs. Yeah, they're about to score again. So, and the Vikings fumbled.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports. We gotta leave Chris alone. Leave my guy, leave my partner alone. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports. Taking you up to 2 p.m. A lot of conversation going on in the YouTube chat. Shout out to our YouTubers. If you've called in, thank you for your calls. If you texted in, thank you for your texts. A lot of conversation in the YouTube chat about Trey Lyles. And they gave an update. A lot of people are saying, are we just not going to see Trey Lyles this season? We got an update.
Can we?
We got an update last week.
Yeah.
And the update was, working through some things. I mean, really, and, we have different guys. We'll have our Kings roundtable on Wednesday with Frankie and Brendan, but the answer is nobody really knows, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, it's just I mean, from what we know is it's a calf injury. We know he's been conditioning these past couple weeks. Frankly, I mean, the first time we saw Trey Lyles working out was about 2 to 3 weeks ago. He was getting in like a post practice. It looked like a conditioning session, and then we also saw Brendan and Frankie posted Trey Lyles working out hard on November 14th, right before they left for the road trip. And we really haven't gotten much of an update since, especially not in terms of like an actual return date. So still kind of just up in the air. And from what we understand, Trey is in reconditioning right now. I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that means he's close. I don't know if that means like by the end of the road trip. I don't know if it means circle that Tuesday game back from the road trip against the Warriors. I think we're all in a state of confusion and unknowingness with Trey Lyles right now.
Yeah. And look, it's better, to be honest. Obviously you want to know about it,
I do.
But it's better to be in this situation and be on a winning streak.
Sure.
Right. I mean, would the Kings like to have Trey Lyles? I'm sure they would.
Right.
But they're winning basketball games without him. Not to say that they don't need him, or not to say that they wouldn't welcome his return, but it is, I think, as a fan base, it is a little funny to me to be so worried about it when your team is rolling.
I think it's more just like, and I've thought of this from a lot of different perspectives, but I just kind of more so from our perspective as well, like from the we talk about this team every day perspective. I think of it more as, can we get the date so that we can, when we talk about this team, we have a better idea of what the future looks like? Like if we can say, look, the Kings are 3-0 right now on this road trip, setting up for 4-2 at worst or whatever, and they have Trey Lyles coming back at the end of it, that changes as well how we can talk about this team, our level of expectations for this team, and we can have discussions about what does Trey Lyles mean for. I would like to know. I would like to have some sort, even if it's not a completely accurate, range of when he's going to come back, just anything of how it's going would be nice to know. That's just where I fall.
I hear you.
That's the nice way of how I will put this situation.
I hear you.
I can't wait. I can't wait for Trey Lyles to come back. As someone who was, I feel like I was one of Trey's biggest supporters last year. I cannot wait to see, because it's great. It's great that the Kings are playing right now, but their main addition from this offseason, the first guy they took care of business with this offseason was bringing back Trey Lyles. That tells me that they had real goals and aspirations for Trey Lyles this season, and we just don't know what it is. It was a question heading into the season, like, was Sasha coming here? Was he playing over Sasha? Was he going to be the team's backup center plan? We still don't have any of those answers. We don't know how involved Trey is going to be when he returns. We just assume he's going to be involved, especially when they pay him. I think they paid him $7 or $8 million this offseason. Like, that's not a guy that you're just going to put on the bench and say, no, we'll wait and see where he can make impact.
No, they definitely, it's going to show at some point, or maybe it will. I don't know, right? Hopefully it doesn't, and the Kings just keep winning basketball games. The Cavs are tough because we know that's how it started with Kevin Durant, and it led to an Achilles. So I don't know if that's.
I thought you meant like the Cleveland Cavs.
No,
I was not that
night. Not that night.
Tough opponent.
Not when they went up against the Kings.
Calf
the Kings,
muscle.
Yes,
Gotcha.
The Cavs with the two, right? Calves in general.
Yes.
Calves.
Gotcha.
Calves in general.
Yes. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. No. I mean, that's what the Kings keep telling us, is that calves are tricky, and like you said, they're attached to the Achilles, and so you don't want to rush it back and then end up hurting something else. Which, of course, the most important thing is Trey is healthy. That would definitely, that's first and foremost what I want to see from him coming back, is him being healthy. But nonetheless, I would like to know when it is that we can expect Trey to come back, because I think that's when this team is fully at their full potential, and we can really see truly how good this team is going to be.
Yeah, they're rolling right now. Let's get to the phone lines, 916-339-1140, and talk to Willie, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Willie? You're on Stiles and Watkins.
Hey, y'all know y'all my boys, man. You know we get down good.
I hear a butt. There's a butt coming.
But we we got nobody can match up with Zion, man. Let's just be honest. And that's why everybody's asking about my man that's hurt. You know, we ain't heard nothing about what's his name?
Trey Lyles, yeah.
Because Lyles or bang with him, Lyles ain't gonna back down.
Yeah.
But I ain't never seen HB get somebody a hard foul or anything like that. A body know what to do. We need a physical presence, and we don't have that. Just for guys like Zion. I mean, he's a beast.
Yeah.
He's a beast, man. He's a beast. And we have nobody on the roster. You talking about somebody brought up the little guard. What's his name? What's the little guard we
Duarte?
No, the guard we got from Indiana.
Yeah, Duarte.
Man, come on. Don't you embarrassing yourself, man.
You gotta put somebody on him.
Put somebody on him, Willie.
No, but Zion gonna post up anybody that guard him. He gonna back him up. He gonna post up. He gonna dunk on him. I mean, come on. Come on, man.
Well, Willie, who you gonna put on him? You gotta put somebody.
You gotta use HB. But I'm just saying, we gotta have a physical. We gotta have a physical presence on that team. We don't have it. We don't have it. We don't have it. So, you know, I mean, that's why people are saying, well, where's Lyles? Man, where's that? Because we know at least Lyles, he'll use all 5 of his 6 fouls on the dude, man. You know, but HB too finesse. He too finesse, man. I mean, I like HB, but HB, man, he finally got 4 rebounds last night. He finally got some rebounds.
Come on, Willie.
Willie's keeping track. I love it. I love it.
HB, man. I like HB. But, you know, we got to stop somebody else from scoring a lot of points tonight. Zion gonna get his, man. I mean, we had nobody to stop.
Yeah.
You know.
Thanks for the call, Willie. Thanks for the call.
Appreciate it.
Good stuff, Willie. Look,
Incredible.
You're not wrong.
That's so
but,
funny.
you know, and like we said, the problem is Zion getting on the court. It's not a Sacramento thing.
No.
It's not a Kings
much like
thing.
Wemby. Yeah. It's
right.
like
When Zion is on the court, he balls out.
Yeah.
Right. He balls out. He just hasn't been on the court that much. And to that point, to Willie's point, you just can't have multiple guys going off. So that's why I'm looking at you, Keegan Murray, to put the clamps on Brandon Ingram tonight. And at least if Zion wants to score 30 and do his thing, that's fine. But as long as you can limit Brandon Ingram, and to your point, Chris, a lot of the back and forth, they just don't have that simpatico yet. They have not played enough together. But if you can throw multiple bodies on Brandon Ingram and kind of hold it to be in the Zion show, you can find a way to squeak out of there with a W. We do have news. I don't know that I would call it breaking, but we do have news. De'Aaron Fox earns his first Western Conference Player of the Week award of the season. 32.3 points per game, a 52.3 field goal percentage, 44.4% from three-ball land just for Chris Watkins.
Talk to me nice.
Averaging 6.3 assists a game. So shout out to De'Aaron Fox.
Come on, De'Aaron Fox.
He's a boss. He is a boss.
You know, yeah, this team has looked completely different since he re-entered into the lineup.
MVP.
Not a coincidence that they haven't lost. Like it's been easy for him personally too. It's not even like, you know, it hasn't felt like, oh my gosh, De'Aaron Fox is just having to take over this game because there's nowhere else for the Kings to go. It's been light. It's just been in the flow of offense, and he just keeps attacking too. And yeah, again, didn't even play in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Right.
Come on.
Against Luka and Kyrie.
Dude is different.
And right now, here's a question. Right now, if somebody were to ask you who's a better point guard, Kyrie or De'Aaron Fox, what do you think most people would say?
I think most people would say Kyrie, to your point.
Who is a better point guard right now?
In my opinion, I think De'Aaron right now is like top three or top five. Top five at worst.
Yeah.
Playing basketball right now.
Yeah.
100%. Like you have to put Steph up there because, I mean, he's still producing. But I mean, realistically, besides that, like if you want to put Luka at point guard, he's in the conversation. But there's Tyrese Halliburton for sure, if you want to have that conversation. But I think what De'Aaron's done, and then you tie in team success, and again, just how the team looked without him versus how they look with him. I think he's got to be top top 3 point guards right now. I truly do believe that. I don't think that's Homer.
Halliburton's
like
name will get thrown around.
The dude is again, he's leading the NBA in points per game right now. It doesn't have quite enough games to qualify when you look on, the NBA.coms of the world, but he's averaging just under 32 a game. That's absolutely ridiculous. Again, and it hasn't even been, the Kings don't run a system like every other team, like Dallas, where it's Luka and Luka only, or Philadelphia, where it's give it to Joel Embiid and have everything else run around him. The Kings are very much a free system where Kevin Huerter can have 28, Sabonis can have 28, and Fox can also have 28, and have that just be how the game dictates itself. Sometimes Fox gets 43 and, whatever. I just think the fact that he isn't so solely the center of the Kings offense and he still puts up those numbers, to me, if you're watching the games, that speaks even more to how crazy what he does is, because it's not even like it's being force-fed.
Right.
Like everybody else.
Yeah. Stiles and Watkins got to get to a break. When we get back, we will see where Sabonis and Fox stack up as far as best duos, and we will talk about off nights nicknames. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision crafted performance is at your fingertips.
I always approach the holidays with a sense of excitement and a time to be with family. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa for Naturewood Home Furnishings. For me, the best times were when there were 3 generations all celebrating together. Today, we're the grandparents, and the holiday spotlight shines on my grandson. And I hope he'll remember holidays the way his papa does. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create your own kind of holiday memories during their holiday home sale. Unique gifts found only at Naturewood, like hall trees, curios, chairside tables, and more, are available at savings of 20% off. During Naturewood's holiday home sale, you'll find savings all around the store for every room in your home. Find your perfect bit of Christmas for your home at Naturewood Home Furnishings Holiday Home Sale, going on right now. The memories you make with your family will live with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Everywhere you look, someone is always telling you how to get more fit. While we may feel like we're fit, we can all get fitter. Maybe you have a favorite pair of jeans that don't fit anymore, or maybe you just want to lower your blood pressure a bit. Here are a few suggestions. Walk. Walk more. Walk more rounds. Walk to work. Walk to the store. Walk the dog, but walk. Strengthening the most important muscles in the golf swing, your glutes. Even Tiger couldn't fire his. Buy a foam roller and knead the muscles of your body 3 times a week, especially your hips. You can do this while you watch television. Eat more vegetables, and potato chips and carrot cake don't count. Stabilize the muscles of your core by raking leaves or sweeping floors. and eliminate soda, especially the ones with artificial sweeteners. Maybe you'll be able to take a little bigger turn. Maybe you won't get tired around the 15th hole. Either way, you're going to be much happier with yourself. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said, I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around this store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And I've teased this enough, so let's just get right into it. Earlier on in the show, we had a texter hop in from the 916. They say, can I suggest that we retract Davion Mitchell's nickname? I'm a huge fan of Davion and his defense, but dang, he's the only one with the off night. Nick from the No.
Gotta be Fresno, right?
I'd guess so. What do you think? I mean, off night is kind of a funny nickname.
I've never been a fan of the off night nickname, and my it just doesn't really roll off the tongue. And I don't know. I got killed for saying this, but it still makes a lot of sense to me. It's just not something that you could like call somebody and have it make sense. Like to me, a nickname has to be like something you can actually call somebody and have it not sound weird. And just calling
off night.
Yes, that just doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't sound like an actual name. Like nickname has to involve like something you can be called.
Yeah,
and to me,
and
it's
as
not
far as
really
like the shooting aspect, trying to become a better shooter, and your nickname is off night.
It just lends itself to a lot of memes.
Why don't you just name it Brick House?
And it's also like it's kind of like what I said with the. With the swiper nickname,
no,
where it's like
Brick House because I make people brick.
Yeah, no, it's because you yourself are bricking. But it's like this the swipe of the Fox nickname, where it's like, yeah, like he does steal, and like yeah, Davion sometimes gives people off nights, but it's not like it's completely. It's not like Steph Curry shooting 30% now when Davion's on him. So I don't love him. I like the nickname itself, but I don't really love it. And in terms of like, I think that's like, Magic Johnson or, Dr. J or something like that.
No. Well, and it's funny when you have a kid, right? You have to pay attention to, I guess, acronyms of your name.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And everything about your last name, your first name of your kid to make sure that they can't get bullied or anything like that. You don't want to put them in a bad situation.
Some people don't care, unfortunately.
So my last name is Stiles and my first name is Allen, right? And my middle name is Antonio. So my initials are AAS.
Gotcha. Real close.
Could have been close.
Yeah.
My middle name was Steven.
Right.
You got problems, but my parents said, we got to think this through here. And I don't know that whoever gave Davion that nickname really thought it through.
Right.
Because it's just too easy to make
flip.
fun of.
Right. Yes. It's way easy to flip on its head and say, looks like you actually have the off night.
Off night for 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Way off.
Yeah, way off night. Yeah, like, yeah, I've never been. What did somebody suggest? Is there? My problem is
suggestion.
You have to give a counter. You can't just say, no, I hate it, terrible. There should be no nickname.
916 is saying to retract it. Just call him by his government name.
I think that's fine. I personally think that's fine. I mean,
off night for 3.
I hate to say it, but I was looking at the Kings' numbers when it comes to opponents' field goal percentages against, and Davion Mitchell is leading the Kings still in opponents' field goal percentage. So that's it. Just again, kind of one of those things where it
just call him Davion.
Kind of doesn't really fit. Yeah, we can just call him Davion. It's okay. It's fine.
Call him seatbelt because he's got him strapped up.
Sure. Why not? Why not? Why not?
Get rid of that. Dump that. Dump that again.
That's
okay.
Okay. That's definitely not sticking around forever. I think it's off night is a good, especially if we're doing it on a curve, like modern day nicknames. Sure. Like it's a good nickname. Just not sure if we put it on the right guy.
What about Islands? Go back to Islands.
I love Ellis Island. Ellis Island's elite.
Yes, and I went back and read the history of Ellis Island after it. So you have Ellis Island, right? Mitchell Island doesn't roll off the tongue either.
Not quite. No.
Do you really want a nickname if you're not in the rotation, though?
Maybe. Like, it can maybe get you more fan favor.
Turn into a shtick again.
You and Sticks.
Me and Sticks.
Yeah, it's not awesome. People love it though, so I'm not gonna suggest that we take it away. Like if you love it, go ahead, and I'm just not personally ever gonna call him in.
Let us know. 916-339-1140. Do you like the nickname Off Night?
Yeah. I think people like it. I definitely think people like it.
Should we just do a poll? A simple poll?
Yeah, sure.
On YouTube?
Yeah. A lot of polls this week.
Yeah, I like that.
Do you like the nickname Off Night?
Yeah. I think if you say no, though, you have to, like, you can't just take someone's nickname away and, rip it away like someone's chain or something. It's like, no, you no longer get, like, I think you have to give some better suggestion.
Well,
you can't just strip the man of his identity and then say,
would just
do
be to
better.
Call him by his name.
Yeah.
Davion for 3.
Yeah, Davion,
much better chance of going in than Off Night for 3.
For sure. Yeah, and it is also a one side of the court kind of nickname because you don't want to call him Davy Off Night or something like that when he's shooting the ball. Oh, there's Off Night again, living up to that nickname.
Other broadcasters can have a field day.
Yeah, exactly.
A complete field day.
You're just waiting.
Bob, they call him Off Night, and now we know why.
Now we know why. Yeah.
That ball couldn't hit the backside of a barn. No. Yeah, we can't do that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit out on it, but
yeah.
let's not pile on Davion right
now.
I'm not. He's having a little tough stretch.
No, ask the question. I'm bringing up the question.
Oh, there you go again. Asking questions.
De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis.
Yep,
gotta be
those guys.
Top 3 duo.
They've got a
now.
nickname themselves, which I'm not a fan of. Fox and the Ox. Yeah,
we can't keep doing this.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead. Whatever the segment was gonna be. Yep.
Let's hear what Spencer has to say.
Sure.
About Off Night. What's up, Spencer? You're on Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Gentlemen, how are you guys doing today?
Good. Thanks for asking.
Well, you mentioned that, a non-rotational player shouldn't really have a nickname, but one of the greatest nicknames of all time came from a second or 6-man, 7-man, 8-man, and that was the microwave, Vinnie Johnson.
Yes.
I disagree. I think Davion, but I will say this, he doesn't really shut people down.
That's what I'm saying.
They just, but Vinny, the microwave Johnson for Detroit Pistons back in the 70s and 80s,
right.
80s mainly. I mean, the guy, he heated up quick. Thanks, guys.
For sure. No, absolutely.
No, thanks for the call, Spencer.
Kind of what I'm saying.
I said it. I wasn't necessarily saying you can't have a nickname. I was just saying it's not about being a bench player. He's not even really getting in anymore. Right? He might get run today because going back to the injury report, Keon Ellis out. If you were watching the game last night, you saw Keon roll his ankle. He was still a dog, though, because shortly after that, there was a fast break, and Keon was limping bad. Yeah. That ball came in front of him, and he started running normal again. Yeah. So shout out Keon for kind of powering through that. But with Keon Ellis out and Kevin Huerter questionable, we'll probably see Davion tonight. I would like to think that we will see Davion tonight, and hopefully he comes in and balls out because he did shut down Kyrie when he came into the game yesterday. He did.
Yeah, he did.
He did. So I'm not coming down anybody's road.
Kyrie also fits into the Steph Curry mold, though, of my argument in the playoffs last year of Davion's defense really shines when you have him going against smaller guards.
Yeah.
But it's just, if you're not going against Jose Alvarado or Chris Paul or Steph Curry or Kyrie Irving, a lot of those bigger point guards like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, or, there's a couple other, Mike Brown clearly didn't feel comfortable putting him on Donovan Mitchell, as well, as we kind of thought that was going to be a big coming out party for Davion. And that was his first DNP CD. There's very few guards that I think allow Davion Mitchell's defensive prowess to shine. That's just kind of where I fall on it.
Yeah.
I think he's a fine
Darius
player.
Garland. Right. But to your point, and really just looking at the NBA, it's less about Davion and more about where the NBA is headed.
Yes.
These aliens, it's getting crazier and crazier by the day. How many, and we did this not too long ago. Chris Paul isn't even a scorer at this point in his career. How many under 6'2" point guards are there right now, or just guards in general are there right now that, hey, that guy can't beat you? Technically, Steph is 6'3", but I'll up it to 6. You can't up it to 6'3" because that was the Donovan Mitchell game. Right. But 6'2" and below, I just feel like growing up, there felt like there were more, right? And you had guys that didn't necessarily shoot the basketball, but they were smaller guards. Absolutely. It feels like all these guards now are coming up at 6'4" and above, you know what I mean? And you got the Shays of the world. So it's
even De'Aaron's 6'4" and got a decent wingspan.
Exactly. But I feel like 6'4" is probably the limit for Davion. That's the limit.
Yes. In terms of him guarding somebody.
Yeah, I think that's the limit.
6'4" is where you start to wonder, does that get too big? Yeah, like if you're going to imagine Davion Mitchell guarding De'Aaron Fox. It's a little tough to imagine him being able to disrupt him.
He's got a good chance.
He's got a chance with his physicality, but like staying in front of him and actually affecting his, like, is Davion Mitchell affecting De'Aaron's shot at the rim
I
at
think
all?
That's the limit. I think kind of.
I don't think so, but yeah, maybe that's the point, is that it is that's the last grouping of people that you feel comfortable with.
Yes, exactly. Got to get to a break. When we get back, we will break down De'Aaron Fox and Domas Sabonis' numbers these last couple games. We got an appearance from Will Z Stats with those stats as well. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com. Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season, so he does two things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
two things at once,
or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
two things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools, from dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a full chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January, because you know, mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Steel, and Lincoln Electric in-store or at northerntool.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Oakland A's every weekend.
And it swung a line to left center, base hit, and the A's have won it on a walk-off line drive, base hit to left center.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Once again, congratulations to De'Aaron Fox, the Western Conference Player of the Week. Ballin'! He's been ballin'. And the Kings need every bit of it. They're going to need every bit of it again tonight, as Kevin Huerter questionable, Keon Ellis out, Sasha Vezenkov questionable as well. So the Kings, look, man, to bring it up again, a lot of that conversation last season about the quote-unquote injury luck and how the Kings got a bit lucky not having to deal with any injuries. And I'm sure a couple guys got dinged up. I'm sure they didn't deal with nothing. But, I mean, Trey Lyles, like you said, they cashed Trey Lyles out. He can't get on the floor. You just got De'Aaron Fox back. Now you don't know if you're going to have Kevin Huerter. You missed him in the last game. Sasha Vezenkov, he might not play. So Keon Ellis, who was starting to get into a rhythm, he rolls his ankle. So definitely not the same type of luck that the Kings had last season, but they're finding a way to persevere on this winning streak that they're on right now. De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis are balling out. De'Aaron Fox, these are the last 4 games, 30 points, 43 points, 28 points, 28 points. Sabonis, the last 4 games, 32 points, 27 points, 29 points,
Come on.
23 points. And with Sabonis, you got to read the rebounds, 13 rebounds, 14 rebounds, 16 rebounds, and then 9 rebounds. It's a joke right now.
It is.
I mean,
It's insane.
they are rolling right now.
Yeah, both of them. And very rarely do you get to the case where you have both of your superstars humming at the exact same time, and it feels like it's right on schedule too. Again, I'm going to keep pointing out the fact that once De'Aaron comes back, it feels like the puzzle pieces come all together. And Sabonis has definitely been a big part of that. He heard a lot during that losing streak of, I thought the Kings had 2 All-Stars. I thought they had 2 All-NBA players. Where's Domantas Sabonis been? Well, I think he has really changed. I don't even think he's changed his style of play, but I think since that 4-shot performance we saw in Houston, it feels like he's really been more aggressive and setting the tone from the jump in these past couple games. Maybe it's because of who he's faced at center in this stretch. He's had to go against guys like Anthony Davis, like Victor Wembanyama, like Chet Holmgren, and the 2 towers in Cleveland as well. Maybe he saw those challenges and saw them as challenges and rose to the occasion. But the way that dude has been playing has changed how easy these victories have been, in my opinion. I think if De'Aaron goes crazy and Sabonis is still okay or hovering around average for his play, I think that these games are a lot more difficult. But the fact that you have him, you have De'Aaron, and then on most nights you have some other third guy that you have to worry about, it's really tough for teams to slow down these guys when they're humming the way they are right now. And you can't guess who that third guy is going to be. You can't guess if it's going to be Kevin Huerter on a given night, if it's going to be Malik Monk on a given night, or if it's going to be Keegan Murray even on a given night. So, yeah, absolutely. That duo is playing incredibly right now. And I have a stat here from our guy, Will Z Stats, who you actually met the other night.
I did.
Great guy. Love Will. Always puts out great info as well. There are only 9 players in the NBA right now averaging 20 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists on over 50% from the field. There's only 9 players in the entirety of the NBA. The Sacramento Kings have 2 of them, and they're the only team that has 2 of those players. De'Aaron Fox, 31-4-6 on 50%, 50.6% from the field. Sabonis, 20-12-7 on 63% from the field.
Wow.
So just absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, those are the Kings 2 All-Stars. Those are the Kings 2 All-NBA guys performing. And that was going to be a part of the recipe too. I mean, if the Kings were going to be as good as they were last year, or if not, dare we say better than they were last year, it was going to require those 2 guys being at the head of it as well. They were going to have to put up similar, if not better numbers than they did the year previous, and both of which are definitely doing that.
Yeah. And right now, I would say, and I know there's probably Giannis and Dame out there as far as the duos are concerned.
Yeah, the
but
2 J's in Boston.
The 2 J's in Boston. But if you're looking at right now, I mean, we thought it could have been Sabonis to win Player of the Week as well.
Right.
They're both kind of just battling with each other, and I wonder if they have any type of conversations about that. Like, hey, I got you this week, and maybe you can get it next week, because they're both just operating at a high level right now, and that's exactly what this Kings team needs as they fight through some injuries, things like that. Just taking a look at the box score here from last night's game. I mean, Harrison Barnes, 12 points. Whenever you can get Harrison above double figures,
he'll take it.
6 assists from Harrison too.
Wait, what?
6 assists from Harrison Barnes. Yeah.
I might have to look at career highs, because that might seriously be touching it.
It might be up there. Keegan Murray, 17 points. Sabonis, 32. Chris Duarte with 13.
Come on.
In his first opportunity to start, and De'Aaron with 30. Malik Monk with 12. Sasha Vezenkov with 7. And JaVale McGee with 6. So JaVale got into the dust up.
He did.
JaVale was ticked off.
He was feeling it. He was definitely feeling it.
JaVale was ticked off. He was not feeling it at all. And he came over from the Mavs. I wonder if there was any beef. Well, that was Hardaway, right? That was Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, that was
got
Hardaway.
into it. Maybe they didn't really enjoy each other's time, because JaVale, I mean, he did get pushed.
He was quick, though.
Hardaway pushed him, yes. But
Did he?
That's what
Are
I'm
we
saying.
sure?
It looked like there was some. I've been waiting. Actually,
Yes.
I really don't mess with you at all.
It was some Draymond. Let me just give me an excuse to put this guy in a
JaVale was
headlock.
pointing his finger, saying, "I told you once. I told you about that." JaVale was not happy, so I wonder what went down there. Because JaVale was over here pointing his finger. I told you, I don't mess with you.
No, he was ready. He was ready to go, and it was one of those where you could tell because they went to replay after. Yeah. And you see everybody looking up at the replay, and you could tell the Mavericks bench when they cut to them. There's a lot of like, dang, like that fool was mad. Like, what y'all do to him last year? Kind of. And then the Kings are looking at it, and they're like, yeah, they just put their head back down, and they're like, yeah, JaVale definitely overreacted. Yeah, you could tell that there's clearly some subtext going on there that we are not all keen to.
No, we don't know if it was specific to.
That's why we got yourself out of here last. Right. Like there was probably some slight jabs thrown.
Yeah, we don't know if it was specific to Tim Hardaway Jr. or if it was anybody, or if it was just the team in general, and Hardaway Jr. is the one who pushed him or put hands on him. Yeah. So then all of a sudden, JaVale
It really looked light to me. Like, it did. It looked like to me he was just trying to get up.
It was light but unnecessary. I don't think he needed to put his hands on JaVale's chest.
Yeah, I mean, it was there. His chest was. I hate to sound like Draymond talking about Sabonis, but like he was there. He was there. Like where else is he supposed to put his hand? Come on.
We gotta watch a replay again during the break. I don't know about that. I'm gonna ride for my guy. That was
JaVale. My favorite. Draymond. Where is he supposed to put his foot? I don't know. I was just come on.
And then I gotta hop, skip, and jump in the air after, just because.
Where's Tim Hardaway supposed to put his hand? No, where else?
Right.
Come on.
Besides on JaVale's
his chest. Come on.
And then leverage himself to get up.
JaVale's a big guy. Come on. Like, you're telling me you really felt that? I don't know. All I know is JaVale was quick.
All I know is there was something.
That fuse was lit.
Yeah, all I know is there was something going on, and JaVale was not happy.
He had time. He had time. No, he had time yesterday.
Right. And JaVale, that's a guy who, I mean, I think JaVale, professional, been around the league for a very long time. So I think that also kind of leaned into it because he's thinking, all right, JaVale, I haven't really actually seen JaVale get that upset.
Yeah, he's a lighthearted guy. Yeah. He's funny. He's goofy.
Right.
Not a very serious, angry. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he's had a history of like some flare-ups here and there, but I wouldn't guess JaVale McGee is like an angry malcontent most of the time.
No.
He's got good vibes to him.
Doesn't feel like it, but he was not messing with the Mavericks at all. And his new team, the Sacramento Kings, come away with the victory. Got to get to a break. When we get back, we continue to break down the Kings and a little bit of Niners as well. NFL in general with a big game tonight. Jalen Hurts versus Patrick Mahomes. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, looking at a sunny and seasonable kickoff to the week. Your Monday forecast will include highs reaching in the lower to mid 60s under bright sunshine. Expect overnight lows in the lower 40s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. We have a YouTube question here that we want to get to. Manny Too Legit says, Stiles and Watkins, you guys probably won't answer my question. Well, that's where you're wrong, Manny. That's where you're wrong. But was wondering about Domas and Fox duo. Who would you compare them to as far as other great duos that have been in the league or currently?
That's a tough one because it's
Who
like
would we compare them to?
I mean, stylistically, like who do they play the most like? Or if we're saying like, you know, they have as good of a shot and or, you know, where they stack up in terms of duos compared to
I think that
historically.
anything you're going to say, the problem with doing these is it's either going to come off as disrespectful to whoever you can. It's going to be disrespectful to whoever you compare them to or disrespectful to them. Right. Off the top of my head, just very quickly off the top of my head. And again, I'm going to hear it, but I would say Penny and Shaq.
Yeah, that's probably positionally like tick for tack. Like, I mean, the problem, I'm trying to grasp
where.
That's
what I was going to say. Alan just compared Sabonis to Shaq.
But I'm trying to help you out there in the sense of like, the best centers in the NBA were probably like Shaq. I was too young to have a good grasp, but like Hakeem was probably still the best center in the NBA. Like Shaq might have been up and coming. Like Sabonis is the third or fourth best center in the NBA. So that might fit the Shaq was probably third or fourth best center in the NBA. And Penny was probably somewhere near the tier of De'Aaron. I would say to build on that, even if we could only compare it to Sacramento Kings, like I definitely think they're creeping on territory, if not already there, of the best duo in Sacramento Kings history. Like, if we're talking Weber, Bibby, as individuals, of course, team success, nowhere near a game away from making the NBA Finals. But if we're talking two individuals, Sabonis pound for pound with Weber that's going to be a really fascinating argument if Sabonis ends up staying here the duration of his contract to look at those two numbers. De'Aaron is head and shoulders better than Mike Bibby. And so in that sense, it feels like that kind of helps level up the playing field. And I would almost I think Fox is no shade at Mike Bibby. Mike Bibby's fantastic. Please come on the show whenever. But I think De'Aaron is friend of the show. Hopefully one day. Hopefully actually friend of us one day. Anyways, I think De'Aaron is actually so much better than Mike that it kind of puts that duo over that one. So I at the very least, I would say that we're definitely ranging towards if not already there, of the best duo in Sacramento Kings history for sure.
A couple other names coming through: Aaron, Wade, and Mourning. Okay,
interesting. Okay,
you have Campio Silva saying Marbury and Garnett.
I feel like maybe Sabonis isn't as good as Garnett. Yeah, maybe.
There's not a perfect one because Sabonis is more is headed towards that hybrid center, right? Where he's the passing, even his threes have been falling lately. So he's not a traditional center. There's just not a lot of those running around.
It's tough too, because honestly, narrative plays a big role in Sabonis's kind of standing with all of these guys as well. Like I saw somebody put on Twitter earlier today, it doesn't matter if Sabonis, retweeting Sabonis' stat line the last 4 games. Doesn't matter if Sabonis is averaging a 30-point triple-double. I still won't give him respect after last year's playoffs.
I saw that.
I think that just exists out there. So that also adds to why it's hard to kind of place where they are in terms of duos, because he's such a polarizing guy. Yeah, I say that he's up to the tier of Chris Webber. Some people might say that's absolutely blasphemous. How could you? Chris Webber was, talent-wise, 1,000%. Chris Webber, you can almost argue, never lived up to the talent that he had. He had best player in the league talent. But in terms of actual production, I think Sabonis gets the most out of his skill set, out of his abilities. I think in terms of production, he's definitely deserving to be up there in that conversation.
And the question wasn't just former players.
No,
it was also about current. Yeah. And I would say, I'm going to go to the Mile High and talk about Denver and say Jokic and Murray, because obviously Jokic is better than Sabonis, but I think Fox is better than Jamal Murray.
Yep.
And it's very similar between the two.
Yeah.
So
if you put Sabonis at 100 and you put Murray at an 85 or something, I think the average of those two numbers would probably be somewhere near where you would put the average of Fox and Sabonis.
What we're saying is Sabonis close to as the difference between Sabonis and Jokic, does that get evened out between the difference between Fox and Jamal Murray? And I do think Jamal Murray might be slightly underrated, but I also think that Sabonis is underrated. Right. So I think that's probably the best modern comparison.
I would say so.
That we have right now, and it's right in front of our face.
Yeah, because I mean, the problem with the duos is, we can enter the Warriors into the chat. Like, how do you not have best duos involve Steph Curry and just somebody else? Well, the problem is that somebody else is bringing, he's holding down the weight so much.
Don't get me in trouble here.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, but yeah, I mean, they're a top 5 duo in the NBA without thinking about it too much. Like now, of course, if you're taking peaks of their power, like Giannis and Dame, absolutely, and for sure. Maybe you take Jokic and Murray above them. The two Jays in Boston, maybe you take over them.
Some people would say right now,
Embiid and Maxey.
And Maxey.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's tons of good duos out there. It's just kind of tough. It is a little bit of styles too.
AD
you
and
got
LeBron.
AD and LeBron. Like you just got to kind of pick what it is that you're looking for. Like, are we talking NBA Jam, or are we talking trying to win a title? Are we talking, best two guys to build around? There's tons of different ways you could frame the argument. But I think the bigger point is when we're talking production, when we're talking right here, right now, today, this duo is playing to the level, at least, of just about anybody else in the NBA. Like, you could take this duo production wise and put it toe-to-toe, pound for pound with any other duo in the NBA.
Yeah.
And that's surprising. Like, I didn't think that would be the case. I thought when you say Fox and Sabonis are your two best players, that screams just narrative-wise 7 or 8 seed or 6 play-in team to me. The fact that they're able to, right as it stands right now, the Kings are in the 4 seed in the Western Conference. They were the 3 seed, obviously, last year. I think the fact that those two just continue to outlive expectations, I think that just says that we really shouldn't doubt them. Like, we shouldn't try and put a cap on how good we think they can be, because they've exceeded it every single time someone has tried to put a cap on how good they can be.
Yeah. And, these lists that we'll read and, oh, well, that's disrespectful or this or that. I think that helps. I think that the Kings do use it as fuel.
Yes.
And I believe that it's going to help them. And as they continue to garner more attention, and they might not even feel comfortable because they're not used to it. Here at 916 on the text line, Dirk and Steve Nash.
Interesting. Of course, stylistically, Sabonis is not Dirk, but
and stylistically,
that's interesting.
De'Aaron isn't Steve Nash.
Yeah, that's good, because I would say both of those two were never taught. Those two specifically were always disrespected as well. Like, Dirk never got the respect until he won the title. Steve Nash, his MVPs are probably the most controversial, polarizing MVPs that there are out there. That's actually not a bad shout, because Dallas had a lot of really fun years with those two. The scary part is that we're not going to get into, because I do not want to have this conversation, is those two also very much reached a ceiling really hard, really quickly, and Dallas moved on from them really fast.
Yeah,
so
it was fun.
Hopefully that doesn't happen here in Sacramento, but that is definitely the fear with having that caliber of a duo.
So this is CBSSports.com, and I think this was the same group that gave us the big man comparison that you almost left the studio. That CBS, or I think it was CBS.
It was CBS.
CBS
it was definitely,
Sports
you don't forget something like
had
that.
a list of big men, and Sabonis was ranked number 9, and Chris almost left the studio,
Yeah,
and I almost had to finish the show by myself. So this was from end of September, right? So this is from the end of September, the best duos that I think a lot of people wanted to have the conversation before, right after Dame signed to the Bucks or got traded to the Bucks. So this is before the season. So you have number one. Number one. You have Jokic and Murray.
Okay.
Which they just wanted.
For sure. Yeah, they just won a title. Absolutely.
And you can do percentages on who's pulling most of that weight.
Yes.
In these
Exactly.
duos. Okay. Number 2, LeBron and Anthony Davis. This was September 30th.
Sure.
We're looking for update. We're updating them ourselves,
Yes.
right? This is just to see where you would now put
Fox and
Fox and the Ox. Okay. You have number 3, Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. I mean, they played, 2 games together?
Something
Do
like
they even
that,
know
yeah.
each other?
No, they don't.
Come on
Have they
now.
won a game where they've played together?
I don't know. And
They
Bradley,
barely squeaked one out last night in Utah, by the way.
There's your first
frustrating.
L. Giannis and Dame at number 4. I think it's because at this time, nobody had seen
Nobody
them play
knew,
yet.
right.
Again, this beginning of September. This one is going to make Chris laugh and possibly leave again. 5, Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look too hot now, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
This was end of September.
Oh, boy.
Number 6, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, of course.
Right. Number 7, Joel Embiid. They had James Harden, so just plug in Maxey there.
Yeah.
Number 8, Kawhi and Paul George, which can we stop doing that?
Yeah, I
and
think we
and
can,
actually,
officially.
I do want to talk a little bit about the Clippers because did we bury them too soon? Did we bury them too
Possibly.
soon?
There's still a lot of season left. We'll see.
Number 9, De'Aaron Fox and DeMontis Sabonis. Going
into the season, I could see how.
I said going into the city.
Whatever.
Party.
It's fine.
Shout out Sacramento.
Shout out the city.
Shout out J Street.
Yeah. Shout out J Street. Shout out K Street. Shout out R Street too. Why not?
Shout out
R
R
Street
Street.
gets forgotten about.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean that's fair for like a preseason where people are mainly. It's all about the hype. It's all about the big names, and I think Fox and Sabonis. I think again a lot of people were down on Sabonis after the playoff series, but I feel like after hearing those duos,
and number 10 was Luka and Kyrie.
Interesting. And I would say maybe they're if we're doing
Yeah.
power rankings, they're probably
higher,
stock
too.
up, right?
Mhm.
I definitely think the bigger point is that I think Fox and Sabonis are knocking on the door, if not already there, of top 5 duos.
There you go. Got to get to a break. We have a combo. We will get to celebrate the dogs from this weekend. Simone getting that music ready, and we will be choosing our dogs of the game for the game tonight. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
At Elk Grove Honda, we see every Honda buyer as a member of the family, so we make sure every lower price certified pre-owned Honda is one we'd buy from ourselves. See our selection of certified pre-owned Hondas in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
For 35 years, TruckSmart has been your local leader in truck accessories. Find racks, toolboxes, and lighting for your work truck, and trailer hitches, side steps, and bed covers for recreation. They have shells for work or play, and offer Rhino lining, the best bed protection in the business. You like overlanding? TruckSmart has rooftop tents, recovery gear, and heavy-duty bumpers. Trust your ride to their skilled installers and expert sales staff at the Rockland and Auburn locations. TruckSmart. Your truck's gonna love them. TruckSmart.com.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine in the Roseville Galleria Mall, November 16th through December 10th, and in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall, December 11th through January 2nd. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at givingmachine.greatersacramento-modesto.org.
On December 9th, witness a mind-bending show like no other with The Clairvoyants Holiday Spectacular at Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville, featuring mind-reading, magic tricks, and illusions, with a special appearance from Mr. Coney Handini, the world's first mind-reading dog. Get your tickets now to see The Clairvoyants live, only at
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Must be 21 or older.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app, find a location near you, order online, earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Prestigio Jewelers Black November sale is on all month long. Get amazing doorbuster deals while supplies last. 1 carat diamond earrings only $449. Wedding sets starting at only $899. 70% off gold chains and much more. Get quick and easy credit approval and low monthly payments at Prestigio Jewelers. No credit, bad credit, even bankruptcy, you're approved. Prestigio Jewelers guarantees your credit up to $10,000. Shop designer brands such as Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Visit us today or online at prestigiojewelers.com. See store for details.
With NBA League Pass, you get so much game.
Even regular season games?
Yep.
Even some of the in-season tournament?
Mm-hmm.
Can I watch home and away team broadcasts?
Oh, yeah.
Can I watch from my phone while I take a long bath?
Sure.
And if my team wins, can I stand up super fast and splash water everywhere and scream, yes, that's right?
Hey, could we get a normal fan for this commercial? Subscribe at NBA.com/League Pass today. Only select out-of-market games available and local blackout restrictions apply. Additional charges and other conditions may apply. Visit NBA.com/subscriber agreement for full terms and conditions.
Sacramento has a new tag team in the midday. It's Stiles and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, and it's about that time to get to our dogs. Before we get to our dogs, I had to bring this up. A lot of random news coming through today. De'Aaron Fox wins Player of the Week in the Western Conference. Shout out De'Aaron Fox. He's been rolling. Could have been De'Aaron Fox. Could have been Sabonis. These guys are balling right now as the Kings are about to take on the Pelicans tonight. And we got your dogs. So Simone, keep that going. And we're celebrating the 2 W's from over the weekend. So we will get our dogs with a dog music bet. That's what you get. That's what you get. Now, it is being reported quickly that Zach Wilson is being named the 3rd-string quarterback.
Oof.
Tim Boyle will be the starter, and Trevor Siemian will be the backup.
Another new starter.
Another new starter. Another
My
new starter.
goodness.
And, you know, Robert Saleh did some great things for the Niners. Wish them the best, but this is why you just need to not overthink things. As soon as Aaron Rodgers went down, I think what happened is they were watching Hard Knocks and they got convinced same way I got convinced. You watch Hard Knocks, you think every team's winning the Super Bowl. And they're, they got the voice in the background saying, Zach Wilson learning from Aaron Rodgers. And I think they believe
doing the no-look passes.
Passes. And I think they believe that stench or that smell of Aaron Rodgers and his greatness that quickly got passed on to Zach Wilson, and it just didn't. And he had that game, what was that, like 4 or 5 weeks ago where he balled out?
Yeah.
I mean,
against the Chiefs.
That was against the Chiefs.
He looked better than Patrick Mahomes.
He looked better than Patrick Mahomes and Taylor Swift, and the Swifties were all confused, right? And I think a lot of people thought, okay, maybe the Jets have something. Remember, he went two overall. He's a big, top pick in the draft. But ultimately, you gotta listen. You gotta trust yourself. And I've always been of the mindset that the sit behind quarterbacks was a little overdone.
Yes.
Right? Do we not think Patrick Mahomes is gonna be that guy if he didn't sit for a couple years? Come on now.
Look at Jordan Love.
But
he don't look ready.
He does not look ready. So
doesn't look like sitting helped him at all.
Jets did it to themselves. They could have went out, and I would have rather got Joe Flacco. I mean,
you might as well.
You might as well have.
They were better with him last. They had Joe Flacco the year previous, and that was arguably the best they looked. Or Mike White, another guy who, it's really, they always say the backup quarterback's the most popular guy in town, but it's really bad when the backup quarterback comes in, plays. Well, I mean, Mike White did come in and play out of his mind for a couple games, but it's not great when then everybody rallies around him when he's playing and says, no, keep him in. We've seen the other guy. Let's not do this. I don't understand how the Jets have seen now, 3 years of Zach Wilson. And I think now they're finally getting the point, but I agree. I have no idea why they believed, just because Aaron Rodgers is going to be in his ear, all of a sudden he'll stop throwing terrible balls.
No, I don't get it. And to bring this back to the Niners, Richard Sherman had some sound on his podcast where he went on to say that if Brock Purdy was a top pick, we'd be talking about him in the same breath as Patrick Mahomes. I don't know about all of that. But I will say that, and there's money involved, right? A top 3 pick has a lot more money invested than the last pick in the draft. But I do think it goes beyond that, and I do think that Zach Wilson would not have gotten this many opportunities if he was the last pick in the draft.
Oh,
he would have already got cooked.
Yeah,
I'm packing your bags.
Bye.
You got to go back to
He wouldn't have
BYU.
he wouldn't have even made the practice squad.
Right.
I mean, he looks terrible. He looks unplayable.
So as much as I think that a lot gets overblown about Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant at this point in time, things like this does make me feel like Richard Sherman is right, because he got so many chances Zach Wilson did. And then on the other hand, and I got to bring up Voldemort's name, you have Trey Lance, who really didn't get any opportunity. So the whole thing is just a complete mess. What we did learn is that draft class, that was supposed to be one of the best draft classes QB-wise, complete sham. You have Trevor Lawrence, who we think is going to be good and has looked pretty good, but nothing to write home about. Justin Fields, good luck to you. Just
played
a
all right.
mess.
He was this close to getting an upset.
Yeah,
really good, close. Of course, can't rely on the Bears to do anything.
No,
just beat the Lions.
All right, it's time, Simone. Get it rolling. It is time for the dog segment.
Arf, arf.
And I believe you called Harrison, so one of us called Harrison Barnes for last
game
night.
2.
Yeah. So Harrison,
are we counting that? Again, I think we said double digits is
right.
We'll take what we can get.
I counted. I had Keegan, and defensively showed up.
Yeah, me too.
He's gonna have to hit some of those shots tonight with no Kevin again.
Yeah.
So
possibly questionable still.
Questionable. We do know no Keon though.
Yeah.
And that's why we've been talking about Davion. And is it going to be a return of Davion to a lot of playing time and getting that action? Colby Jones, you never know, right? He it wasn't too long ago. Colby Jones was getting not legit minutes, but he was getting decent.
He's getting
amount
first
of minutes.
quarter minutes.
Yeah, he's getting first quarter minutes. So all right, let's get through it. Simone,
yeah,
who is your dog?
Start
And again,
it off?
if you want to, you don't have to. Again, if you want to be a part of the conversation and give us your dogs, who you think is going to perform the best tonight, 916-339-1140. You don't have to, Simone.
No, I got you.
All right.
I've been really inspired by this entire show, and I'm actually going to go in an unconventional way.
Love it.
Off night is going to be off the
Knew
porch.
it. I knew
and
it.
biting fools' ankles tonight. That is going to be my dog of the game tonight.
All right. Davion
There we go.
is Simone's dog.
Yeah, he's going to bring some energy for sure.
Chris.
Davion's a great pick because Brendan, I think when we had Brendan in on Wednesday, he talked about how, it was an inevitability that Davion was going to get some minutes again, whether it was Keon getting injured, which happened, or Keon maybe having a couple games where he doesn't knock down shots and Mike Brown maybe looks Davion's way again. We knew this would happen, but he's going to come in with so much energy, so much fire. You talked about earlier when talking about Duarte, how sometimes, it is good to sit guys and have depth and have that level of competition because these guys are all hyper competitive. And the best way you're going to get the best performances out of them is by challenging them and legitimately trying to make them believe that you have to play well or else you will not get the only thing you care about, and that's minutes. So Mike Brown took those minutes away. Okay, he took the food bowl away from the dog. Now that's a hungry dog that's ready to get let off the leash and show, hey, man, this is why I was the 8th pick in the draft. This is why, I still got some value on this league. Whether for you or for anybody else that I'm showcasing, I'm going to show that I've got something. So I think Davion's a great pick. I'm jealous. I wish I could pick it myself.
You can double up.
I want Simone to live with it by herself when it goes well. It's going to go well. So I want Simone to have that.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll go with Domantas Sabonis.
Okay.
I think I picked Sabonis for my Friday game as well. I'm going to keep similar logic, except it's actually not going to be – it's going to be same reason but different circumstance. Sabonis was going against Wemby on Friday, was going against the Dallas Mavericks ghost centers. When Derek Lively is out there, he's a rookie. That's barbecue chicken. Tonight's a different challenge. Sabonis still needs to bring the physicality, but he's got a big big. Well, I'm talking like a mastiff. He's going against, and Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah,
that's a big boy. Okay, that's not like Chet. That's not like AD. No. That's not like Derek Lively.
Bullies get bullied.
Yeah, so Sabonis is going to have to take it to him, and I know those two have a lot of history in international basketball. The Kings and Jonas Valanciunas have some history with DeMarcus giving him a little pump fake when DeMarcus was on Team USA. But Jonas Valanciunas is a guy who I'm a huge fan of. He's somebody who you let him. We've talked about today. Kings can't let other guys besides Zion and Brandon Ingram do their thing. Jonas Valanciunas is prime candidate number 1 to have 20-plus points, have like 15 rebounds. Yeah. He'll sneak a couple threes. Well. He'll get a couple assists on you. That's a dude that you have to worry about. You can't just let that man cook. Don't let him get into a rhythm. I don't know if you have to be physical with him because he's so big. He might like that physicality, or if you need to try and, balance it up with some speed or something. But whatever you do, don't let Jonas Valanciunas get cooking tonight.
Wow.
So my dog is Sabonis.
Wow.
I'm expecting a 20-plus. Give me I'm all above averages. So I think Sabonis is at 20, 12, and 7 right now.
Wow.
Give me a 20-plus. Give me a 14 boards. Give me an 8 assists as well.
209.
Yeah.
209. Keegan is my dog tonight. 209 as well.
It's had a couple quiet nights. So
physicality. The Kings are playing right now. We'll prepare them for the playoffs. We're going to the playoffs ready for the physicality that it brings. On the YouTube chat, we have a mid-rock going with De'Aaron Fox. Manny Too Legit going with De'Aaron Fox. I'm going to go. I can't go Keegan again. We got to go. I know Simone's saying we got to go. It's hard because I just went Keegan.
I will say De'Aaron Fox perpetually kills the New Orleans Pelicans. Just absolutely destroys them.
You know what, though? We're in NOLA.
We are.
I'm going with the Monkey Yard dog. He's been a little bit quiet. His threes, he's been back 3-wise, but hasn't really eclipsed that 13, 14 points, right? So I'm looking for, with no Kevin Huerter, I'm looking for Malik to be a little bit more aggressive, and I'm going to go with Malik Monk for my dog. Got to get to a break. When we get back, cross-talk with the Drive Guys, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
That should just be dog munching on both.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. With kids back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Make Exergen thermometer the chosen thermometer for your home or business to check for fever, where accuracy matters. When measuring temperature at home and at work, use an Exergen thermometer to keep your family and colleagues safe. Available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael. Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
At Jim Boy's Tacos, you get a ho lot of flavor for under $10. Our classic #2 combo meal spreads cheer with a farm-dusted ground beef taco, scratch-made bean and cheese burrito, and a soft drink. So jingle on down to Jim Boy's or order online at participating locations.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles, drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet Arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I love the fact that I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, I have running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, I have heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to the newest technology with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports. A little bit of crosstalk, joined by one half of the Drive guys, Whitey Gleason. Whitey, how is it going, my good sir?
Good. I got a question for you guys, if I may.
Oh,
okay. You probably saw the commercial. A lot of people love it. The 3 older women and Amazon. And okay. So it's 3 women and they go down. Now, I wonder how they get back up, but did anybody else, especially somebody who spent a lot of time in the Bay Area, when you saw that, did you think of Draymond, Clay, and Steph, or was that just me?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You haven't seen the Amazon commercial?
They ran it about 18 times per game.
Really?
Yeah. There's
I did
some
not
old
see it.
ladies, and that's what they are. I'm not.
Yeah.
There's old lady, and they're sitting there but watching kids go down in their sleds, and one of them goes on Amazon and gets sleds, seats for the 3 of them, and they're like, "What are you doing?" And they don't talk, but then they all go down, and they're old, and they remember when they were younger, and
very much.
I was thinking of Steph and Draymond.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
Very, very much.
No, I mean, I
like
get it.
vibe.
Yes, I definitely can see that now.
Especially when at the end and they're,
I could see Clay just holding up
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4.
Right.
Wow.
Right. And there's no way they get back up that hill.
No.
That's a one and done.
Trudging up snow is tough.
Yeah.
That's a one and done.
No. They're going to have to move further down the hill. Yeah.
I just love that that's where your mind goes instantly. You're like,
worry about them. Ladies, how are you?
Yeah. Well, they got down it. That's all that matters.
One last time.
Basically bought like butt pads, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what she bought.
Okay, I gotta see this.
No, so they can go down the hill.
It's sweet.
It's sweet.
You're not making
play,
it sound
In My Life by the Beatles on just piano. That's what's underneath it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My mom was over, and she that one got her.
Yeah, I know.
That one got her.
I get it.
But Whitey, meanwhile, just Mr. Cynical over here.
Well, I asked on Twitter, and Sean, who's a loyal listener to the station on Twitter, he said, those ladies know it's a young man's game. They're sledding. They knew what they were in for, and they're not getting back up the hill.
They're not.
That's on them. Yeah.
They're not. They get one a year.
Yeah.
One time down a year. Whitey, before we go, Kings here. Chiefs, Eagles.
Yeah.
Who you got?
I'm just gonna, pick with the heart and go, let's go Chiefs. Let's go Andy
Everybody's
Reid,
picking the Chiefs.
former SF State, used to coach at SF State.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Simone and I,
Gators
years
up.
apart, went to
Gators up.
Gators up.
Gators up. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Chris, who you got tonight?
Sorry, I'm watching this Joyride Amazon commercial. They really did buy butt pads. They really did buy like some.
They're like cushions. Yeah.
Sure. Yes. They sure did though. That was like the first thing they purchased. Question about tonight's game. Is that what it was? Sorry, I was focused on the elders.
Yes.
I think that this is a prime. Eagles are going to make this another very disgusting, ugly win. And I think it's probably going to be like 20 to, we'll say 17. And I think it's going to be continued conversation about, do Mahomes and do they have enough, receiving help? I just think this entire game is just going to lean into narratives. I don't think we're going to see anything special tonight. I don't think these teams want to reveal any deep, dark secrets they have. I'm going Eagles.
Eagles need it more.
Yeah.
The Eagles definitely need it more.
Yeah. I mean, the AFC is looking so soft these days. I mean, when you throw in the fact that Burrow's now out for the season, Buffalo looks like a mess. I guess you could say Baltimore's probably their toughest competition.
Andrews.
They lose Mark Andrews.
Everybody, the whole league is soft. There's 14 playoff teams, right? I think there are like 14 teams with winning records right now.
Really?
So we do this thing in basketball where a ring is a ring is a ring, but people will talk about your path, right? So this year's Super Bowl winner, is it going to be one of the weaker rings? If that's a thing, would you call this ring a little bit weaker than other rings?
I don't know if that will be determined on the game itself.
And who they play, I think
the Super Bowl itself will determine how the narrative of the run is based. But it does feel like you only have to win one or two, like one really tough game to get to that Super Bowl, where traditionally sometimes it's been, if you're in that wild card, you're going to get a tough wild card. You're obviously going to get a tough division, and then you'll get a tough conference opponent as well. Whereas, if the Niners, let's say the Niners get that first round bye, they might play, depending on how you view Detroit on a road, on the road heading to California, like that might not be their best situation. And then you only really would have to play the Eagles as like a tough competition. So it does feel like, to what you're getting at, it feels like the road is going to be a lot easier. Well, to be determined on the game itself, though.
To me, the 49ers, the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Ravens are the four teams that really have the most realistic chance. And, anything can happen. Crazy upset here or there, a bounce here or there. There's some other good teams. But I think those four teams are head and shoulders above anybody else, including the Lions. And I know your Vikings have them two more times.
Yes.
They give up a ton of points.
Yes. They struggled with the
having
Bears.
A great year. First
Sunday.
time they've been 8-2 since JFK was president or whatever, but they give up a lot of points.
They do. Yeah. Their defense. And that was the weak point of last year. It wasn't, their offense hasn't really ever been a question. It's really been about their defense. Their defense has been solid this year, but I think you see in a game like yesterday where, they're struggling at points to slow down the Chicago Bears. It's like, well, if you're going against the Niners, like that's going to be a field day for them. So especially again, if the Lions aren't playing in Ford Field or in a dome, I just think you have to wonder, how are they going to look?
It's
much
bad
like
your
the
quarterback
Dolphins
got hurt. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun
No.
of it. It's really too bad.
Yeah. Because the Vikings would have put up a fight against
Mm-hmm.
them for sure. I mean, the Vikings have a good enough offense to really give them fits.
Yeah, no, and before we switch over to Kings here, the only other team I think there are some teams that we may have written off too soon in the AFC, but I also think that there's a reason that we wrote them off. I feel more confident about possibly writing off the Dolphins too early than I do about the Bills. I think the Bills are done. I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't be surprised if the Dolphins somehow figure it out.
If they can play all the games at home,
right?
Good luck with that.
In 70-degree weather.
Yeah.
Right. And that's been my knock on the Dolphins. But if they figure that out, I feel like there's still more that the Dolphins can show us. I just think the Bills, from the coaching staff to the Diggs thing and Josh Allen regressing, I don't see the Bills making any noise in the AFC. And I could be wrong. They could turn things around, but I do think that, okay, Dolphins, we know what the Dolphins haven't been able to do. So if you're able to figure that out, maybe you got something. All right, only got about a minute left here, Whitey, before we hand over the keys. So tonight, back-to-back, Pelicans, Kings. I mean, I don't think the Kings are going to go for 6-0. They have some guys that are questionable. But how are you feeling about the game tonight?
The Pelicans are, we'll talk with Kyle Draper. Of course, he's there getting ready for the game. I have a hard time figuring them out. I don't know what they are. I mean, they're not.
I don't think they know.
They don't stand out in any area, but part of that is because they're guys, it's different players every night. Ingram's scary, but, his 3-point shooting this year has been terrible. So you never know which team you're going to get.
Yeah. You don't, but you know what team you're going to get when you listen to The Drive, guys.
Ooh,
and that's Draper and Whitey. Thank you for listening to Stiles and Watkins. We got you tomorrow as well. Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better, and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Sactown Sports is home to the Kings. Independent financial advice at captrust.com. Join Kelly Brothers, Carmichael, Dave, and Jason as they look at the business of sports every Thursday at 7:40 a.m. You want to know how sports really work? Follow the money with Kelly Brothers from Cap Trust on Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
All right. I have to start here. Yesterday was practically perfect, right? The 49ers win. Brock Purdy puts up the highest possible passer rating. The Kings win 6 in a row. De'Aaron Fox is named Western Conference Player of the Week today, other than the Hufanga injury, which is terrible. Great day yesterday. But now some people are upset and been out of shape around here because Lou Williams says there's not a lot to do in Sacramento. Why do we care what Lou Williams thinks? Lou Williams says a lot of idiotic things. We're better than that. Kyle Draper coming to us from New Orleans. Get ready for the Kings and the Pelicans. Kyle, everything's going so well. Why do we care what Lou Williams says or thinks?
I'm with you 100%, Whitey. Excited to be here, obviously, in New Orleans. But, as great of a basketball player as Lou Will was, the only advice I'm taking from him is wings and gentlemen's clubs.
Right.
That's the only thing he can speak to me about. Now, if he wants to do a rating system on those, okay, Lou Will, I'll pay attention to you. But don't come talking about my city like that. We don't care about that.
Right.
Come on.
And I will say, he actually did mix some kind words in there when he said players go there and get caught up in the basketball culture and the environment and the fans because it's so great. So actually said some good things. And the point of all that, if there was one, was that Shams was suggesting that for the first time since Chris Webber was here, opposing stars want to come to Sacramento. What did you make of that, Kyle Draper? You travel around the league. Is that where we are right now?
I think so, because when you look at the way the Kings play, first of all, it's a fun style to play. Second of all, if you remember last year, Sacramento was the best story in the entire association. Then you come into this year and they've backed it up with a strong start 8 for De'Aaron Fox, one of the young studs in this league. Domas is playing extremely well. And if you win in Sacramento, you're treated as a god. Can you imagine if you could bring a championship here to Sacramento? And so if I'm one of those big name free agents, they play a fun style, they have a great coach, great young core, great fan base, and an opportunity to win as well. That's all you can ask for. And if you get it done in Sacramento, I would argue it's sort of like, winning in Cleveland before LeBron got there and won a championship. It's winning in Milwaukee like Giannis. I mean, you would be a god here in Sacramento if you could get this team a championship.
Yes, absolutely. And taking nothing away from the Kings and that great win last night, one thing I really enjoyed about the win against the Mavs was that their basketball team, just like their football team, they're frauds. Am I right? I mean, everyone gets crazy about Luka this, Luka that. And the Kings, they toyed with them a little bit here or there. They demolished Dallas in their own building last night.
Dude, don't be sports talk radio guy. I know you fired up. You had a nice weekend here, Whitey. Let's not throw shade. Dallas has been playing some good basketball. We caught them on the second night of a back-to-back. And so, the Kings took care of business. But don't turn into that guy, Whitey.
I've been that guy.
I've
been that guy. I'm not a big Luka guy. But that said, yeah, I understand all that.
No, but you're right, man. I tell you what, watching Luka play yesterday, I was so frustrated. At one point during the game, I turned to my right, the great Derek Harper, former Dallas Mavericks guard, one of the great guards in the NBA during this time. I turned to him, I took off my headset, And I just looked at him and I said, tell your boy to just play ball.
Thank you.
Shut up and play basketball. It was too much. He was begging for foul calls. He was flopping. I wouldn't be surprised if the NBA retroactively fines him for some of those plays yesterday.
Yeah, in about 10 minutes, we're getting to Drape's takes, and I'm hoping that Luka finds his way into Drape's takes.
Ooh, I may have to do a bonus one then.
Hope I hear a little bit more of that, but we'll find out soon enough. For all the talk of De'Aaron Fox and all the huge numbers that he put up, and they were phenomenal, one of the numbers that really stood out to me again, Drapes, is the fact that De'Aaron Fox had 30 points. He had 0 turnovers. You know how hard that is, as much as he's handling the ball, and he's the point of emphasis for the defense. 0 turnovers is amazing.
It's a mastery of the game we're seeing from De'Aaron Fox right now, Whitey. 14 assists, 1 turnover over the last 2 games. Like, this is insane numbers. And as much as he handles the ball, as much as he's the focus, as fast as the Kings play as well, for him to be able to take care of the ball, it's sort of like being a quarterback. Your one main job is to take care of the ball. Well, he's doing that at an immense rate, and he's scoring.
Mm-hmm.
He's putting up big numbers. Named Western Conference Player of the Week within the last hour or so, well-deserved. And so it's just, we're watching a player transform before our eyes. Last year and this year, he has learned to master the game. Think about it. You got Luka, you got Kyrie, you got all these big names. These are international superstars, and the best player on the floor, the 2 best players on the floor, our guy, De'Aaron Fox, and Domantas Sabonis. They owned it. Whitey, I got caught up right here. This is the first time I've ever seen it. The Kings are out here playing full court. You know how they warm up? You've seen them warm up with some of their young guys. Well, they're going up and down full court with some of the assistant coaches right now. I've never seen that in a shoot-around. Trey Lyles is taking part as well, and so hopefully he's coming back soon. Not going to play tonight, but this is an encouraging sign. I think they're doing this to get Trey some 5-on-5 minutes, some reps right now.
Wow.
So this is an encouraging sign, man.
Yeah, thanks for the scoop. By the way, what else can you tell us about the injury situation tonight? Kevin Huerter didn't play last night. And the last I saw, I think he was questionable for tonight. What do we know about who's playing, who's not playing tonight?
Yeah, it's a long list of injuries for the Sacramento Kings. Keon Ellis, he's out tonight. He tweaked something, a leg, I think it was, the other day. I saw him earlier, as a matter of fact, during at the hotel, and we chatted. He didn't seem like he was going to miss the game. He did have some stimulation going on his lower leg, like a stim device. And he's upset, I would imagine, because New Orleans features Herb Jones. They played together in college. And so he was looking forward. He was excited to go against Herb Jones. And so now that's not going to happen. So that's a big blow. So obviously I would imagine we'll see some more Davion out there tonight, some off night getting some minutes. So no Keon Ellis. Let me pull it up. I got it right here.
No Alex Lynn, of course.
No
He's still
Alex
not playing.
Lynn. Trey Lyles is out. Sasha is on the injury report also, and this one surprised me because I didn't see it. They're calling it left thumb soreness. I guess too many shots. You're getting it up so quickly. He's getting it up.
Yeah.
So he's questionable, and like you said, Kevin Huerter is questionable as well.
Yeah, that's called shooter's thumb. Yeah, and then with New Orleans, we were just talking before we brought you on about New Orleans, and they're just a hard team to figure because they've had so many injuries. You don't even know who's going to be on the lineup night tonight, but I believe Zion and Ingram are both playing tonight, right? As far as we know?
They're both in tonight. Zion had a rest night the other night, and he was taken off the injury report. It's interesting because I was talking to Doug Christie about this Pelicans team and what he saw, because this is his scout. This is the team he's diving in, preparing for. He said what he saw is the team took a while to adjust to the loss of C.J. McCollum. And what you're seeing now, they've won 2 out of their last 3. And so what you're seeing now is that, guys are starting to figure it out. And remember, the game they lost the other night was without Zion. And so they're starting to figure out how to play without CJ. So this is going to be a tough opponent. Anytime you play a team twice, back-to-back sort of in the same building. We saw it against Houston. Remember, just a few weeks ago, Houston came up and they were ready. And this Pelicans team, sure, the record doesn't indicate that they're good, but they got some talent, man. It's going to be tough tonight.
Yeah, I think they're getting used to a new offense with a new associate head coach coming over from Charlotte. And you're right. I mean, CJ McCollum he's like a star glue guy. I mean, he holds everything together, but he also gives you star-like numbers. So that's a huge loss for them.
Yeah, big loss. And, he's sort of the adult in the room. And I know Ingram, has some years under his belt, but CJ is just like that savvy sage veteran that's out there that can get you a bucket on any given possession. And so without him, their guards are really young. Like they have some young guards, so it'll be interesting to see if the Kings can pressure them, maybe force some turnovers tonight.
Domas, I'm telling you, I got this feeling like, and it's great, isn't it, to see a guy sign the new deal, and then if anything, he's like trying harder. You don't always see that, human nature being what it is. It's understandable. And I do think I wouldn't be surprised if when, April rolls around, if we're looking at a new career high for him, because he's just the scoring, and he's always very efficient, but he is adopting or taking on a heavier scoring load, and he's very comfortable with it.
No, exactly. And that's something we talked about before the season. We weren't sure he would do that, right? Like we thought he would, just be passive out there offensively. But right now he's taking it to players. And what is it, 4 straight games of 20 or more points, as Trey Lyles did a nice up and under move. Looks good out there. But no, it's amazing at his level of play. And I talked to Doug about this, actually, because Doug is like the guy that works him out. And one thing they did this summer, this offseason, and I'll say this on the broadcast tonight on TV, is remember that game 21? I don't know if you guys used to play it, 21, where it's like every man for himself, basically.
Yes.
And so they did a lot of that. Doug Christie, Landry Barbosa, Domantas Sabonis, and Chris Duarte out there in Napa, because a lot of times what you'll see is players work on things, but then they don't apply it to the game. And so their mission was, you know what? You got all this swagger, all this stuff in your bag, but you don't use it in the game. And one-on-one and 21 kind of play, we used to call it roughhouse in Philly where I was growing up. You got to sort of, figure out a way to get to the basket, to get your shots off. And I was impressed with Domas the other night, just the variety of shots he took. What was he? 13 of 13, I think, from 2-point range. Missed a couple threes, maybe.
That's right.
So,
you're exactly right.
Yeah. Is that what it was? So, man, he's playing at in another all NBA level.
Yeah, there was a drill when I coached 8th grade girls, what we had called NBA No Babies Allowed. And it was like, there's no fouls. Everyone's out. And then if you score, you get to the end of the line. You have 3 people out there, and they loved it. They used to ask, can we play No Babies Allowed? But when you played 21, if you got to 20, then you had to go back. What number did you go back to?
I think it might have been 17 or 15
17,
or something like that.
17.
Yeah, same thing. Yep. We all played that game. And it's crazy to think you got, NBA superstars playing that game, Domantas Sabonis. But you know what? Whatever. And so you're seeing that in his game, some of the variety of his shots out there.
Yeah. Well, the Kings are just rolling along as they get ready to take on New Orleans. That's where Kyle Draper is. We're going to take a quick timeout, come back with Drapes in New Orleans. He's going to share Drapes' takes after last night's win over Dallas. That's next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another 3-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Snatched De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is an entertainment experience like no other. We're the only place where you can play blackjack, then hop on an indoor kart track. We're the only place with more than 2,000 of the hottest slots and a state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and a resort hotel to stay after you play. Is it any wonder we've been voted best over 100 times? We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
As we come together to celebrate the end of this long year, Stockton Honda has savings to bring us all cheer. Happy Honda Day savings and selection galore. Stockton Honda's online express purchase and great people give you more.
Save on 400 new Hondas at Stockton Honda during Happy Honda Days. Shop in person or online with our express purchase option.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. Stockton Honda.
Drive guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
A lot of people have been wondering. I know Alan and Chris were talking a lot about it today. What's the deal with Trey Lyles? What's his status? When will we see him again? We go to New Orleans. Kyle Draper's watching him right now, right, Kyle? This is breaking news on Trey Lyles.
Yeah, he's out there playing 5-on-5 right now. Let me see who's out there. You got Jalen Slauson, Kessler Edwards, Colby Jones. You got Philip Petruschev and Trey Lyles out there with a number of assistant coaches. And so they're getting up and down, man. And this is something you just don't see before an NBA game. You know, you see it at your own practice facility maybe. But, you know, here we are, you know, a couple of hours before tip-off, and these guys are running full-court basketball. And Trey, he looks good, man. He looks a little gassed right now. Obviously, haven't played all season. But I think this, what we're seeing is specifically for him, just to give him some work. And so I want to ask Mike Brown about it during his pregame availability. It looks like Trey is getting really close to returning.
Now, I have to ask you on behalf of your many, many fans listening, and if you're not able to, we would understand because you have important work to do, but yes. Can you give us just a taste of your play-by-play with the 5-on-5 going on right now? If not, it's okay. I know, I shouldn't ask, but I feel like I'm obligated to.
I don't know. Usually I get paid for the play-by-play boys. I know. You want to break me something off? Maybe I could do it, you know, hit me up with a couple of hundred, but no, right now it's just standing around. And so I'm not sure what they're about to do. They're just shooting some free throws. So right now they're just all milling about, standing around. I think assistant coach Dutch, he's calling out plays here. So give me a second, Whitey. I got you. When they start back up, I'll drop some knowledge on you.
All right. Well, I know we got something you got to get to that's much more important right now as well.
Yes. Drapes, takes, and this is a bonus edition, a double edition, because we played Friday, we played Sunday. Let's get into it. Drapes take here on this Monday.
Calm down, Lion. Calm down. Take it easy, man. Just take it easy.
Yeah, Drapes take is back. It's been a few days, but I'm telling you what, hanging around these Sacramento Kings, seeing them up close and personal out here on the road, this team is legit. We heard Mike Brown say it in the postgame locker room the other day. Guys, you have a chance to be special. And I want to start with the most specialist of them all, De'Aaron Fox. You know, he made third-team All-NBA last season. No duh, we know that. But he's even better this season. And when you look at what he's doing, I could argue he's playing the best out of any guard in the entire association. So this is my prediction, Whitey, when it comes to De'Aaron Fox. I think first or second team All-NBA, because here's why. He's added the three-point shot. He tied a career high, 6 threes last night against Dallas. He scored 43 points a couple of nights ago against San Antonio. He's shooting better than 41% from three. This is what the NBA was afraid of. De'Aaron Fox with the jump shot, he has it now. He's going to be a first or second team All-NBA player.
I know I keep saying, and here's the thing that's really impressive about that, but another one is last year, the season started, you know, you could say that De'Aaron Fox and the Kings snuck up on teams. De'Aaron Fox ain't sneaking up on anybody this year, but he's playing better than he was last year. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. And, you know, he went out, obviously, with that ankle injury, and he's come back and he's been even better, I think, averaging 33 points per game in the games that he's been back. And so De'Aaron Fox, that confidence, he worked with Luke Laux in the offseason on his jump shot, getting the arc better, getting his balance right, and we're seeing it pay off. I mean, this is a guy that's shooting 8 threes per game. Think about it. 8 threes. Remember, Whitey, we were talking a few weeks ago. We said 3 or 4 would be good.
Yeah.
If he took. He's shooting 8, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with De'Aaron Fox pulling the threes. Let me get to my second take. Can we give Chris Duarte some love, Whitey?
Yes.
Can we give my guy, Chris Duarte, some love? He is responsible. He was a big part for these last 2 wins. Think about it. Friday in San Antonio, we get off to a slow start. The offense not flowing, the defense not good. Starters, they're playing okay, but not great. Duarte comes in, and he single-handedly changed that game. He mucked it up. He got in Jeremy Sohan's grill, and, you know, I like that feistiness from Chris Duarte. And then what he does to back it up after earning Defensive Player of the Game, he comes out and starts and drops 13 points. He stretches the floor and knocks down threes. Chris Duarte, remember, He missed a whole lot of time last year because of injury, Whitey. This guy, I think people need to buy in on him and what he gives this team. He gives them, obviously, some scoring, some shooting, but he gives them some toughness, too, that I think Mike Brown loves about him.
If you take a clinical, cold, hard look at this roster, I think you could make the argument that the one thing this team could really use is a legitimate 3-and-D guy, a guy who can play some defense and knock down threes. Well, based on what we saw last night, Duarte may be that guy. They may not need to go out and get anybody. If he can play like he did last night, I think they already have that guy, which is the reason they went out and got him in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. He knocked down 3 threes, but how about this? 8 rebounds. Also, he crashed the boards. And so, and think about it, he's only in his 12th game here in Sacramento. Imagine when he gets fully comfortable in his role and his opportunities, he is going to be a big part for this team going forward as they look to push for the playoffs. All right, my third and final Drape take. I got to give some love, of course, to Domantas Sabonis. We talked about it last segment. You stole some of my thunder, Whitey. But you know what? This guy, he could have been the Western Conference Player of the Week. Domantas Sabonis, let's look at what the Kings have been able to do ever since the Houston game. They take on Portland. He dominates DeAndre Ayton. They take on OKC. He outplays Chet Holmgren. Then you back it up with the Twin Towers, Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. He beats them. He dominates Anthony Davis. You see the theme here? Domantas Sabonis has been the best big man no matter who he plays against. Victor Wembanyama, it didn't matter. Domas delivered. And this is why, you know what? I'm upset right now. Kevin O'Connor, my guy, he's public enemy number 1. He doesn't return my text anymore. He don't take my calls. I done invited him on the show 3 or 4 times. Crickets. And it's because Domantas Sabonis is balling out. He's scared to face the music. Domas has been tremendous for this Kings team.
Do you think it's possible that he's heard some of that chatter, that narrative, and that's one of the things that's fueling his inspired and improved play this year?
I think he has to, right? I think if you're Domantas Sabonis, and it may not be he's heard it, but people around him have heard it. You know, a lot of times that's how it is. And so, you know, it's interesting with him because when I talk to Doug, I'm like, dude, what's up? The right hand. You know what? He said he has a right, Kyle. He just doesn't trust it in the games. But, Whitey, we saw the other night, last night against Dallas, he made a couple of moves where he went left, spun back right, and finished with the right hand. And so it's crazy to think, as great as Domas has been in his career, he has room to get better, and we're seeing it right now with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just mentioned his improved play last year. That's usually you say guys improved in his play. You're talking about a guy that was not so great last year. Right. He was third team all league, and yet he's taking it to another level. So it's incredible to see the way those two guys are dominating. Then on the other hand, is it that surprising? There was only, I think, one other team in the league, Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, that had 2 players that were all league. I think Boston and the Kings are the only 2 teams. So they have 2 all-league players. It's just taken the basketball world time to realize that's the case.
And it's not a fluke. That's the thing. It's not a fluke. You know, De'Aaron Fox has been ascending in his career. We saw it, obviously. He's had some good seasons. Domantas Sabonis, before this past season, was already a 2-time All-Star. And the fact that Domas is 27 and De'Aaron's 25, these guys are really just now entering their prime where they could be really effective. You know, Domas, in case, at 27, for the next 5 years, this is his prime, and he's going to be dominant. It'll be another tough challenge tonight against his good friend Jonas Valanciunas, 2 Lithuanian big men. But, man, the tear that he's been on, and it's not necessarily about the results, Whitey. We can talk about the scoring, the percentages. I just love the fact that he is being aggressive with it.
Yes.
You know, even if the shots don't go in, we're seeing is a different Domantas Sabonis from what we saw to start the season.
Yeah, and you saw that in the first few moments of that Portland game after the debacles in Houston. He came out when they got back here, and he was dominant. I have one other question for you based on last night's game, if I may. The bonus take, if you will. Rob Gronkowski, Keanu Reeves, and I don't know if you remember Kato Kalin, or Luka. Who's the worst actor of those 4? Who's the worst? Just like, the worst actor of those 4.
Well, it might be a tie between Kato and Luka. it might be a tie because Luka, the refs actually buy it, which is
That's
crazy.
True. That's
and
true.
I talked to Malik after the game. Malik did the same thing that Luka does.
Really?
And got called for a technical.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, and so Malik was heated about that. I go up to him, I'm like, how does Luka get away with, everything? And it's just ridiculous that the league is falling for it. And I thought that was supposed to be a point of emphasis to eliminate all this acting and flopping. It's terrible.
It is. But, he was tired. When he's tired, he gets a little whiny, and there you go. Real quick, I want to give a shout out also, in addition to the Kings, to Fat Cat Bakery. And we got a nice letter last week, and I know, Kyle, you've been on the road. Dear Drive Guys team, I've been a longtime listener, KHTK fan. Love having Whitey back, and Whitey and Draper together in the afternoons. And from the Fat Cat Bakery, this is Eric, who runs the place there. I should have put my name on the text. Chocolate chip cookies are way more popular than oatmeal raisin. With that said, our oatmeal raisin are delicious. Draper, you will dig these. So anyway, Eric sent us, and for the whole crew, and they're in the freezer at home. I'll bring them in, but he sent the whole crew just a mess of cookies, chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, I think some snickerdoodles,
really,
sugar cookies. So thank you very much, Eric, and everybody at Fat Cat Bakery for listening.
I was about to say, you probably ate them all. You might have to send me a package from when I get back, man. That's, you got them all to yourself. I see how it is.
No, they're in the freezer. That's all. They're in the freezer. Yeah, when you come back, first thing, I'll get you those cookies. Sure.
Oatmeal raisin. Just save them for me. That's all I ask.
Not a problem. Can't find anyone else.
And then nobody else going to take them.
Yeah, other than Alan Stiles. Yeah. All right, quick timeout here. We're going to come right back when we do 49er problems and a Brock ain't won. What? That's next year with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, looking at a sunny and seasonal kickoff to the week. Your Monday forecast will include highs reaching the lower to mid 60s under bright sunshine. Expect overnight lows in the lower 40s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we see every Honda buyer as a member of the family, so we make sure every lower-priced certified pre-owned Honda is one we buy from ourselves. See our selection of certified pre-owned Hondas in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-330-2929. That's 800-330-2929. 800-330-2929.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Did you know one of the worst things you can do is turn on your furnace after it's been sitting there all summer, gathering dust, without giving it a thorough tune-up first?
Think about it. What if your car had been sitting in the garage for 6 months without ever running?
Any piece of machinery that's been sitting needs to be tuned up. So call Bell Brothers. We'll tune up your furnace for just $87 and guarantee the results.
We guarantee that your tuned-up furnace will save you $87 on your energy bills. And we guarantee that your tuned-up furnace won't break down during the season, or we'll immediately refund your money. No questions asked.
Don't delay. Small problems that are easy and inexpensive to fix can quickly turn into big, expensive problems.
Call Bell Brothers right now to schedule your furnace tune-up at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers. Thunder. feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Looking for the best deal on a new 2023 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cab 4x4? During the Black Friday sales event, Knight Elk Grove Dodge has it. $16,500 off MSRP. Plus get no payments for 90 days. Save well over $16,000. Only at Knight Elk Grove Dodge. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovecdjr.com. MSRP $67,995. Net price $50,997. Under $6,700 dealer discount and $10,199 in rebates. 5 at this price. Sample NPN 59835.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I have terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Whitey Gleason here in Sacramento, Kyle Draper in New Orleans, where he's getting ready for the Kings and the Pelicans. And Kyle, I know I keep mentioning this, but I think this is significant. Kyle reporting that Trey Lyles this afternoon may still be doing it, working out 5-on-5 there at the Smoothie King Center, working out pregame drills for the Kings. So
yeah,
that's good
he
news.
just did a nice up and under on Kessler Edwards and drew the foul as well. So he'll step to the line for 2 free throws here. Not sure to score. They're doing half court now.
Okay.
Half court because the Pelicans, they're warming up now. But half court, 5-on-5.
Kyle, what is going on with the Kings? Just looking to get into the box score last night. And I know that Dallas had played the night before. But, I mean, they shoot 53.3%. They had 34 assists.
Yeah.
Is that a high this year, I think?
No, I don't think so. I think they've had a few higher, but no, it's up there. Yeah, it's up there. Anytime you can get over 30, you know how it is, Whitey. Yeah. That was the magic number for the Warriors as well. You get over 30, you're doing something good. 34 assists for 48 made field goals and 53%. And they knocked down their free throws, 76%. You know, what I really liked by the Kings, though, last night, the offensive rebounding. They had 14 offensive rebounds, 22-6 second chance points advantage. And so even though the Mavs had 11 offensive rebounds, they couldn't convert them. And so I thought Mike Brown said it post game. He thought, you know, that was probably as complete a basketball game and impressive of a win as they've had all season. Because here's the thing. The Mavs didn't play badly. They, you know, it wasn't like the Mavs came out and, you know, but then as the game wore on, when the Mavs tried to go to a certain level, they couldn't match the Kings. Like when things got physical, Lucas chirping and whining, you know, they want to play, you know, bully ball style. The Kings said, okay, we'll do it with you. And the Kings just went to a different level that, you know, the Mavs just couldn't get to. The Mavs TV guy turned to me during the game and he said, man, you guys are really good. You're playing. And I'm like, yeah, this team is locked in right now. And who would have thought, you know, 2 weeks ago in Houston, when we were reeling that this team would be 8-4 at this point, man. It's been beautiful to see.
One of the things we've been talking about in recent weeks is how the Kings sometimes, you know, maybe you'd like to have another player or two with a little more edge. For what it's worth, we saw it last night, the little dust-up between Tim Hardaway Jr. and JaVale McGee. Hardaway Jr. gave him a little shove, and JaVale McGee wasn't having any of it, Kyle.
JaVale, he came into that game with bad intentions, I think.
Yeah.
It was like Draymond the other night, against the Timberwolves, like very early on. I mean, because the shove wasn't even that hard. But JaVale shot up like a light, and obviously last year didn't go well for him in Dallas. He was thought to be the guy. He wound up only playing 42 games. I asked Jason Kidd before the game about it. I'm like, what happened with JaVale? Why did it go wrong? And Kidd sort of took the high road, and he said, well, a lot of things went wrong last year for us.
Did you say last night that you couldn't repeat what he told you? I thought.
He dropped some bad language. Yeah. Not at McGee or anything,
right.
But it was a couple of 4-letter words. Basically, everything went wrong. He said last season, and so he took the high road. But no, JaVale was on one yesterday, man. You could tell that game meant a lot to him last night.
Compio, by the way, is in your cookie corner. He says oatmeal raisin #1. Compio checking in on the YouTube chat. He also wants to know if you dined at Brennan's today.
No, I didn't. I did not dine at Brennan's. I'll take you behind the curtain a little bit. So there's catered food for the team every day. And so I usually just eat brunch, with what they have. I haven't even been out in New Orleans yet. I'll go out tonight, though. I'll see the sights tonight.
Gonna be there a while, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be off day tomorrow from basketball. And so maybe Brennan's is tomorrow night's spot, Compio. I might check that out. I'm sure you got a relative or somebody that works there. So,
cousin, certainly.
Cousin, somebody.
He's got cousins everywhere.
Exactly. So, no, I might have to check that out.
What do you make of the Pelicans? I know we're going to talk more about them today, and we got 2 games against them, and then game night we'll be talking about the Pelicans. I'm just having a hard time getting a handle on what they are right now, Kyle.
Well, they're a team that's battling big-time injuries. Obviously, we know about C.J. McCollum. Zion didn't play on the second night of a back-to-back the other night against Minnesota. Jose Alvarado has been out. They got a number of guys out because of injury. Let me see who else has been out for them. Trey Murphy is a big part of what they do. Larry Nance is a big part of what they do. And so they started off pretty decent, though, to begin the season, like 4-1, something like that. But then they hit a swoon. They lost CJ, but they've won 2 out of their last 3. And so I just think, this team likes to run. So keep an eye on transition points. They defend the 3 extremely well. I think they're tops in the league in terms of defending the 3-pointer. And so we'll see if the Kings are able to, knock down 3s tonight. That'll be an interesting stat to monitor as you watch the game tonight. But I think they'll be in the mix for a play-in spot. They're just hitting some rough time. Here's the thing, though. As good as Zion is, he has not been as good prior to the injury. He's only averaging 21.8 points per game.
6 rebounds or something.
6 rebounds, all
certainly
of the
not
shots.
bad, but
not bad, right. But, a couple years ago, last year to start the season, he was at 27 points per game. And so he's sort of, not the same player, but he's still so dangerous. I got some notes here on Zion I want to pull out. I'm going to say this during the broadcast. He's 11th in the NBA in fast break points, 3rd in points in the paint. Yeah, he gets 17.2 points in the paint per game, only behind Jokic and Giannis. And so he's a load. And so you got to keep him out of the paint, which is obviously easier said than done. I don't know who's going to check him tonight, Whitey. Is it Keegan Murray? Does he get that assignment? Harrison Barnes? Because he could just bully everybody out there.
Yeah, I would guess HB, but but again, a guy that good, a lot of different players are going to get their shots at him. By the way, another real good sign that the Kings offense is just humming along, and not that there's no question it is, but had all 5 starters in double figures last night, and Monk first got off the bench in double figures, which just shows that, as we've said before, this isn't an offense that hunts mismatches. This is an offense that hunts open shots, and Doc Rivers was even talking about that a little bit on Friday night.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing, right? And I go back to what Sham said about, this being a destination for players. If you're a player, this is the kind of system you want to play in, As great as Luka and Kyrie are, if you're another player, if you go there, your touches are going to be limited. You come to Sacramento, it's equal opportunity. And Mike Brown says, let it fly. So if you got a good look, that's the one thing I will say about Mike Brown when it comes to offense. He doesn't try to limit guys. He actually tries to empower. Think about what he's doing with Keegan Murray. He wants Keegan to get in his bag. He wants Keegan to attack the basket, to shoot the ball. And that's encouraging. If I'm a player, that's the kind of coach I want to play for.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know you're focused on the Pelicans and the Kings, but your football team has a pretty big game tonight. And what did you think, as a big Philly guy, what did you think of the 49ers performance yesterday?
You know what? I didn't get to watch the game, unfortunately. But, I saw the highlights. I saw some of the throws Brock Purdy made. And no, they did what they had to do. I thought that deep touchdown to Ayuk was a beautiful ball. The defender sort of misplayed that, Whitey, and then the touchdown to Kittle was wide open.
Trying to think
touchdown
which play.
to CMC, wide open.
That's right. That was the longest pass play for a touchdown in the NFL this year. Right. Yeah.
But the defender misplayed the ball.
Longest one in the NFL. Yeah.
He misplayed the ball, though, Whitey. Come on, call it what it is. You got to be honest about that. He misplayed the ball. It was a beautiful throw, a nice heave. But, that was a good win. But now this is where the schedule gets tougher. And I know Seattle took a bad L this past weekend, but that Thanksgiving Day game is going to be massive. Then you got the Eagles and then Seattle again. And so, no, the Niners are who we thought they were, right? They hit a little bump. They hit a little slide, lost 3 in a row. But I was never out on them. I don't know about you. I never discounted them. It's good to see that they finally got their act together.
I think to have a legitimate shot at the 1 seed, I think they're going to need help starting tonight, right? I mean, don't we think that the Eagles, you said, they've got a tough stretch here themselves, but it is November. It's getting late. Nick Bosa said yesterday, this is when it starts getting real this time of year. But the Eagles, the 49ers, I should say, need a helping hand from the Chiefs starting tonight. They're going to have any chance to get back to the number 1 spot.
No, you're right, because then you get that win by the Chiefs tonight. You're only behind the Eagles a game.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you take care of business against Seattle. Eagles win next week. And then so that game in Philly on December 3rd is for first place in the conference. And so that's why this is such a big game, not only tonight, but also Thursday, because if you're San Francisco, you don't want to go into that Sunday game against Philly 2 games behind.
Right.
If you know what I mean. Because even if you win, you're still a game back. And so that's why, if you're a Niners fan, you're the biggest Chiefs fan tonight.
Absolutely.
That's going to be a great game, man. I'm going to keep my eye on it. I know I have my duties calling the game, but best believe your boy's going to have a score up to the side. I'll be checking that out.
Pete Carroll, the coach of the Seahawks, had an update today on Geno Smith's condition ahead of the Thursday night game with the 49ers. We'll share that with you next. We'll come right back here to Drive Guys. Kyle's in New Orleans, Whitey here in Sacramento. It's Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season? Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995? Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out, Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Don't you just love this time of year and the holidays when families get together to make memories? Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. From the time I was a youngster, the family table was always filled with a gathering of grandparents, aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters. Those are memories that will live with me forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings Holiday Home Sale going on right now gives you the opportunity to find the perfect holiday gift that will last a lifetime. You'll find unique gifts like gleaming accessories for every room, now 20% off. During Naturewood's Holiday Home Sale, you'll find savings all around the store for every room in your home. Find your perfect bit of Christmas for your home at Naturewood Home Furnishings Holiday Home Sale going on right now. The memories you make with your family will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install the new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Good Guys Heating and Cooling has a deal going on right now that you cannot miss. This summer was much shorter and cooler than normal, so that means Good Guys is overstocked and ready to clear out their warehouse. They've got inflation-busting pricing on a brand new heating and air system for just $82.99. No other company is offering a replacement system that low. Call Good Guys now at 530-GOOD-AIR to see if you qualify. That's 530-GOOD-AIR for a no-cost qualification appointment. Best service, best price, guaranteed. And that's no bull. License number 1057618.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Kyle Draper shared with us some breaking news this afternoon. Looks like Trey Lyles has been working out today, so he's been participating in 5-on-5 drills at the Smoothie King hours before the Kings are taking on the Pelicans. So a lot of people on Twitter. I shared that on Twitter, Kyle, giving you full credit, of course. A lot of people excited about that. I have to think we're getting closer and closer to what Emil Fragoso calls Trey Day, right?
Trey Day is nearing, and that 5-on-5 has wrapped up. He's shooting free throws right now, and watching them, it looked like a full scrimmage, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. It wasn't guys weren't jogging. In fact, Kessler Edwards took a three, and Trey closed out on him and leaped up into the air, got real high, came down fine, didn't wince, seems to be okay, and this is an encouraging sign. And so I don't know if it'll be Wednesday or Friday, but this is probably the most Trey has done all season long, ever since injuring that calf in the preseason.
Boy, it'd be a nice piece to have available when you're taking on the two big guys that the Timberwolves have. Am I right?
Yeah, think about it.
Yeah.
With their twin towers that they have, now you could, if Trey was there, you could throw Trey on Karl Anthony Towns. You can go big with Sabonis and Trey Lyles out there. And so, man, and he would be another factor on the offensive end, somebody they'd have to guard. It'll be interesting if he doesn't play and you got Harrison Barnes trying to guard Karl Anthony Towns. That could be an interesting matchup. And so that's what's scary about this Kings team, though, Whitey. As well as they're playing 8-4, playing extremely well, 6 in a row, they still aren't whole yet. They still don't have their full complement of players yet. Kevin Huerter is now banged up. And so it's scary to think, when this team is complete, how good they can be.
Yeah, and I know that you can't overlook the Pelicans. You don't want to disrespect them or look past them. But that game against the Timberwolves is a tournament game.
Yes.
And the Kings have been cleaning up in the tournament so far.
And that's going to be for first place.
Yeah.
In Group C as well. And so I think that game is massive. And obviously you wrap up Tuesday at home against Golden State. But, man, this is going to be a heavyweight battle because Minnesota's playing some great basketball. We saw what they did down there at Chase Center to the Warriors, just totally manhandling them. And speaking of the Warriors, can we at least acknowledge what's happening with them right now? Whitey, did you watch that game the other night against OKC?
I did not see the game. I watched the highlights, like Holmgren with the 3, and yeah, they were stunned, and they've lost. Was that 6 in a row for them that they've lost?
6 in a row, and I texted Bonte Hill, who does pre and post game down there. I just texted him the Kermit the Frog, meme with the sipping the tea and everything. He called me all heated. I didn't accept this call. I told him I'm going to hold off on trash talk until after we beat them on that Tuesday. But, man, 3 weeks ago, the Warriors fans, they were all in our mentions, making fun of us. How quickly have things changed for them?
Yeah, well, I mentioned this during the crossover, Kyle, but have you seen the commercial, the Amazon commercial, where it's the 3 old ladies and they end up going down the sleds? One of them gets cushions for the other 2. I don't know if you've seen that.
I don't think I've seen that.
Okay, they play it when you're doing the games, but they're playing it everywhere now. It's these 3 old ladies, and they all decide to go down the hill on the sleds, and it reminds me of the Warriors. I think it's like Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and they're like reliving their past glories, and then they look up like, how are we going to get back up the hill? Which is where the Warriors are right now. How are we going to get back up the hill? Because they're struggling right now.
And I watched that game, and some of the shots that Klay Thompson took late. I mean, he's falling out of bounds, tightly guarded, and these are some of the worst shots in the history of basketball, and he is a shell of himself. Sure, Wiggins got going, but in overtime, they couldn't do anything, and OKC just went in there, and Chet Holmgren, that big 3, and not only the 3, he hit it, and he was talking trash to that whole building, and I love to see it. That was a great win. I was an OKC fan that night.
But Kyle, when he has his back to the basket and makes the catch, wrap him up.
Right.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Send him to the line for 2.
Yeah.
But Steve Kerr is, and I know I understand the caution, but he's not a big believer necessarily in fouling when you're up 3, and sometimes that'll cost you, Coach.
Yeah, that was a big time loss because everybody was feeling good. Wiggins scored 30 plus. Steph didn't have to score 40. He had some big shots, and that would have been a huge win for them. But they've lost 6 in a row. I think 5 of them at home. Think about it. They're on a 6-game homestand, and they're 0-5 at home during this homestand.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
They got to beat Houston to salvage one win on this homestand. I mentioned Geno Smith. Smith yesterday, because, of course, the Seahawks are supposed to play the 49ers on Thursday. Geno Smith went down near the end of the third quarter yesterday in what ended up being a Seahawks loss. He was hit hard on his throwing arm, missed the remainder of that possession and 2 more before he returned for the final drive. So there's a legitimate question as to whether he'll be playing Thursday. Pete Carroll today on his radio show, here's what he had to say about it. He said that there's a positive sign that Smith was able to return to the game. He said that's positive. He says they're taking a look at it, but they pretty much know what's going on there. It's just see how soon it settles down. Like I said, it's a good sign that he's functional, so that's not the issue. So it's just how sore he is. He'll make it back. And then one of the interviewers said, so you mean for Thursday? Pete Carroll said, I would think so. So he's trying to be positive about it. But for Pete Carroll to say, I would think so, that's the equivalent of another person going, there's no way. Because he is Mr. Positivity, right? So
he's Mr. Optimist, right? He's always looking on the bright side. That would be a huge loss because I know Seattle obviously had a bad loss this week to the Rams, but the Rams play them tough, man. And when you look at Seattle's losses this season, 2 to the Rams, okay, maybe that's a matchup thing, but then you lose at Cincinnati and then at Baltimore. Those are not bad losses. And so you asked earlier, who are the Pelicans? I'm trying to figure out who are the Seahawks. Like, are they a good team or not? You know, and I think this week will go a long way towards telling me that.
Yeah, 2014, 49er fans remember, first year of Levi's, if I'm not mistaken, they played the Seahawks on Thanksgiving, and they lost to the Seahawks, and the Seahawks ended up literally feasting at midfield. And it would be so great if the 49ers could return that favor, win on Thanksgiving, and at Lumen Field have some Thanksgiving dinner. It's interesting because Richard Sherman, who was on the Seahawks at the time, he said, hey, that wasn't our idea. The TV producers, because, you know, it's on TV. He said they thought it was a good idea. We didn't mean to disrespect anybody. So we just said, okay, we were just going along with it. But it was an absolute, it was the, for the Seahawks, it was like, we win, you lose, and from there the 49ers win in the toilet the next few years. So I'm hoping the 49ers have an opportunity for a little Thanksgiving meal payback Thursday night. That would be great.
How disrespectful is that, right? Yes. Not only to beat us, but then to pull out the table, the white cloth, tablecloth, the napkins, sit down and invite yourself at home. Make yourself at home, right?
So we'll see.
Yes.
Yeah, and Richard Sherman said,
that's a big game.
Wasn't our idea. Yeah, right.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Though. In terms of home field advantage, is this a must-win for the Niners? Like, looking at the schedule, figuring everything out, is this a must-win? Because if you look at it, if they go to 4 losses,
they got to be. Yeah,
I don't know if the Eagles will get to 4 losses. You know what I mean?
You might not be able to win. You might have to win the rest of your games to have a legitimate shot. You might.
Exactly.
You may. Yeah. So it could be.
So it's crazy. You know, we still got 2 months left to go in the season or whatever it is, and these games are huge right now. These next 3 weeks, I think, are going to tell us, the conference standings, which is crazy.
Let's go Chiefs. Am I right tonight, huh? Let's go Chiefs.
You know what? As I was packing to come out on the road, I found my Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl T-shirt. And I was like, you know what? I might have to wear this one of these days. I don't know if I could get away with it in the station. You know what I mean? I don't want John Lynch or anybody calling up. Hold on now. You guys are the Niners station. Why is your boy wearing a Eagles gear? But I'm like, man, I got the poncho, like a little thing that covers you up. And I got the T-shirt, so I'm ready. I'm December 4th when you come back. I'm ready.
Just pick your spot. Carefully. Right. Good luck to you. Yeah. When we come back, what the NBA Nation is finding out about the Sacramento Kings. It's a drive, guys, on Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your Auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BC. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
At Jim Boy's Tacos, you get a ho lot of flavor for under $10. Our classic #2 combo meal spreads cheer with a farm-dusted ground beef taco, scratch-made bean and cheese burrito, and a soft drink. So jingle on down to Jim Boy's or order online at participating locations.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
We're taking you up to just the bottom of the hour, then game night takes over with the Kings get ready to take on the Nollins Pelicans. Whitey Gleason here in our Sacramento studios. Hal Draper getting ready for the call in Nollins, standing by. And Kyle, the Kings are just they've certainly have played a lot better since you went to Houston on your last road trip.
Yeah, they're blazing right now, and they're doing it on both ends of the floor. Obviously getting after it defensively. You know, what was it, 20 steals the other day against the Lakers, I think it was. And so they're playing extremely well right now. And, you know, they're battling the injury bug. I'm sitting here watching Sasha Vezenkov getting up some shots. He's dealing with that thumb on his left hand, so on his shooting hand. and he has it wrapped up on some tape right now, but he's still getting up shots. He's going through his normal pregame routine is what I see right here. So I would imagine he's a game time decision tonight.
Yeah, because as a first year, he's got to participate in the early drills, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And so it's looking good. The shot's looking good. He's knocking it down, and he's been getting some minutes here lately. The numbers don't indicate. I think he's averaging 6 points over his last 4. But look at his efficiency out there. He's shooting lights out. He had 7 points last night, and so it's good to see him out there, man. They're going to need him, especially if you don't have Kevin Huerter tonight. Let's say he doesn't go. Sasha might be out as well, and so you're talking 2 of your better 3-point shooters against a team that's really great defending the 3, and so you could use a guy like Sasha out there tonight.
Right. Please don't take this the wrong way, because I'm not. I'm not casting aspersions on any of the players, but I was just thinking of this last night. It's got to be tough on that team, and I understand if a guy has a bad finger. I've when I was in high school, I remember missing something because of a bad finger. But on that team, it's got to be tough to sit out when you have a sprained finger, when you got your 2 best players and they're playing with broken thumb and a broken finger last year, right? You got to be, it's like, oh, guys, is it okay? This really hurts. I'm not going to play. Are we all right?
My pinky's a little sore today.
Right.
No, we'll see. I think he'll play, man, just from watching it. But we saw Kevin Huerter at shoot-around yesterday. He went through the full shoot-around and didn't play last night. So, we'll see, man.
I still think that, and this is probably the way it's always going to be, unless and until the Kings are, going deep into the playoffs every year, there's still just a large portion of the basketball nation, especially pundits. They don't really understand how good this team is. We saw it before, Kyle, with the Weber Vlade team. It took, national observers a long time to catch up with the reality of it, and we're seeing it now. I mean, it's incredible to me that last week, one of the things that was being kicked around was, boy, I don't know, the Kings maybe traded the wrong guard. It's like, you got to be an idiot to either a moron to say that, or you're really just not paying attention to what's going on. And that's nothing against Halliburton, who's great, but do you realize how good Sabonis has been and how good Fox has been since that trade? It's incredible.
Yeah, and I don't think people understand. Like, let's say you did decide to keep Tyrese Halliburton. I can say with a lot of certainty that this franchise would not be in a position that it is. And so why can't it just be a win-win for both Indiana and for Sacramento? Why do we have to try and figure out who won the trade? Like, the Kings are doing A-okay. I'm sure if you ask both teams, would you like to rescind the trade? They both say, we're happy with what we have. Mm-hmm. And so it's all these outside voices, these outside noises. And I'll be honest with you, Whitey, man. It bothers me because I'm going on social media, and when they did the For You page on Twitter, that was the worst thing ever. Because now I'm inundated. It's like a train wreck, right? It's like you can't turn away. It's like, who's going to come up with the most dumb comment of the day? And it's like a competition. And instead of looking at the guys I normally follow, and I value and respect their opinions, I got yahoos from all over who think they know basketball that's out there trolling. It's ridiculous. It's De'Aaron Fox is playing at an elite level, and I could argue if Monty doesn't make that deal, we don't see the best of De'Aaron Fox like we're seeing right now. And so, there's no revisionist history or anything like that. Monty would do this trade 10 times out of 10 if he had the chance to do it over again.
Yeah. I do think that there's some people nationally that just want to cling to that Kings narrative, and they try to retrofit it to reality. And they want to be able to say, oh, the Kings don't know what they're doing, even though it's proven that, no, they actually do now. So I think, again, it's just a matter of people actually taking a lot of time to realize what actually is going on, what's right in front of their eyes, which is this is a very good basketball team right now.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And I see High Flyer just showed up.
High Flyer!
Make sure he don't pick up the headset, though. He's not allowed to pick up the head. He can't pick up the headset and jump on. Jay, cut his mic. He can't come over.
He just hasn't turned his mic on yet.
He's trying to take over our show. We got a good basketball discussion going on here. Whitey, this is me and you, baby. No offense, High Flyer. This is me and Whitey here.
What's up, High Flyer?
Hey, check this out. Do not let KD come between us, bro. I'm telling you that right now. You talk about a brother that's trying to create division, man. Come on, KD. CMB, baby. We all we got.
You're right. Here's the thing, though. People at home, they don't know Whitey's going to be off for a little bit. I got a full week next week at High Flyer. I can only take this dude in short doses. I don't need him more now. I can wait till next week. I love you, High Flyer. You're my guy.
You know what, Whitey? When you come back, bro, it might not be no more show, man. When me and this guy
He's got a funny way of saying that he needs you next week, doesn't he?
Hey, let me tell you, when me and this guy get together, man, it's just straight comedy, man.
Right. No, I'm looking forward to that, man. How you feeling, High Flyer? The boys are playing well, 6 straight. We talked last week, if you remember, too, about this road trip. We're like, man, 4-2 would be great. I'll take 3-3. Here they are, 3-0 on this road trip so far. This has the potential, the makings of being a very special trip for the Sacramento Kings.
It does, KD. It has the making of riding the ship. You know, that one Texas trip really put bad taste in our mouth, and we understand it happened, but that's over with. This road trip here can really, just negate that, because the way they're playing right now, they are playing very good basketball. They're at the elite level. I read something the other day that was they were talking about De'Aaron Fox, and people are questioning, is De'Aaron Fox a top 10 player in this league?
Again,
I'm like,
aren't paying attention.
I'm like, what are you looking at, bro? Right. Do you have to ask that question? This dude is top 5, if you ask me. He's top 5, if you ask me.
See, if you had an MVP vote right now, for sure he would be in that top 5.
Bro, top 5. The way he's playing, the way he got this team going, his value, just straight value to this team is top 5.
Henry, that's the thing, and we talked about this earlier, that a lot of people around the country don't realize about the Kings. There's only 2 teams in the NBA that had multiple players that were all league last year. Boston had 2 players that were all league, and the Kings are the other team. They got 2 guys that were legitimate all-NBA players. 3rd team, I know, but still, they made one of the all-NBA teams. And people don't realize that, or they figure it was a fluke, or they just fail or refuse to accept the truth.
You know why? Here's the reason why. You have all these teams that have the quote-unquote big 3. And when that big 3 wasn't on the list, they're not trying to hear anything. Everybody feels like, okay, you can go to the Clippers right now. The Clippers have a big 4.
Right.
And when you don't throw those guys on that list, they don't want to hear about anybody else being on there. Golden State has a big 3. All right. Phoenix has a big 3. Even right now, when you look at what's going on this year, Minnesota has a big 3.
Yeah. The way they're playing,
right? They got a big 3. So when they look at what Sabonis and De'Aaron is doing, when you start talking about a duo, I'm sorry, they are top in a duo race also.
Yeah, they are.
They're tops.
Who would you rather have, James Harden or Russell Westbrook or Domantas Sabonis right now? It's not even close,
right?
Or Bradley Beal for that matter.
Hey, let me tell you something. I wouldn't trade for James Harden or Russell Westbrook if they threw in a 6-pack of beer and some sunflower seeds.
You'd think about that,
wouldn't you? No way, no how. Because and it's crazy that I'm talking about Hall of Fame dudes.
Yes,
but they just, for me, singly as individuals, they are great. James Harden is one of the best in the business at what he does. He's great on a bad team. The same thing with Russell Westbrook. That's why everybody want to bring Russ off the bench, because Russell Westbrook is a ball-dominant player. He needs to have the ball in his hands. He needs to be able to make everything work. That's the only way you're going to get the best out of Russ. And when you take the ball out of his hands, you mean to tell me you're going to have Russ standing in the corner and catch and shoot?
That's the same with Harden, right? Harden's the same type of player. So how did they ever?
Harden's a little different than Russell, though, because he can catch and shoot. Russell can catch and shoot. If he don't
catch and shoot, he just can't make it.
Thank you. If he don't have the ball in his hands coming 100 miles an hour at you, he's not valuable. He's not valuable.
Yeah. We're going to take a real quick timeout. Coming up here, the high flyer, Drapes in New Orleans, and me, Whitey Gleason, setting the scene for Kings and the Pelicans tonight. What are the Pelicans going to do about their Zion problem? That's next year when we come right back. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with zero down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at FolsomLakeFord.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com.
0 down with approved credit.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
I hate to ask this question here. Drive Guys, Drapes in New Orleans. Me and Henry here in our studios. Henry, we all know that when you played on the Kings, they had, they weren't the team they are now. What was the worst road trip you remember having with the Kings?
Oh, wow, man.
Because there are some doozies, right? They're just they're just work.
Yeah. We had some very thin times. That first go around with the Sacramento Kings, that 88, 89 team was rough, man. I mean, that's how I got introduced into the league, and I was like, is this how we roll? I mean, our mindset, man, was most of all, let's hurry up and get this over with, bro, because the club got to get started in about like 3 hours. We need to be there.
What did you think of what Lou Williams had to say today? He was talking to Shams. Shams, basically, long story short, was saying it's a destination now. Good players will want to go to Sacramento. And Lou Williams said, yeah, that's the basketball environment's great, but nobody wants to go to Sacramento because there's nothing to do there. We kind of know there's not as much to do here as there is in other places. But is this now a place for the first time since C-Web where good players want to come to play?
You know what? I will say this. Guys who have been in the league for a while and they've been to these cities and they know what these other cities can offer, they really want to weigh it now because it's like we still going to Atlanta and we still going to New York. We still going to Houston. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to live in Sacramento because I'm going to be on this team. We winning. Mm-hmm. If your mindset is to win, Sacramento's the destination. Think about it. We have never heard players say, well, you know what? Sacramento will be a place that I want to play at. Never heard that. So that just goes to show right there that this team, and when people look at it, they're giving it a lot more validity right now. Like, this is a destination. I'll go play there.
And here's the thing, too. I think it depends on what stage of life you're at right now. True. And you look at a guy like Domantas Sabonis, who's, been in the league a number of years, has the wife, the kids, the place in Napa and everything. It's a great place to raise a family. Now, if you're 20 years old, 21, 22, looking to get it in, maybe that's not the spot for you. And so I think it depends on who you are. I think, I could have said the same thing about Boston, too. If you're a young, single African-American man, Boston might not have been your top choice. But if you're a family, then, KG goes there, and now he's a god there. I said this earlier, High Flyer. If you win in Sacramento, you become a god here. You know what I mean? It's not like if you go to LA or something, you're one of, hundreds, thousands of celebrities. You come to Sacramento and do big things and bring this franchise a championship, man. You can write your own ticket out here.
You know what, KD? Let's keep it 100, bro. Like I said,
keep it a buck.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. If you come to Sacramento and you just work your butt off and give it 100 out there on the floor, you're king. Ooh, I mean, all Sacramento Kings who have come through here in the Sacramento King era, if you was a guy that worked hard and went out there and left it all out there on the floor, these fans loved you. It just depends upon what area you're in. I mean, we could always go and find a Terry Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
first free agent they ever signed, I think.
You know, you could always find a Henry Turner. Okay, you can always find. You know,
he's not hard to find. He's always in here.
Of course, but I'm saying you could always find those guys and that came here and gave blood, sweat, and tears for this team. And our fans love them.
Don't you think that the one thing fans appreciate the most about, especially De'Aaron Fox, because he was drafted here, is that from day one he wanted to be here.
He wanted to be here.
There was no like. Okay, well, I'm here. I'll make the best of it. He wanted, if he didn't, he fooled us all, but he made it apparent that he wanted to be here.
No. And you know what, though? And really embraced being here. You know, I would say De'Aaron embraced being here. Tyrese Halliburton did, too. Tyrese wanted to be here. And I would say to some degree, DeMarcus Cousins wanted to be here. I think big DC, no matter how you think about him, good, bad, or indifferent, he loved Sacramento. He loved this city.
Did a lot of good things here.
A lot of good things.
Well, what about small market situation now? The Pelicans have Zion, and they're trying to build around him. And last week he said, I'm trying to buy in. I mean, they're in a very delicate situation, aren't they?
You know what? In today's game, you really have to be careful with your words because the media takes it and run. You know, that's our job.
Yeah.
We take it and we run. And then you got
letting him off the hook for that?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Zion?
Zion.
But the thing about it is that it's a players' league now, Whitey. I mean, think about it. Guys will give you a list. Here's my list of where I want to be traded. Nowhere else. Come on, bro. We didn't know that we were being traded to Minnesota until like 30 minutes. You got 30 minutes to get to that plane. You get on it. And, your destination is Minnesota. That's when you figured out where you got traded to. You know, players have a lot more leverage in the league nowadays.
Sure. I understand that, and they've earned it. But a situation like New Orleans, I don't know how you handle that. Maybe they're better off. Because, you know, he's never quite been all the way on board. Maybe they're better off just saying, look, if you want to go somewhere, we'll move you because it's like everything's on hold for them as a franchise until he decides whether he's all in or not.
It is. But he has to understand this, too. Everything that glitters ain't gold. Everything that glitters ain't gold. I'll give you one good thing about this is that a good example. You remember when The Matrix, Sean Marion, was killing it in Phoenix. He was the guy. He was the man.
Perfect system for him.
But all of a sudden, he started feeling himself, well, I want to get traded to a team to where I'm the alpha. I'm the number one. Sean Marion career hadn't been the same since. You have to be careful about what you want and where you want to go. Sometimes the system that you're in is bigger than your game.
Well, I'll say this for the Kings, you know, and there's still going to be people who are always going to question the trade, as stupid as that is. When the Kings made the trade for Sabonis, I know one of the things that people were saying about it, and this is supposedly smart basketball people, they were saying, you know, they bring Sabonis in. He's not going to be there. First chance he gets, he's going to leave. So why are they doing that? Well, he's staying, right? I mean, he's already signed to stay on board long term. So I don't know how anyone would even try to criticize that trade at this point.
You can't. It was a win-win for both teams.
Absolutely.
And I tell you what, I was sad to see Tyrese go because I knew what type of kid he was going to be. I was sad to see him go, but I told everybody, and this is from the first inkling that we got of it, I say, understand when you can go out and get a generational player, proven all-star, like Sabonis was an all-star, proven. You're going to have to get up something big for him, but you have to go get him. You know, it ain't every day KD comes up. It ain't every day. If Steph comes up, I'm sorry, you sell the house to get those guys. So when the Kings did that, I was sad to see Reese go, but I was so happy that we got Sabonis because it changed the dynamic.
And it unlocked De'Aaron Fox too.
Right.
Like, and so the thing about that trade, when you look at Tyrese and you look at De'Aaron Fox, to me, it's a decision on how do you want your basketball team to play. And the way De'Aaron Fox plays complements how Sabonis plays.
Right.
The way Tyrese plays, I don't know if it complements as much with Sabonis or with De'Aaron Fox. Those two, I don't think could have worked.
You know, I will tell you this.
That's why I think Mike Brown deserves a ton of credit because they made the decision that had Fox, and then they bring the coach in. It's like, this is what you have to work with, Ken. You better make it work, and he did.
Let me tell you this. Tyrese game more complimented Rashawn Holmes.
Yes.
Rashawn Holmes had his
Rashawn?
best year with Tyrese because their games meshed a lot better. So, you know, you move on from Rashawn Holmes, you move on from Tyrese, but now you got Sabonis and De'Aaron. It's all about chemistry, man. Me and Paige was just talking about this yesterday. Me and Paige had a long conversation yesterday. And to actually get that chemistry right, man, you almost have like a once-in-a-lifetime situation because think about it, Whitey. That 2002-2003 team hasn't been duplicated in a long time.
Right.
The way they played basketball changed, revolutionized how we watch basketball to this day.
Kyle, before we let you go, any closing thoughts here as we get ready for the Kings and the Pelicans?
Yeah, man, I just think this is going to be a tough game. I'm watching Kevin Huerter going through his pregame warm-ups right now. Has some sort of finger thing on both of his fingers there. The index finger is the one that's hurting. I don't know if he's going to go tonight. Sasha went through his. I'll be honest, I didn't like the way he looked coming off. You know, I thought he cut his workout a little short. And so this is going to be a tough matchup here. Don't look at New Orleans and what they've done without CJ and how they've struggled. They won 2 out of their last 3. Zion is playing. And so it's going to be a tough matchup tonight, man.
All right, game night with the High Flyer and Scott Marsh is next right here on Sactown Sports.
Hey, last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type, GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch